All right, nerd. Let's go prove it, Cypher. Dude, if you can't take the conversation seriously, you might as well just go because I'm about to ban you already. Here's your win, dude. So it's like my shit's getting all professional.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just pretty much I can
In
use,
which way?
you know, I can do transitions now. I can play in the background and manipulate my scene, and then like the nerds on YouTube can't see that shit. So I could literally put penis pictures up, but then not transmit them, and they would never know.
Yeah. Editing is very fun. So pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm getting quite the suppository of information. There's a lot of I got a lot of streams now. I got like 16 of them or something.
How much?
Like 16 of them, or somewhere around there.
Eight.
I have to look. Like 16, like basically full length videos, like full day video, like half day videos, or whatever.
Yeah.
There's gotta be stuff in there.
I also took videos back then, like recordings, but I only have like a couple, like 1 hour or 2 hours. I don't really have like 12-hour videos.
Yeah, but didn't you remember when you were like an initiate? Like when you first joined, you were an initiate, and you're just like, we were like so dumb because we were initiates. Like,
Yeah.
that was just one of the worst phases of my life, was being a politics initiate. Like it's just so gross, you know.
You can't do
like
shit.
Yeah, you're like lower than everybody else, you know, just automatically because you're a politics initiate.
Yeah.
Look, we didn't see you there, Biz. So yeah, you're a politics initiate, which means you can't talk. It super sucks because like initiates are just like, they're really bad people, you know. Let's see if we can do. Yeah, I can't do it. I can't unmute you, dude. It's like it's just some shit.
Yeah, he needs to unmute himself. The power is in your hand.
Viz, can you prove the existence of a god thing? Viz. Hey Viz. 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 Hey Viz. 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 Hey Viz. Viz. Alright, goodbye. Dude, why is the dog shit fucking bot like this so bad? Like, why?
Here, I'll kick him. Yeah, I don't know, it drifts out sometimes, so.
It has been derping out like
annoying.
Consistently. Like, there's something wrong with the
Should I give you the ability to kick in case it doesn't kick them out? Do you have that?
No, I don't. I don't have that.
Okay, let me give it to you again. Yeah, it's annoying.
Yeah, I had to like ban and unban like 20 people yesterday.
Is it agnostic one? Yeah. I thought it was the agnostic one. Move members.
All right,
Okay,
Batman. Let's go prove it.
Hello.
Yeah, let's go, Batman. Prove it. Prove the God thing.
What?
You believe in God?
I cannot hear you.
All right, can you leave?
Do you believe in God?
Since you can't hear anybody, can you just get the fuck out of here since you're all deaf and shit?
I don't.
No, I'm saying, can you click the disconnect button since you're literally the only person on Discord Politics that can't hear us? So just click the disconnect button.
Now I can hear you.
Oh, so it was a problem you had, so you're the dumb one here? Now can you answer the fucking question and quit fucking around? Yeah, that's right, nerd. Fucking wreck. Come up in this bitch, not know how to use your fucking ears. What's wrong with you? Well, somebody's leaving messages in my fucking YouTube. Let's see what they have to say. You could just go around commenting on people's public YouTube channels? Thought you were going to get away with it? You could just post something? All right, let's see. I've heard a lot of people talk about these things they got, and they seem to say vastly different things about it. And I'm still not sure what any of them are talking about. I'm a heart that comment, that dude. I'm a heart that comment. Bam. Now that dude knows that I read his shit, dude. He's gonna feel all special. He's got an extra little pump in his step, little bit of skip going on. That's the power of a content creator right there, an influencer. That dude's gonna have a good day because I clicked the little heart button. That's all it takes. All right, Kamala, let's go prove it.
You can't prove shit.
Hell yeah. All right, what's going on? I hope divine shows you there. Jesus loves you. What does that even mean? I hope divine shows you true? It doesn't even mean...
It's a wizard spell, I think.
Is that what? Are you casting a spell on me, dude? Look, check this
Probably.
out. Any spell that you're gonna cast on me, you're wasting your time. What you need to do is take your special power here down to your local hospital, find out which floor they keep the kids on, and go do that on them. I'm good. I don't need prayers. I'm fine. I don't even like this place anyway, so just keep your shit to the people who do like the place, and they'll all be happy and shit. I'm good. And then when you say like Jesus loves me, like fuck Jesus. Okay, he was a slaver. I'll have a donkey butt fuck him. I don't give a shit about your Jesus. Like, he's a piece of shit. He's not real. And he's a sick fuck. So I don't want its love. If it ever comes at me with its love, it'll be the last thing it ever fucking does. I'll rip its flesh off. Keep your Jesus love all to yourself, and that'll be a great, barrier between me and you. That way I don't feel icky and dumb. Thanks, man. That'd be great. But I mean, you guys, look, YouTubers, if you want to pray for me, that's okay. I'll think for you. Anyway, Kamala, can you quit chat freeloading? If you want to chat freeload, you can go watch it on my YouTube live. But yeah, I hope Divine does show up. Because I'm going to show Divine what not Divine looks like repeatedly, over and over, while they're in a bent over position, if you know what I'm saying. Right? Because I expect when Jesus shows up, I'm going to slap him in his fucking mouth. That's the first thing. I'm just going to walk up without saying a word. I'm going to slap him in his fucking mouth. Then I'm going to look at him and wait for him to give me that other cheek. And then I'm going to tell him after that second cheek, you got 2 more, boy. Now let's go.
Yeah, he has to be a soft boy and take them. He can't say
Yep.
no.
He can't say no. He's got to take all my abuse. All of it, because that's what he said so. He said so. I get to be a dick. Y'all got to be nice. That's what the Bible says. And if you're not nice while I'm being a dick, that proves God's not real. In case anybody is wondering, that Bible verse is called 1 Peter 3:15. That's the one that allows me to be as much of a dick as I want to be. And then you have to be nice and answer all my questions. As Jesus would say, like a good little bitch. That's what 1 Peter says. 1 Peter 3:15. Look it up. Be ready always to answer any question that a man asks you, and do it with meekness and fear, because the sacrifice Jesus did for you, you'll sacrifice a little bit of your dignity for him, right? That's what you got to do. You got to answer all my questions. Yeah, I mean, you guys can like just fill up the side. I don't care if you like type inside chat. Like, there's no limit apparently. Like if you need to like do two different, like, if you need to do 10 different things, I don't care. Type it. It's engagement. You know, side chat's talking. Can't stop that. Can't put a cork in it. Well, I can. Nick, that dude's on permanent. He posted my shit. It's 24 hours. Fuck that nerd. Nick, post anything other. Okay, I'll stop being a douche. Post anything other than that. That's 24-hour fucking timeout right there. Bam. Nick, you hear that? Shut your bitch mouth in my chat room. You don't get to use my soapbox as your soapbox. There ain't enough room on my soapbox for your soapbox. You see my new picture I made AI make me?
Which one?
The one up on my live stream right now?
Oh, the one with multiple people reading a book?
Well, it's the patch. They're all members of the Anti-Nerd United Strike Force.
Oh, yeah.
Oh shit! I have a new ability now. I think. Hold on.
On YouTube?
Yeah. Okay. Bow. Pow. 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 What the fuck, man? Why is it not working?
Is this like some sort of text to speech? Speech to text, whatever?
No. It was working last night.
Wow.
This doesn't make any sense. Doing exactly what I did last night. Oh. Somebody's hot micing.
What?
Somebody's hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
What are we talking about?
Talking about how you can't prove it.
Well, I can't prove what?
The God thing.
The God thing?
Oh, I don't believe in God.
So you're saying you can't prove it?
You can't prove it?
Yeah, I can't prove it.
Then we win. Get wrecked, nerd.
Freaking dominated.
Damn, I wish he was. Damn, I wish. God, come back.
Are you an atheist or what?
Yeah, I'm an atheist.
What does that mean?
It means, I think it means,
No gods
Jesus
exist?
Christ. It means you don't, you're utterly convinced that God is not real, as opposed to like think that, whereas
Well, would you say
agnostic is
that you
like,
believe that no gods exist, or you don't have the belief in God and any god?
yeah, I believe that none of the gods we have like in writing are real. So maybe I'd be like a partial
Oh,
agnostic,
well, let me
but like, cause
introduce
I,
you to one that exists, like the
oh,
sun, for example.
the
That
son,
god's real.
I don't know if I'd call the son of God.
Well, you're an atheist. You don't call like it's not up to you to decide what's a god and what's not a god. You're
Oh,
just
that is actually
evaluating
quite a
whether
good
it
argument.
exists or not.
Yeah. Which religion considers the Son of God? Is there anyone, or is it just like a
I know,
personal thing?
like Mesopotamia or whatever, like the ancient Egyptians and stuff. Like they worship
Right, right.
God since the dawn. They worship the sun and call it God since the dawn of civilization. And then
Yeah,
you have like the universe, naturalistic pantheists believe like natural things are God,
right, right,
like
right.
stuff like that. And like for you to say these things, we don't have any account for their existence, and it's a little bit ridiculous
Yeah, no,
because
no,
these are
I
gods.
think it's right. I think I'd be an atheist with the semantic of like anything that we can like visibly see, like it's uh like charted by whatever vague science records. I'd believe in that. I guess it's like more
Well, if you
just
accept the sun as God and you acknowledge the existence of one God, like the sun, then you wouldn't be an atheist because
well,
you would
yeah,
have
that's what I
the
mean. I'm
belief
an
in one
atheist with the
God.
semantic of like the
Well,
people
how's it
that
a
believe.
semantic?
No, no, no. As in, like, I'm making a semantic of like saying that their God, uh, if I can say it's observably there, um, it's not the same notion of God that I'm like debating is real
Well,
or
what
not. Like,
notion of God do you know of?
I'm
Like
debating
you're,
more so the unseeable, like creator, less so
yeah,
like
but
like
that's one idea of God.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's
Well,
one concept.
that's the one I'm against. Like
There's
that's the
thousands
one.
of concepts. So, and you're like all of these concepts use the same word. So,
Yeah, but
for you
that's
to
more of like a
come here and
language debate,
say,
I'd say, than like me
well,
debating them.
well, if you want to be an atheist, then you're dealing with the word God, then you can't use it like in this matter. You have to understand that this word is used by many other,
Yeah.
many people, and many people use it differently, and it has different meaning depending
Well,
on the
yeah,
person
yeah.
you're talking to.
Is
So
the
you can't
argument that like
cherry pick and
yeah,
like say,
yeah, yeah.
hey, I'm specifically gonna target this one thing.
Yeah, I'm basically in agreement because I think if the word atheism does not account for that, then yeah, I should
Yeah,
use
it
another
doesn't.
word. But yeah, 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 exactly. Which I just don't know what other word would account for that. Because agnostic is more like you are open to the idea that these gods exist,
You
which
wouldn't be
I'm not.
agnostic either, because like
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
moment you are
That's what I'm saying.
presented with this God, like you'd be like, oh, okay, I know of one God now. So, like it doesn't
Yeah,
like these two positions are bad. Like you need to. I don't
yeah. Well, yeah.
recommend being
If
an
they make
atheist
another
or
word
an
for them,
agnostic.
that's why I said I would be an atheist with the semantic of like denying
Well,
the
you
application
have
of God onto like visible
agnosticism.
objects. What's that?
You have atheism, which talks about doesn't talk about whether God exists or not. Talks about the language side of things.
Yeah,
So,
yeah,
like,
yeah,
if someone
exactly.
wants to talk to you about God, they need to be able to define it coherently
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
before we
Well, yeah.
engage in
My notion is just
conversation.
like I believe in any god. Oh, I believe any god that is unforeseeable is not real. And then anyone that chooses to apply the word God to like seeable things or like chartable things, that's just them using their notion of God to I mean, because then by that logic we could just say, oh, a leaf is God, tomorrow, and then it would break the term. But like most
Yeah,
people, I think,
but
are using the term atheism within the notion that they're not applying it to like people that worship the land or something.
well, the thing is, like the problem is that the atheist doesn't like. I don't see why an atheist would be telling me what like the word God means or whatever. Like, I don't
No,
understand.
I'm just saying what the word atheism means to me, like the notion of it, because it doesn't usually even account for someone that goes, oh, well, my God is like, nature and all that, because I respect people that have that opinion. But I would then just say it's their notion of the term God, which I'm not really debating whether or not they have spiritual connection to that word. It's more so someone that is arguing if there's an all, like a creator in a sense, or a force beyond our like visible eye, that is
Yeah,
spoken
but
about in like books.
you're just picking like a specific definition, and you're saying this is what I'm
Yeah,
going with.
well, that's one because that's one I
And
want
this
to
is the
argue.
one that
Like,
tickles
I've got no
my
problem with
my fan.
yeah, but that's once again, I think it's kind of a language debate, and I think it's kind of pointless because it's like I don't disagree with anyone calling land God. They can do whatever they want. I agree that the sun exists. I agree that
Yeah, but
the earth exists.
it's gonna undermine the position. That's why people have to say, "Oh, this is what I mean by God." But you can't do that.
Why?
That's like the theist job. You can't be like, "Oh, as an atheist, I'm gonna be." You're dependent on the theist. Like atheist,
I don't think so.
you need the theist to come and tell you, "Hey, this is what I believe God to be," and for you to reject or then reject it. You can't just be making your own shit up and like stuff like that.
I'm okay with
That's
anyone having a god in their mind. You know, I'm okay with anyone saying something is God, whether that be real or not, or physical, or just in their belief.
Yeah, but you're
Um,
concerned about semantic content, and where we're referring to epistemic content. There's a difference between that. So semantic content or semantic meaning or something like that is just the nature of how we move words around to convey meaning in sentences. That's semantics. Epistemics, though, is more important to the question of why did we define it this way? Like when we deal with a beaver, why do we define a beaver with a flat tail? That's not semantics. That's epistemics. So when I say a beaver has a flat tail, you don't understand that merely because it's logically coherent and true. You understand that because that's your experience, and that's what's informing the statement as being true, which is that the flat tail corresponds with the state of affair of the beaver having the flat tail as described.
Yeah, for sure.
But most people reverse that operation and think that their description precedes the event. In epistemics and ontology, the event precedes the description.
Yeah. Well, and that's kind of why I put the semantics on my definition, not the other.
Well, but then you're not addressing the problem, like Trans says. You're addressing the semantics. We're addressing the epistemics. Why do you have an epistemic definition? That's what we're asking you. We were asking, why do you have an epistemic definition? And you're saying, I have a semantic definition. That's what you're.
Right. Like why do I? Yeah. Well. Once, like to clarify more on the me even using the term atheism is like a convenience thing. Like it's not that it fully clarifies my stance, but I think it's just the closest to it. Like
it would be impossible. That's atheism is a lack of theism. That doesn't define you. That defines them. That's why Trans said it's contingent. You're waiting for them to define your position.
Right, I might be using atheism completely wrong. I thought it was just the understanding of.
Well, I'm an Igtheist, so I think all atheists use atheism wrong. I think atheism is an invalid position. It doesn't make any sense.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Well, my position is just I do not believe in any god that is like written of, basically, or like anyone that is broadly believed in like religion. I think that's the simplest way I could define my stance.
Right, but you understand the distinction we're trying to make is one about imagination versus reality, and how do we differentiate imagination versus reality? I would say that your statement is imaginary if you don't have an epistemic bridge. And that would indicate to me that we're talking about imagination. When I ask for an epistemic bridge and you say you don't have one, I know definitively you're referring to your imagination. If you say you have an epistemic bridge, then I know definitively you're talking about external reality and there is ontology and reference. That's the distinction Igtheists are making. The ontology for Igtheism is human communication. The ontology for theists and atheists is God's ontology, God's nature. I'm referring to human nature and human language and how we convey meaning in discourse. I'm saying theists and atheists are violating the rules of linguistics here. It's not that God doesn't exist. It's that what is God? That's the violation of the linguistics, is that atheists and theists are concluding knowledge about God before they've made an observation. And that's the mistake. It's an indeterminate position because they're talking about the ontology without access to the ontology. Are they right or wrong?
Yeah.
I don't know, but I currently know all of their statements are non sequiturs. When someone says God's blue, that's a non sequitur. When someone says God's not blue, that's also a non sequitur. So that's a
Yeah,
contradiction.
no,
If a
I think I agree
proposition
with your
is a
stance.
contradiction, then you just got to throw it out, go back to the drawing board, or find another philosophy that addresses the problem you're trying to address. That's
Yeah.
Igtheism. Igtheism is addressing the problem of the discourse in human culture. That we're at each other's necks over this proposition because we've confused ontology with imagination. We've defined the prior. We've abstracted the prior, right? We've just merely defined the prior into existence. From the atheist and the theist, that allows you intellectually to ignore the ontology because you think you've accessed it already. And your access point to God's ontology is the mind of the theist you're referring to. That's what I'm saying. You're stuck in a vicious loop there that you're referring to their imagination, but they're referring to ontology. So it's a category error. Even though you and I would agree that the majority of theists are referring to an imagination, we don't get to say it's imagination because they're saying it's not imagination. So we got to play by the rules of not imagination. If they say it's not imagination and then we play by the rules of imagination, they win. They win. You've let them slide right past the ontology. They didn't establish it, and you've started asking questions about their epistemology, but there's no way for you to fact check it because you didn't make sure they provided the ontology first. They just gave you a description. You plugged that description as their prior, and now they're making inferences from that prior. But you let them have that prior. You could have denied them that prior, and they would have had to have established the ontological nature of God such that you could make definitive statements about it. Atheism's just dead on arrival, bro.
Right. Yeah. I mean, because like I'm pretty much in agreement that most of these sort of things are like linguistic concessions, basically, or compromises that people have
But
to
that's
make.
easy for you to do as an atheist. Try the other side. What about gods that exist? You can't do that function. You have to. You are denying existence. You see what I'm saying? God's existence or ontology is incompatible with your philosophy. So you have to push back on that, and that's what Trans was getting at with you. Is why do you have a definition? What is an atheist walking around with a definition of God for? You should just be relying on the others that they use their definition. Use that one. You put yourself in a position of epistemic expertise when you start saying what God is and isn't, right? If you say, I'll let these gods pass the bar so that I could disagree with them, but I'm not letting these gods pass the bar.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? It's like, why aren't you letting those ones pass the bar? And the reason that the atheist isn't letting those pass the bar is because those ones have ontology. Those ones are real.
Yeah.
It's just you don't have epistemic justification for why they're gods. You've established their ontology, but you're asking the theist, why are they epistemically referencing it that way? And the reason that this is happening is because they're actually appealing to real things. The sun, the moon, the earth, they're actually appealing to these things. So they've granted the ontological status of their God. Their God is real, but epistemically you're like, this leaves me wanting. What are you conveying by saying the sun is God? What are you conveying to me in this message other than what I can perceive as I understand it, a ball of plasma? They're trying to convey a descriptive definition to you about it. And sometimes they'll say God is the sun, and you say, okay, well, what makes that a God? And it'll say, because if we don't sacrifice virgins, it won't reappear. That's an epistemic invalidity. That you're just saying epistemically that's not true. But if they then go on to describe like a different person, if they say the God is the sun, and you say, well, what is the God-bearing attribute the sun has? And they say it's a giant ball of plasma capable of fusion. Now what? Now they've just given you a thing that exists and an accurate definition of it, and they're calling it God. Now what does the atheist do?
No, I think I agree.
Yeah, it's they just
because like my stance, probably actually doesn't line up with probably what atheism actually means. Where it's more like I am totally fine with people referring, because I see God as more of just an artistic term, to be honest. So when people call the sun god or the earth god, that makes like perfect sense to me, and I like basically agree with them. Whereas, if it's just a book about these basically fiction in my eyes, I'm fine with them seeing even that depiction as God, but for the sake of convenience, I would have like the argument of in language, where I'd say I'm against the notion that fiction ends up being God. So I guess I'd be more like an anti-fictionalist or something. I don't know what the fuck you'd call that, but
Well, you should
it's probably more
always
accurate.
disavow God, dude, at all costs.
Yeah, yeah,
Never
yeah.
define God. Never do it. Just never do it for him.
Yeah, well, I mean that's the argument I usually try to jump to because like you said before, it's kind of a non sequitur most arguments about God, where it's like
well, any argument absent ontology is it's not just about God. This is about any object X. If you lack access to X, any statement you're making about it's going to be a non sequitur. It doesn't matter if it's a God or a dog, right? If I can't observe a dog, the statement that dog is brown is a non sequitur, because the sequitur, what follows, like what follows is the statement itself, is what's following, right? The statement is what follows,
sure.
right? The object is what precedes. The statement merely reflects what was observed. So absent that observation, there's no reflection. So there's no truth value in a statement about ontology absent the experience of ontology. That's what's making it a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow from the proposition not a dog that the dog is barking. That's a non sequitur. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about, right? It doesn't matter that there's semantic content there, right? The semantic content doesn't do the work of epistemics. Epistemic content, epistemic bridges, right? The experience is what's validating the notion that the dog is barking. So if there is a dog barking, that is going to validate the later statement, the dog is barking. But what people have tricked themselves into is just accepting the definition semantically. The dog is barking, saying, I understand semantically the notion of dog is barking. I don't hear a dog is barking, and that's the mistake they've made. They've turned an imagination proposition about an imaginary dog barking, and then they pulled reality for confirmation. Well, it was imagination. No one was describing a real dog. That's semantic content right there, that we've just amalgamated a system of words in our brain and made meaning in our heads. But when we look at an individual word and we say dog, where did the meaning of dog come from? Did that come from our lexicon? Can we click on dog and expand more words? No. When you click on dog in your brain, a picture or a video pulls up of a dog, of a thing that you observed being a dog, and that's the meaning of dog. Is the video of dog in your brain. That's the essence of dog, is the way your being interacted with its being. And so the description, the meaning of a dog in this form is the actual dog itself. And the way you get to that meaning, the way you construct or build that meaning, is the epistemic bridge. So no bridge, no ontology, nothing for you to consider. It's their imagination. But this is a case-by-case basis. It depends on how I'm defining God. If it's the moon, it has ontology. If it's the moon that loves you, that does not have ontology, the love part. The moon part has ontology, but the love part is a concept put on the ontology. Our brains are fascinating machines, and they fuck up all the time like this.
Yeah. Well, that's why, like, I apply these things to often being fictitious, and it's like a desire to live in fiction.
But often doesn't do you the work you needed to do. Atheism is not often. It's all the time God is absent. All the time God does not exist.
Yeah. Once again, atheism might not be the best like way to characterize myself. It might be more so that I'm just like, I love to make distinctions between reality and fiction. Is probably the truth of it. But I'm very charitable to people that live fictitious lives. And I also engage with them in ways that I think is like very silly and just impractical. But like I think they gain something from living that like fiction. But in my own life, to practice it, I would say absolutely not. And I can't abide by it being taken seriously in like politics or fucking any other serious.
But the problem is if you don't take them seriously, the problem is that they take themselves seriously. You see?
Yeah, well, not seriously as in like we need to like not let it be used as like evidence for why we should do a law or something, that kind of thing.
But concerning yourself with human behavior, they're fucking your life up. Their beliefs are fucking your
Yeah,
life up and everybody
yeah,
else.
no, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, like it's we need to not allow it. Basically, like yeah, I want to be charitable to it that people can express it, but like absolutely, it cannot be like allowed in these like very very serious facets of life, like politics and all that.
All right, I want to try something with my live stream here. This shit should be working. Let me click some buttons.
On Discord or like Twitch or something.
On YouTube. Where'd my thing
sweet.
go? All right, let me try to see. Oh yeah, this should work. All right, let me transition. When the blackness appears, the magic shall occur.
Meow.
Okay, where's it at? Let's go. Wish I could lower the delay to like 15 seconds or some shit. 30-second delay is crazy. All right, here we go. Check this out. Bam. Oh well, it's gonna take 30 seconds to show up. Fuck. I've been wanting to do this for a while because I comment a lot in my YouTube side chat, but then people who watch the video later can't see the side chat and like what I'm commenting on. So I had to set up some shit, and it was a pain in the ass, and I finally got it done. So it's dope. Bam.
Yeah,
there
you
it
just
is.
record like stream Discord chats that you do.
Yeah, I just stream this.
Ah.
All right, so Pat's
Beautiful.
saying if defining God as a physical object is dismissed as trivial relabeling, and defining God as an unobservable transcendent concept is dismissed as non-cognitive jargon, is there any hypothetical oh shit, fuck, I fucked up the 30-second thing. Yeah, I need to be able to do this like faster. Okay, so one message at a time makes sense because then I have all the time to talk after, but then the 30-second delay is kind of a bitch. Oh shit, hold on. Gotta switch back. All right. Of God that could ever pass your filter, or have you structurally engineered a system where it is impossible for any answer to succeed? No, well, as you see when I debate people, basically every definition I let pass because I'm not concerned yet about the definition. I'm concerned primarily about epistemic access, but in order to get there, I need the claim, right? I need the claim so that I could show them there's no ontology. So the idea isn't that you can't offer me a definition, and you're asking what would pass the bar or whatever for God, and that's literally anything. What passes the bar for any object, anything, right? Like we just define things as we need to define them. We're prepared to define things differently, even if they look similar. Like we're capable of doing that. So I don't really have like a thing that passes the filter. I only need to be able to differentiate imagination from reality. And the reason I need that is because they're talking about reality. So I need the statement structured in the form of reality. Because if they're not in that form, then I can't evaluate. So you could tell me God is a purple amorphous blob with tentacles and it weighs 3 ounces. Now, it sounds weird as shit and it's hard to imagine or whatever, but I'm not going to care if that's what I'm observing, right? And especially if like it's got some weird quantum fuzz around it that just makes it look weird, I would expect that to be in the definition. It'd be like, yeah, it's a large amorphous blob of black in color, large tentacles, and it's got a weird quantum fuzz around it that we can't really describe. And then anybody sees it, it'd be like, oh, I see why they described it like that because it's some weird quantum fuzz, right? And we just leave those kind of definitions pending or whatever. So the idea isn't that I'm too stringent on the definition itself or whatever. It's that I think we need to do more work when defining things, and that's the problem, is that theists and atheists aren't doing any of the fucking work required to define the thing, and yet they're talking about it anyway. And that's just because there's an imbalance. And this is what I've been thinking about in my brain, is that why is there this asymmetry? Why do religions crop up all the time when all you got to do is simply refute them? There's an asymmetry in the nature of the assertions, right? There's a misnomer of understanding and then an asymmetry here. So take two propositions that each person's holding. You got person A and person B, and they're holding two positions in their head. One, a belief. So they're either affirming or denying something, and they're either observing or not observing something. So you can have two situations. You can have a person who believes in something and it's not observing. They can believe and they are observing. They can not believe and they're observing, and they can not believe and they're not observing. So there's all kinds of different combinations. We'd figure out like what are the issues here. But in the event that we're dealing with, you have a person who both believes and doesn't observe, and then you have another person that does not believe and does not observe. So what we say is in common discourse, it's like we have tricked ourselves in our minds to say that if you believe, if you're the believer, you have epistemic access. If you are the non-believer, you do not have epistemic access. And so when we look at a person like an atheist, and an atheist is saying, well, God is heavy. Well, we would look at that statement and we would say, well, you can't describe God as heavy because you lack both belief and observation. So your statement would be incoherent. But when we look at the theist, they have belief, but they lack observation. And so they'll say God is an orange and it weighs a pound. And we'll say, well, why are you saying that? And they'll say, I don't have epistemic access. I can't prove that God is an orange. And that sort of flies under the radar for people as coherent, right? If they look at this as coherent, we expect that the person would be able to define this thing in some way so that we could talk about it, right? Because they're believers and we're non-believers. And so we think they're the ones who have the quote unquote right to define it because they're the ones who believe. And we don't have the right to define it because we're the ones who don't believe. But that's the trick right there. That's not the fucking metric. The metric isn't who believes and then determining the nature of the thing. It's not about whether you believe it or not. It's about whether you observe it or not. And that's the reason that an atheist cannot define an orange, a God, or whatever the fuck I was saying, because they're not observing anything. It's not because they lack belief. It's because they're not observing anything. The moment they observe it, they will formulate belief and describe it. But because they lack observation, the lack of belief is irrelevant. The lack of observation is relevant. And that is the barrier for their definition, their belief, right? Their definition here is what I'm talking about. We're talking about the coherence of the language. Is it meaningful for an atheist to assert God is an orange? And I've always said, no, it's not. It's incoherent for an atheist to say that. Is it coherent for an atheist to say God is not an orange? Sure, in some weird way, since they're already lacking belief, it's consistent that they don't believe it's a thing because that's consistent with their lack of observation is not a thing. But the asymmetry here is when we look at the theists. When we look at the theists, we see that they have belief and lack observation, but because they are the ones who believe, we think they have the right to say things like it's an orange and it weighs so many pounds. And it's because they believe. And we ask them, why do you believe it? And they say it's faith. So we've offered them the acceptance of their definition on the notion they believe, not on the notion they observe. If you evaluate the notion they observe, you should reach the same conclusion as the atheist. You should be saying, I lack observation, thus I lack description. I lack the ability to describe, but we've been tricked. The misnomer here is that there is some level of justification for a theist to make this blind assertion, and we can readily and apparently see that there's no justification for the atheist making this assertion, and we have been tricked into thinking it's the belief factor. The belief factor is irrelevant. The only factor that's relevant in this part of the discussion is the observation factor. Now, since both parties lack observation, both parties should have the same answer, but we have an asymmetry. We have one party respecting the rule, that's the atheist. They lack observation, so they lack description technically. You have another person violating the rule of they lack observation, such that they should lack description. But they don't lack description because they've given up on the observation part and transitioned to the belief part to force that vector, to force you to look at what the definition. They have tried to define it. So the asymmetry, and I've always said it, look, I can imagine too. I can give you imaginary gods and force you to address them. But I'm honest and I don't do that. And that's the nature of the asymmetry, is that if you are honest, When you don't observe a thing, you say to yourself, regardless of my belief, I cannot describe it. You don't say, I can't describe it, but since I believe, here's my definition. That's the asymmetry. It's like blindingly fucking obvious when you look at it that you've been duped to pay more attention to weight belief over observation, when the entire discussion of God's existence is focused on the latter. It is not focused on belief. Nobody gives a shit what they believe. We don't care what we believe. I don't believe there is a tiger outside my house right now. If I was to walk out there and see a tiger, my belief in the absence of the tiger is going to be superseded by my observation of it. So observation comes first, but you don't have conversation in lack of observation. The theists aren't playing by the rules, and they're child abusing people. Those child abused people become atheists, and atheists want to respond to the theists, but the theists fucked up because they're talking about a thing that's not in evidence. The atheists merely need to reference that. Your thing is not in evidence, and you abused me for no reason. But no, they say it's not real. What's not real? A thing that needs to be defined first before you can declare whether you accept it or not, because atheists or theists are all over the fucking board about what they mean by God, that there's no proper description of God, that God is literally anything you want it to be, and if I pick something that's real, you're fucked. You got to pretend, you got to adopt a whole new philosophy, a whole new metric, right? We're talking about one God, and you use two different metrics. It just depends on whether or not I describe that one God as real or not. Your atheism shouldn't need to flop back and forth like that. It's an indicator that you're not certain of your position, that you abandon your position with the pushback of the question about what about gods that have clear ontology? What do you do there? The atheist just denies it. The atheist just says that that's not a God. That's not a God. And then you know what the atheist does? They invented their own God. The God of classical theism is an atheist God, because there is no God of classical theism beyond the one the atheists are referring to. The God of classical theism, that doesn't exist. There's not a single God in our culture that has those omnimax traits. Not one. There's seriously, you fucking, I've been thinking about it for days and days and days. What is an example of a God that actually meets the muster of the God of classical theism? There isn't one. So atheists have invented the God of classical theism so that they can maintain their atheism. Yep, the God grunt has been grunted so many times, accompanied by so much violence that humans take the grunt seriously. That's exactly the case. That is one way to conceptualize that. They take the grunt seriously because, you know, they do harm. We're not taking the God seriously. We're taking the people's behavior seriously because they're psychos. But yeah, I mean, this problem has been going on so long that so many nerds have like, wait, dude, I was just watching Async Network last night, and Eric, who's, I guess a big time debater in the atheist community or whatever, he was up there last night, and this motherfucker just so flippantly said to the audience that, yeah, absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. He just says it like it's just been demonstrated that that's the case. It's never fucking, for one, been demonstrated that that's true. That's a logical axiom, a standard that you employ. If you don't employ that standard, yeah, your shit might get fucked up, but this is not observational. This is not QED. This is just you reaching the conclusion that you can't come up with an idea how there could be an absence of evidence and there still be a thing, right? So it's a logical thing. You're looking at a system and you're making this assertion. And I'm saying you fucked up, right? Because you let them dupe you into the word there means anywhere. When they're saying there is a God, you need the location. Where is the necessary question to there? If they're using the word there, then of the who, what, when, where, why, and how, where is the most applicable? You don't get to say there if you don't have a where. If you don't have a where to your there, take that there and shove it up your ass right there. That's where you put a whereless there. It's up your ass. That's the repository location for all theirs that lack wheres. Okay, so when you got a where, poop it back out and let us know, right? That's the point, is that if you can't demonstrate the thing, then the thing is not there. And I need a location in order for that to be meaningful. So they've just packaged the statement absence of evidence. Okay, where? Absence of what? Where? Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence is exactly the type of shit I expect to find when there's not a thing there. If there's not a thing there, then there's absence of evidence for it being there. Take this fucking room, for example. There's absence of evidence for an elephant, a big-ass African elephant, in my room. Full-grown African elephant in musk with 13-foot tusks. Okay, that's the one I'm describing here. There is an absence of evidence of one of those things in my room. Where? In my room. Therefore, there is no elephant in my room. There is no other metric to determine there's not an elephant in my room other than the standard of an absence of evidence is not evidence, or it is evidence of absence. An absence of evidence is evidence of absence. But because of the where-there distinction here and it not being present, yeah, if I say there is no elephant, technically they're going to interpret that as anywhere in the fucking known universe outside of my observability. Shut the fuck up. No one ever means it that way in these kinds of conversations. I don't get to fucking say there's a cosmic dick up your ass somewhere outside where you're not perceiving it, right? Because you're going to be like, well, there's no dick in my ass. I'm going to be like, yeah, that's a location, asshole. That's how you were able to rule it out. If I said cosmic dick in asshole, can you prove that? No. If I say your asshole, can you? Yeah. Right? That's the distinction. So they dupe you into thinking that this logical axiom of absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. It's fucking true. No, it's not fucking true. It's the only way to prove things don't exist, but you need to modify it a little bit. You need to make sure that you're providing location and description, coherent understanding, epistemic coherent understanding, because you're talking about reality. So if I don't know where, who, what, when, where, why, and how, then your statement is fucking meaningless. That's what we would say. Your statement's fucking meaningless. We wouldn't say that, hey, if there's no elephant here, there could still be an elephant here. That's fucking idiotic, right? If you don't see an elephant, there's no fucking elephant. If you could see an elephant, there's a fucking elephant. This is not hard. But they trick you. They trick you because they knew, like the nerds knew, that you could just easily point at a location and say, hey, there's not a God. And then he would say, well, yeah, it's somewhere else. Okay, well, what about here? Yeah, it's somewhere else. Well, where, asshole? Until you provide where, your statement can go fuck itself. Because if your statement is true, where is necessary? Where is a necessary entailment of your statement being true? So you demonstrating you lack access to where is demonstrating that your statement is false, right? So you need a where. You need a there. You need these things in logical discourse about the nature of reality, but they have gaslit society so much that even smart people like Eric will gaslight his own audience into believing that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. Well, Eric, do you have a dick in your ass? If you do not have a dick in your ass, how would you prove you do not have a dick in the ass other than the absence of the evidence of a dick in your fucking ass, asshole? Can't use it. You can't show me a picture of your asshole not having a dick in it to prove you do not have a dick in your ass. You're a fucking idiot. If you actually believe that, Eric, you're a fucking idiot. But I don't think you actually believe that shit. I think you understand the distinction, but then you have to ask yourself, why did you so flippantly gaslight Async Network's fucking audience last night? Why did you do that? Why didn't you give the caveat? Why didn't you say, well, assuming you can understand the thing and, you have location, blah, 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 you can do it, right? But if you're a lazy cocksucking sack of fucking shit that doesn't know how to construct a sentence, yeah, it's going to be problematic. Should have said that. You shouldn't have just gaslit everybody into believing that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. I lacked observation of fucking intelligence in your statement. So there's an absence of intelligence in your fucking statement. But yeah, that's the problem, is that we just go around and fucking gaslight people on these stupid fucking platitudes that don't actually mean shit and have no epistemic value at all in logical discourse. It's just mentally deluded morons spewing back and forth in baby babble. And then adults have to come along and unpack this fucking bullshit, and you see that's all it is. It's just a couple of morons going back and forth over ontology they have yet to establish. Oh, but I have semantic content. I have semantic meaning. Shut the fuck up. Nobody gives a shit about your fucking semantic meaning. We're not talking about that. We're talking about what things are, how things are, who things are, what things are, when things are. That's what we're talking about when we're talking about ontology. We're not talking about what makes the monkey feel good. Fucking got deluded, you fucking clowns. You got fucking duped. You got a contingent philosophy atheist that require theists to give you permission to fucking think. And those fucking people are disconnected, scattered morons that aren't even talking about the same goddamn thing. You know, when I say some shit and then someone's like, well, prove it. And I'm like, well, I personally can't. You know who I'm fucking citing? I ain't citing a gaggle of fucking morons in those statements. I'm not appealing to a bunch of disconnected morons who don't even have an observation and you're just making shit up. I'm not citing people. I'm citing fucking nerds here. So when I tell you 2 + 2 = 4 and you're like, all right, prove it. And I'm like, oh, I'm too dumb to actually do that. I'm not going to fall back on a bunch of fucking morons. I'm not going to cite a bunch of idiots that can't do math. Right? I'm going to cite a fucking nerd that can do math like Mogi. He can fucking show you how to do some goddamn math. And so I'm going to cite that person. Right? That's why I'm saying some shit. And then the reason that I can't fucking prove it is because it's a big brain nerd idea, but you go to this big brain fucking nerd and you can learn from him, and then maybe you'll be at where I'm at and you just be like flabbergasted at the nerd shit. There's a fucking difference here. Me citing professional nerds and you citing a gaggle of fucking retards is not the same thing. Especially when the moment the nerds come and be like, oh yeah, we were wrong, boom, I'm going to be telling people, yeah, these fucking nerds were wrong about this shit. Now they're saying this. Whereas the gaggle of fucking morons, they don't update. They don't ever update. They don't ever fucking update. Ever update. They don't ever update. There's no update. When they're wrong, they're always wrong. They stay fucking wrong because they don't update. That's why the nerds aren't going around talking about spontaneous generation anymore because they fucking updated. This is exactly why theists are running around talking about magic bullshit because they've never fucking updated. The nerds had to update because they were believing in magical bullshit. And they were like, oh, fuck, we're believing in magical bullshit. Let's update. And so they updated. That's why when you read the nerd tomes, it don't sound stupid like fucking talking animals and shit like that other than, you know. All right, Q, let's go. Prove it. Q.
Hey, what's up?
Q.
Yeah, what's up?
Q. Bugs Bunny, motherfucker. This is a VC. This ain't a text chat. All right, well, watch my live on YouTube and go away. This ain't room for you to hang out and just do whatever you want in. You're breaking my room rules.
You talking to me?
Oh, okay, well, I'll just fucking ban your ass. Fucking idiot. Give a shit what you do. Just don't do it in my room if it's not with me, fucker. All right, Kiu. K-I-U-U, did I say that right? Kiu?
You, yeah. That's my name.
Can you prove the God thing?
A specific god or just a generic creator god?
The one you believe in?
Well, I believe that the universe is God.
So you have a simple tautology?
Yeah.
And what are you trying to convey other than incoherence when you're calling the universe God? Because you understand that the ambiguity level of God is off the fucking charts?
Yeah, that's what I asked. What kind of god were we talking about?
Yours, and you defined it in the most ambiguous way. Why would you do that?
Yeah, I create a god. In this case, the universe.
Okay, that's not the universe. The universe does not display itself as created. The universe displays itself as not created.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. The universe is the creator.
No, you don't get it. The universe displays itself as not created.
Okay, I understand now.
Yeah, you look at it and it ain't created. You try to fuck with it, it's still not created. You can't even destroy it, right?
Well, that's not I don't think that's a metric for if something is a god or not.
Dude, I'm only talking about creator right now. You're talking about creator, and I'm saying creation is an impossibility in this universe.
All right, let me ask you this though. Do you think that the universe can create material things?
No, creation is incoherent. That's what I just said. Creation is a level 9 wizard spell that you say your god can cast.
Oh, okay. So you have an objection with the concept?
Yeah, have you heard of a dead nerd named Isaac Newton?
Sure.
You remember how he said energy can't be created nor destroyed?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a dead nerd named Einstein, Albert Einstein?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever hear that he said that everything is energy?
Yeah.
So you got one nerd saying everything is energy, and you got another nerd saying energy cannot be created nor destroyed. What about those two nerds leaves any room for creation?
Are we aware of all the existing physics that is possible?
We know enough. We know enough. We know enough here.
You can make that claim.
We know enough. Look,
Yeah, I don't think you can make that
let's
claim.
just say you killed someone, okay? You killed
Okay.
someone, and the only evidence you left behind was DNA. Do we have enough evidence? Do we need a video? No, we don't need a video. We only need the fact that we found the DNA. That's enough. We don't need
It
all
depends.
the evidence, and you're making an argument from not having all of the
My
evidence.
DNA could be
Nope.
circumstantial.
Nope.
there.
Nope. We're not going to go with that. We're not playing games. We're referring to a scenario where we found blood on a murder weapon at the scene. That is enough evidence to fucking convict your ass. If you don't believe so, go talk to prisoners. Because many prisoners, practically all of the fucking prisoners, were convicted on DNA evidence after like the 1990s. So you just don't know what you're talking about. You're just being a fucking debate bro, pedantic asshole, trying to slide around a conversation where there's no room to slide. This is binary.
I think you're relying on human-made concepts like laws to justify a metaphysics.
I have no idea what the fuck that's supposed to mean. This is binary, bro.
Is this like, am I supposed to converse with you and we reach like a synthesis?
Yeah, but not
or-
incoherently. I'm trying to help you, and if you're going to get to a barrier and an impasse and you're not able to logic your past way through it, yeah, we'll just have to end the conversation, I guess, because we're just going to get frustrated because one of us is just going to keep going round and round in circles, repeating themselves over and over because they lack the mental fortitude to think of new ideas and adopt them. One of us is like that. We'll
Certainly
have to
don't
figure
wanna
out which
go
one of
that-
us is like that.
I certainly don't want to go that route, obviously.
Yeah, we wouldn't want to go that route. We want to be right? No matter what true is, we want true.
Yeah, sure. of
Right.
course.
And we need a proper way to evaluate truth. We don't just pull truth out of our assholes, right?
Yeah.
Right. So that's what we're discussing here.
Okay. Well,
Right. So instead of getting butthurt at what I'm saying and how I'm saying it, just deal with the logic, bro, or go somewhere because you just derail the conversation with that. We don't care to talk about this. We're both big boys, right? We can handle it.
sure, of course. I mean, I'm by no means I'm trying to be hostile or trying to
I am.
intimidate
I am
or-
trying to be hostile. It's a hostile topic, and I'm a hostile person. So I'm just being me, dude. And if that bothers you and you're going to constantly get triggered
It
because
doesn't.
you're nice or something and I'm not, it's just going to be a barrier, dude. Just go away, right? I'm not going to change. It's just who I am.
I'm not. That would be too arrogant of me to demand you change, obviously.
Right. So how do we get to the place you want to go, though?
Well, I mean, we can think of. Right. What do we have? Currently,
So far, we have nothing. Imagine
Well, I
what
mean-
I call the table of the ontology, right? That we're sitting in a room. There's two doors. One door you came in, and there's another door that you go into the room of the epistemology, right? Inside the epistemology room is they're talking about all the things that were brought into the ontology room and put on the table for consideration. We all sat around the table of the ontology, and we said, we see that you have placed something on the table. You can take that into the room of the epistemology. But only after we have certified that you brought something to the table. You have to bring it to the table, set it down. Once you've demonstrated you've set it down, then you're allowed epistemology. Then you're allowed to do that. You just want to skip right to ontology or epistemology. Where's the ontology? You're talking about a thing that is real. You're describing
Yeah.
reality as God. You are describing reality in an inconsistent way that we have discovered reality is. Nomologically, it is impossible for your God to exist. You need a bridge. How are you getting there? Can you create one thing, one quark, one gluon and two quarks, one anything? Can you do that feat so that you could plug that in and then assert that all things were created? No, you can't. It's a rhetorical question. You know you can't. You know you lack epistemic foundation to make that claim. You know
But in
it's
order
just
for us to-
butthurt for you to say that's all it is. It's a coping mechanism, and you're offering it to me, but I don't need the coping mechanism, so it just falls at my feet. It's not something I want. I don't need a platitude of reality like giving a shit about stuff, bro. You're doing that. You're just looking at an inert reality, inert in the sense of intentions, right? And you're like, it loves me, right? It cares about me or something. That it made it, dude, you are it, right? You are one and the same as the energy that is reality. You've always been here along with it. You didn't come into being. You're not going to leave being. Everything is a transient function. These are better systems and better assertions than the dog shit one you're making that requires fucking magic and creation, right? It's creation. You don't have creation. Nothing is created, Yet you believe everything was created. It's crazy, dude.
Maybe I chose the word. I didn't know that the word would cause so much controversy. I can use a. I can.
There's no
try.
word you can use for that because that's not a function of reality. Reality cannot be there and then be there. That's not a thing that can happen.
Right, sure. Like everything in the universe is content. If we don't talk about ontology, when you talk about the
No, I want to
ontology
talk
of-
about ontology. That's my philosophy is a philosophy of ontology and epistemology.
Sure, yeah, of course. We can talk about the ontology of the universe, right? Which I perceive as the ultimate thing.
No, but you're
bedrock
using
of
ambiguous language.
reality.
You're saying, "Hey, I believe that's a chair," and I say I can sit on it, and you're like, "No, it's more than a chair." And it's like, I thought it was a chair. It's like, yeah, it's a chair. I'm using the word chair, but I don't mean it like chair. That's how you're using the word in this conversation. You don't mean the words that you're using. You're not just saying reality is awesome. You don't mean reality. If you just meant reality is awesome, I'd agree with you. But agreeing with you means that there's a magic dude, and it has telos and all this other baggage that you may be putting on it.
I see. That's a fair critique. Okay, I was.
Hold on, I got a phone
you.
call.
Sure. Talk to you later, guys.
Shit. Fuck, I gotta go. My mom is currently a gimp, so she needs like a lot of help. She had hand surgery, so her hands all fucking wrapped up and shit. I had to go over her house last night to cut up a fucking nectarine. I'll be back. Wow. Like wow. I just, dude, fuck outside, dude. Like, fuck out there. Just like fuck that place. It just sucks, dude. Nature just sucks, dude. That's why nerds exist. Because fuck nature. Do what we want. Holy shit, outside sucks balls. It's the worst. You guys been out there like today? Holy shit. Fucking sweltering. It ain't even fucking noon and it's 97 degrees. Come on. Stop. And it's still got like 8 more degrees to go. Well, I mean, you could demonstrate anything's existence without words if the thing exists and you have access to it. Just point at it or indicate it in some way. So it is fun. It's also fun to do that with atheists, though, too, because they're referencing God's ontology as well. But yeah, that's all it is. We grunt at each other and monkey, and we've just been doing it so long that it just makes sense to us. The language, the logic structure of language. But there's a lot going on linguistically. There's an evolution of linguistics itself. If you look into the evolution of language, it's more like ideas are emotions, but not really. They're very complicating. They're sort of the same thing as an emotion, but they're a much more complicating thing that calling ideas emotions isn't really true. But emotions acted as like the bedrock of linguistics. So linguistics serves to form ideas in our brain. So there's like a logical path in evolution of this. Millions of years ago we wouldn't be logicking, but we would be, conceiving. We wouldn't really be able to conceive much, right? Because our brains weren't just chock full of memes and shit yet. We wouldn't have writing and all that. We would have a very primitive way to communicate emotionally. Sounds associated with emotional dispositions. Because we all basically feel the same thing when we feel it. Happiness feels like happiness. Sadness, anger, things like that. And then because of that shared sense in our brain insofar as feeling, we just co-opted sounds to reference it so that we could probably use it in coordination, communication for hunts, success, things like that. What's up? Can you prove it?
Prove it.
Yeah, can you prove the existence of the God thing, or did you come in here to fuck with me?
Prove it.
But then you get, more. It's basically like using it for an unintended task, but it seems to work. It's like a pragmatic. It works. So you just keep stress testing it, and the brain just evolved over time to continue, the demand. I always wonder if there was actually a selective pressure, or if it's just part of the ongoing change and stuff like that, like the actual process of getting smarter. It almost feels like once you're kind of a smart animal, it's all the same thing from there on out. You're not really picking up new tasks. You know, when it comes to cognization, conceptualization, it's like almost if you want more a more enriched cognition, you just need new senses. You need more senses to add to the cacophony of information that your brain's trying to logic. So, but I mean, what is another sense? It seems like we got them all covered. So, like, I don't know, maybe there is an extra sense out there, but we just don't use it. I don't know. Maybe aliens could detect like quantum waves or some shit, gravity waves. I don't know. Oh, what's up, Pat? You made it.
Hello, man. I'm here to ask you one question that I just can't put it into text. I just can't. I don't know. Is it okay if, for you to just stay here on voice, or should I
Yeah.
leave after I? Okay.
Well, look, if you're gonna stay, you gotta participate.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get it.
But
Okay,
once you
so-
get like established and we know you and we know that you will participate when asked, then you're not really going to be demanded to do it. We want to know that you're involved, you know?
Yeah, I get it. Okay. So my question is basically, at which point do you get to say to another person that the thing that they point to isn't God, even though that they can show you something that you can observe, like a new element, for example. They can show it, they just label it God, but did they set up the standard for what a God is and isn't?
Well, yeah, you would do that. That's what you would have to do first. And then that's when you would be able to tell someone else what a thing is or isn't, is when you know what it is.
So if I was to be the guy that finds this element, can I go to anyone that's also saying like the sun is God, that their God isn't a God because my God is it's God?
Yeah, I see what you're trying to say. See, I often get accused of changing the definition, and I remind them it's not mine. I'm not changing it. Someone else did it. And the point of that is to say that you can't conflate them. You can't say they're all the same thing. They're different things, right? Like say I cloned you, right? Let's say I cloned you, and it was an exact down to the quark. 1 femtosecond after your clone's existence, it's a different thing than you because quarks fluctuate in quark bags. So literally 1 femtosecond after you come into being, you're not the same thing. You've completely changed systems. You look identical. You'll look by all observation identical, but your quantum system, your underlying quantum system is different.
Okay.
So there are no two things that are the same thing, even if they're identical in form, substance, shape. Like 2 circles are not the same circle, right? They're 2 circles.
Yeah.
So, you know, you defining this circle as having no sides, and then you walk up to another person and their circle has no sides. Those are 2 entirely different circles. So even though they're identical in all other regards, they're still 2 different ones. They occupy 2 different spatio-temporal locations.
But then I gotta ask this because I don't know if it's a dumb question or not. Then how do we know what a person means by a table? Of course, we did hear people use a table as this object that you put things on. But if someone else were to say that the table is I don't know, a glass or something, we're gonna say that they're wrong.
Yeah, because our prior knowledge of what glasses do, they hold fluid, right? Now, what you're hinting at is the natural ambiguity of language. Like, what can a table be used for? Only its prescribed purposes? No, of course, it could be used for anything or nothing. You could just throw it out in the yard and not even do anything with it. It's not even being used, right? It's just a lawn decoration, right? So there's a natural ambiguity to things, but we're talking function right there. We're not talking substance. And when we're talking about the nature of reality, we're talking substance. We'll figure out what function is because function follows form. So once we have established form or being, then we can determine function. And it may and often is the case that objects we label as things of specific tasks have alternate tasks. They can be co-opted to be performing other things. And so when we say a table is a table, we're giving the intentionality of a table, but we're giving the extensionality of an object of many uses.
Okay. So, just like you said before, we know how the table was used in the past, but what about this word God? If the word God was only used in the past to refer to this,
That would be the etymological or genetic fallacy. So this is why I always caution people. When you're done with the conversation with theists, say you've spoken to every theist and atheist on the planet, and you're done with that conversation and you realize that the problem is just dumb. There's really no conclusion. You don't take all that information and then conclude there's no evidence for God. There's evidence for bad monkey behavior. That's all you've demonstrated. You've demonstrated that monkeys have a proclivity to believe in dumb shit, and you would have proven it to someone like me. But what you would not have done is proven that the state of affairs is such a way outside of the ontology you were referencing, which is human behavior. We could come up with all the reasons under the sun that God does or doesn't exist, a cosmic entity, whatever these things may or may not be. We could go through the gambit of proving them all right and wrong and stuff like that. At the end of the day, that doesn't speak about reality, because that was semantic meaning. That wasn't ontological or epistemological meaning. That was just semantic meaning. We're deriving meaning in our brains purely hypothetically and imaginatory, right? What I'm drawing in this philosophy is that there's this distinction within that realm of conceptualization, that there are two things going on inside the realm of conceptualization, which is a circular effect of internally consistent concepts built upon imagination itself. And then there's that plus external referent, right? There's the external referent, and that's going to be the sole defining characteristic of whether your idea is imaginary or about the real, whether it's an imagination about imagination or whether it's an imagination about reality. They're both imaginations, but they have two different logical pathways. And so we're just trying to identify the proper logical pathway to discuss things. The proper logical pathway for discussing fiction is purely imagination. That's all that's required. We can extrapolate from the external world for modification of our entirely internally imaginary model, which is often what people do. They take concepts they've learned in reality, but purely fictionalize them, right? Then there's a writing an autobiography or a biography or something like that. This is a completely different logical pathway. You have to go out and do research, talk to information or people and get information from the real world to put in your book. And that's the only way you could do an auto or a biographical book, because it's the aboutness. And so fiction is about the fiction, and nonfiction is about the relationship fiction, imagination, has with reality. Because all your imaginations are, in a sense, of fiction, even the ones about reality, because they're mental constructs. But we're asking, how did we derive the meaning for this mental construct? Is it internally dialogue, or is it externally internally dialogue?
okay.
So we're not changing, to get to directly to your answer, we're not changing definitions. We're using from the set of already pre-existing definitions available to illustrate the overly ambiguous nature of the God category. So when they accuse you of changing the definition, your response should be, I'm just using another one. I didn't change anything.
Okay. And the last one would be based on a fun fact or something. If you acknowledge basically any god that you're presented with, even the sun god, maybe there's a religion for it. Should you be called, or should people view you as part of that religion?
No.
Or why would it be wrong?
Because I'm not accepting a God. I'm accepting a thing. And what I'm going out on a ledge that you can accuse me of doing is that they're representing it as God. So my burden is just to prove that there's somebody out there taking this proposition seriously. That I'm just citing them. I'm not saying the sun is a God. I'm saying the sun has ontology. Both I and this person who believes it's a God agree to its ontology. We disagree epistemically, because we both have a bridge ontologically. We're both observing it. Our observations is the epistemic bridge that it's going to validate our claims or invalidate our claims. And so since we both have epistemic bridges, our statements about it are propositional. Even when they say it wants you to sacrifice a virgin, that is propositional, because you can ask the son. You can be like, hey, do you want me to sacrifice this virgin? Hey, son. Son. Hey, son. Hey, son. And it doesn't answer. So you can ask the son that, and you could reach the conclusion, I don't know if it wants me to sacrifice a virgin or not. So you can reach a non-truth value. That's false. That statement's false. It's not borne out by the facts. But then I can do the same thing too. I could say it's a giant ball of plasma. But now my statement can be determined to be true. So theirs can be determined to be false. Mine can be determined to be true. We could do that because of the epistemic bridge. No bridge, what are we referring to? Who's making the positive claim and who's making the negative claim? That's incoherent. There's no thing to make claims about. So the about is a non sequitur. The aboutness of a thing is a non sequitur absent the thing. So we're not trying to prove gods don't exist. We're trying to prove people don't have epistemic access in order to validate their claim that it's true God has X, Y, or Z property. Why do we care if it exists? Like, think about that. Does it matter if a thing exists? Only insofar as referencing it. I don't care. I don't have like a list of things I'm willing to accept versus a list of things I'm not willing to accept. I have no list of things I'm not willing to accept. I have standards, right? I have a list of standards, and if you can get past these standards, I'll accept whatever you fucking tell me. I don't give a shit if a dragon lands in my front yard and a fucking wizard pops off and steals my tree and flies off. Like, if that's what happens, that's what happens, and that'll be my description. I have no issues putting dragons and wizards in the list of shit I believe is real.
Okay. Oh no. Do you accept more questions? Because I don't want to burn you out or something.
No, I like questions.
Oh, okay. One thing I don't get from your videos is, what do you mean when you say that you have a burden of proof?
I have a burden. So anyone with a philosophy has a burden of proof. If you have a philosophy and you say to me, I don't have a burden of proof, you don't have a philosophy. You have an objection maybe, but you don't have a philosophy. A philosophy is love of wisdom, and wisdom comes from knowledge, right? You have to learn first, and then you are wise, assuming that you can synthesize that information that you've learned. That's what wisdom is. It's not intelligence. I'm not an intelligent person. I'm a wise person. I'm somebody that's been around and I've listened, but I don't define myself as like an intelligent person because I haven't personally figured shit out. I've just copied everything everybody else has done and incorporated what I liked into my model, and I'm able to use that, which is the definition of wise. So, you know, we're all like on a different starting point. We all have different epistemics. We all have foundational beliefs. We all got those beliefs from generally the same area, and we're tasked with trying to build a model that, you know, assists us to describe things. And so when I say, what is your burden? Anyone making a claim has a burden. And so you have to find your burden. And the burden is what you're putting forward as your philosophy, that this is the best way to do something or think about something, or, you know, this is the best way. That's what a philosophy is. It's best practice of the wise, right? The wise are sitting around talking about what they've learned, and they're trying to come up with models of explanation. So, you know, when, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I thought you were finished.
I kind of am. Did I answer it, or did I not hit the? Yeah,
you did. I get it. Okay.
Because my burden is the monkey and human behavior. That's my burden of proof. I have to prove what exists, and what exists is a standard of belief, that the only valid pathway to representing the nature of an object is the one I've been detailing. That if you're in violation of this, then you're not being logical. And so the burden of proof that I have is how language works and whether or not we're following the rules of language. Whereas the theists and the atheists, their burden of proof is the ontological status of God. That they're trying to prove there is or isn't a thing. in reality. That's why my question is, can you demonstrate the thing? I don't really care about the definition per se, and I don't really care if it exists or not, because I'll tell my interlocutor, I'll grant your God's existence, because I'm only trying to show they lack the epistemic bridge. That's my burden.
Another case would be, what if a theist comes to you and just starts running their argument for God, and when you ask them which God or define this God, they just say, I'm not going to tell you, you're just going to find out at the conclusion. And they follow this line of reasoning with deductive reasoning based on observable nature. But they don't define God to you just at the beginning. They just say, I'm not going to tell you. You're just going to find out.
I mean, you've heard me do it a lot, and it sounds like a joke or a game at front, because the name of the room is God Ain't Real, Prove Me Wrong. Now, that's not my position. My position is Igtheism. But that's bait. That's a worm on a hook. That's all that is. That's just bait that I threw out there to get an atheist or a theist in the room so that I could show them, my epistemic model. Right, I'm trying to convince them of a problem, right? So there's that bait. They see it, they come in, and then my first question is, can you prove it? They typically say, no, I can't prove it. I make them clarify. So you're saying you can't prove it? They say yes, and then I say, well, then I win, get wrecked, nerd, because I did win. I won, right? Like how a debate goes, they conceded the debate at the onset because my position is you can't prove it. There's no thing, you can't prove it, right? That's my point. It's that fucking simple. This is knuckle-dragging philosophy, right? But it's convoluted because people have described that as the conversation killer, because it is a conversation killer. Because people that hear that, and when they actually understand what's being said, they then realize how fucking stupid it is to have the conversation, so they don't want to have the conversation. So they blame me for being a conversation killer, that I took away all their fun, that I've disillusioned them of whether they're having reasonable, rational discourse. They are not, right? And that's the point, is that if it's so easy to invalidate your point by simply asking you to demonstrate it, and then when you can't, well, you've conceded my point, you can't prove it, what's the point of the conversation, right? Like, what are you talking about? You can't prove shit, right? So they get sort of triggered, and they just kind of wash it away and pretending that that's not the atheist winning the argument. So then once I have them concede they can't prove it, I declare the victory. And then my immediate follow-up question is, why can't you prove it? Or, they'll say, I can prove it, and I'll say, do it, you won't, right? Prove it then, right? And then it's just a display of them not proving it. So I could basically just step back, and if everybody knows logic, they'll just be, both the atheist and the theist will be ruining their own shit. But my problem here is inculcation. Both the atheist and the theist think they're being coherent because they have semantic coherence, right? They have merely semantic coherence. They don't have epistemic coherence. And that's what I got out of the way at the onset of the conversation. Can you prove it exists? Absent you proving it exists, I know you don't have an epistemic bridge. And it's easy at that point. Right? It's super easy. This is the problem of talking about things that don't exist. Because, like, if I say I have this bottle and you're like, bullshit, prove it. And I'm like, bam, here's this bottle. Now what? Now we just talk about it. Now both of us are bottleists. There's no a bottlist. We killed the a bottlist. The guy who said there's no bottle died in the event that we proved the bottle because he converted. And now everybody's a fucking bottlist. And now we're talking about the thing. So the only way you could talk about the nature of the thing is having the thing. So when the atheists enter the conversation of the discussion about the nature of the thing, they want to argue there's not a thing. And it's like, nope, sorry, this conversation is not for you. We're talking about the nature of the thing. We've already established the nature of the thing. It's over there in that other room, the room of the ontology. Go in there and look. It's on the table. That's all we're saying. It's on the table in that room over there. We're in the room of the epistemology. And to get in here, you got to put an item on the table. So anybody talking about the epistemology, I'm just going to get up from the epistemological table. I'm going to walk over to the ontological table, and I'm going to look for the item. And if that item is not there, then you're a moron. Whoever's at the table of the epistemology is a fucking idiot that forgot step one, which is demonstrate ontology. Well, step one is ontology, not demonstrating ontology. It's just ontology. Step two is the bridge, the experience. That's step two. Step three is the discussion. They're at discussion. So that means they pass step one and step two. So I'm saying that's why the atheist is a theist. Atheists agree to the existence of God just so that they could shit on theists, so that they could walk into the room of epistemology, because that's where all the theists are hanging out, because the atheists forgot that the room they should be hanging out in is the room of the ontology. That's what they're complaining about. They're not in the epistemology room complaining that God's too fat or mean or angry. That's what they're talking about in the epistemology room. In the ontology room is just being, such that we can construct meaningful conversation about its attitudes and dispositions, right? How can you have attitudes and dispositions for discussion if you have no nature? And so the atheists in their blunder, right? They have blundered. When you're discussing ontology, if you're at epistemology, you've hashed out ontology already.
Oh my god.
I'm telling you, it's fucking simple, but the gaslighting, everything in the gaslighting is designed to get you to not see this simple shit. It's fucking cultural privilege, Christian privilege, theist privilege, right? That they just get to assert ontology and their underlings accept it. The atheists.
Yeah. I kind of get it, but I have to look way more into it.
It has to marinate, and I almost promise you're looking in the wrong direction. If you're looking out there for these answers, stop. Turn around and look in here. Look in the mind. Trace your ideas backwards. Where did they come from? When they dead end at fucking inculcation, put a pin in it. Put a little meta tag on it, right? Try to remember that. One thing that I did that got me out of this belief system is I invented my own definitions like the atheist did. The atheist invented the definition for God being the omnimax deity that they can reference, right? I invented a God, but it's not a God of God's ontology. It's a God of monkey ontology. God is a meaningless, incoherent sound people use to express their unwillingness to do a valid investigation about a natural phenomenon. That's my definition for God. But you can see that definition is not a definition about this alleged God's ontology. It's a definition about the ontology of monkey, i.e. monkey behavior, and their proclivity to define things as God. That's my definition of God. And I'm saying all they're doing is walking up, chimping out, making a noise at something that they're pointing at. That thing is either real or not. Most of your encounters, it's a not real God. It's like Jesus and Muhammad and shit like that, or Allah or whatever. It's those kinds of gods. And so you become placated, right? You become placid to the turbulence in the area, right? You're not perceiving those wavelengths, so you think it's a nice, calm fucking pond, but it's this turbulent sea when you start taking other God concepts into consideration. You start realizing, hold on, whoa. This model that I'm addressing only works with reference to this person's God. If your definition of God is hyper-specific like that, it's bad definition. Your definitions are better if they, have a better ability to explain all the variables in reference, right? All the variables. So the better the, I came up with a new couple of premises last night for assertions. The further a claim moves from a direct ontological access, the greater the burden of justification. So if I say I have a bottle and I put a bottle on the table, you need no justification. All the justification is right there wrapped up into the ontology that you have access to. If I say I have a bottle in my refrigerator, that requires more justification because I've stripped you of the ontological status at ready and apparent for consideration. It's not on the table. I said it's over there. Now the levels of justification have been modulated. If you are familiar with bottles and you've seen me with bottles before, then you can infer that I have a bottle based on my assertion that I have a bottle because it doesn't fly in the face of everything that you believe is true. You don't believe that bottles are logical contradictions. So if I have a bottle, it's not a problem for you. And if I'm wrong and I'm lying to you, it just makes me a dick, not you an asshole, right? It doesn't do anything for you. It does it all. It's all on me. But if I say I have a transporter and I can teleport, well, I've moved so far away from ontology that you are requiring a mountain of justification. I have to justify all kinds of shit. But if I put a quantum teleporter on the table of ontology, if I say, hey, I can teleport with a quantum teleporter, the mountain of evidence that you are requiring right now can be rectified with simply putting the object on the table. I don't need all the bullshit. Here's the object, click that button, you'll teleport. I don't need the mountain of data that explains like quantum wave fluctuations, portal transformations, and all the shit. I don't need any of that information. Just hit the blue button, right?
Yeah, makes sense. Do you see any way in which this worldview that you have could fail?
Fail? No. Become not applicable? Yes.
How? How can it be not applicable?
Well, like think of any other word in your language, like tree, dog, airplane, mouse, like literally any word. Happiness, violence, appreciation, elation. Right? All of these things have this issue baked into them, but we're not doing it that way. Think the word love. What is love? It's a relationship, right? It's about a relationship. Can that become ambiguous? Yeah, when you say Jesus loves me. Well, what behavior are you observing to say that Jesus loves me? It then has become ambiguated. It's disambiguated when I say, hey, here's the evidence for why my mom loves me or something. She took care of me, blah, 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 right? She wiped my ass, all these reasons we'd give, and a reasonable interlocutor like, yeah, my mom did that, and that's what I think love is all about too. But then if I say my mom loves me and you say, how do you know? And then I'm like, well, I don't, right? I don't know because I don't have a mom. I've never met my mom. She threw me to fucking firefighters when I was a baby. Well, then you would be like, well, what are you using as a metric for love? You'd be confused at my application of love. So literally every word has this problem. It's called the natural ambiguity of language. But because of syntax and context, grammar, all this stuff, we generally don't have an issue because if I say a word, you'll be like, huh? What? And then I'll clarify and you'll be like, oh, okay. And we'll move forward. So that's typically the process is ambiguity is rectified through contextualization and conversation. However, some words have a problem. Some words you can't just show the thing. You can't just experience the thing. You can't just describe the thing in a consistent manner. You cannot enter into shared interrelated experience. And that's what disambiguates propositions. You can give me a proposition, and if I can't relate to it, it's ambiguous. It could mean a multitude of things because I'm not actually able to understand what you're saying, right? But when you rectify that, I can, right? So it's my access to the claim and the distance from the ontology that I have and my tolerance threshold for how far away from that ontology we get. What is already baked into my epistemic model that distance from the ontology isn't that bad, because if you said you had a bottle in your fridge, the distance of ontology, like if you think about it, like what would it take for me to prove that? I'd have to go all the way over to your house. I'd get a flight, fly there, wherever you're at. I'd have to do this mountain of bullshit, right? Because of all the hurdles in the way. And this is just for a fucking bottle. If I wanted to be a dick, it would be a mountain of bullshit. I'd spend thousands of dollars just to fact check that one claim. It's ridiculous. And so we have to lower our standard a little bit. We have to say that our interlocutor is charitable, that my interlocutor is not immediately manipulating me. In order to have these conversations, you have to assume that about the nature of your interlocutor. But what happens? They abuse that. They abuse that. And they implant ideas in your head. They say, that's a chair. You go to sit on it and your ass falls right through it because it's not a chair like they meant it. They didn't mean it like a chair. It's like, well, why the fuck do you use the word chair then? Why are you using the word table if it's not a table, if it doesn't serve the function of a table? If the love is not detectable, why are you calling it love? Love is detectable, right? People have convinced you, though, that love is undetectable. They've convinced you that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. They've convinced you these platitudes so that they can lower your defenses and manipulate you. Raise your defenses by having good standards, and you'll see how hard it is for these assholes to convince you of anything, right? Because when you're a baby, you don't have standards. But as you learn and develop, and you've come to understand how society works, you develop these kinds of rhetorical devices to help protect you, that people will gaslight you. They will take advantage of you. And so you need a metric to navigate reality and determine whether or not you're being manipulated. And inconsistencies in statements are one of the best ways to see if you're being manipulated, right? Internal, like, are you practicing what you preach kind of thing? Are you drinking that snake oil, right? These are the questions that we ask that hint at that we can be manipulated, because we're set up in a way that manipulation is part of our learning process. It is our inception. When we're first born, we learn through that kind of manipulative, inculcative things, where the overwhelming majority of the things you technically can do, you're being gaslit that you're not allowed to do it in the various forms. You want to crawl over there, but you're told no, it's dangerous. But it's not dangerous. It's just that you're a moron and you might go stick your fucking finger in the light socket, right? It's just you lack the conceptual understanding, so you're sheltered. You're sheltered by the people who want to protect you. And so these people, I genuinely believe they are trying to protect their children, but in their endeavor, they're gaslighting them into bad memetics that are for an old world, right? They're giving them memetics that set them up for failure when they're trying to go out into this 2026 world, well, with an understanding, and they start running into immediate incompatibilities. You know, like a homeschooled children in my country, if they were to go into public school, it would be absolutely fucking horrible for them. They'd be so lost. They'd be so behind the curve, because typically homeschooling sucks, right? You could get good homeschooling if you got a lot of money, but if you don't, and you're just homeschooling your kid because you're a MAGA, yeah, your kid is going to be the dumbest sack of shit on the planet when it grows up. We're all going to be able to tell, right? They're going to say like 3 or 4 sentences, and then I'm going to say, were you homeschooled? And they're going to say, yeah, because we can detect it, right? It's an aptitude, right? Education prepares your developing body and brain for the adult world. You have to have proper memetics to take you from one stage to the next, and that's why in my country we call it K through 12. Each grade is determined by a body of nerds to contain a level of aptitude required to pass the test that should be matched with the competency of the child in that grade. This is why if you don't pass, we fail you, holds you back, and what we're really doing is saying you are retarded. You are retarded. You did not meet the bill. We're holding your back and giving your brain more time to develop. And hopefully when we set you back a semester, your brain has developed to understand the tasks that we ask you of this grade, and you could pass on to the next grade. But when you have this inability and you fail a grade, this is evidence that you're a dumb person. It's an unfortunate thing, but this is the case. You are struggling with understanding. So there's something going on in your life. Now, it may be trauma, it may be a bad house environment and all that thing, but regardless, it's delaying your development. Your developmental progress is being delayed. And I'm saying when we're indoctrinating our children with this religious bullshit, we are dumping a bunch of bad memes that are making our children retarded, with respect that if they had a proper education, their overall end game adult aptitude would be much higher. But because their brains are filled with this molasses of thought, these memes that are dead ends, and they're just viral and they're just filling it up. It's just like a computer. The more operations you got going, the less your computer can be tasked to do the things you want it to do, and you start feeling that your computer's slowing down. That's because the level of malware is going up. So this analogy serves the same. That when you think about something, your brain can't help but contextualize and pattern seek. And so when you task it with that opportunity, it looks at the body of information that it has, and it does its best to report to you what it thinks, and then you report that to me when I ask you some question. But if you have all these fundamental problems in your brain that make it hard for you, I call it inculcative noise, then the sound that comes out the other end, or the song that comes out the other end, is just really bad fidelity. It's just a bad idea. It's just discoherent or incoherent. It doesn't appeal to anything rational. It's just a completely scattered fuck idea for all the reasons that I've stated before. But that's just, that's just what it is that religion causes us to delay the cognitive growth of children. Our parents do it. And they do it, like I said, they do it out of love. They're doing this because they love their children. And that, for me, is one of the most grotesque aspects of this shit, right? That it is so ingrained deep into our culture that we do it with a smile on our face. And it's okay, right? It becomes okay. It's okay to tell your own child they are useless and they're going to be tortured because they're bad just by birth. That has been made okay. Like, if I said this to anyone's child, if you were sitting next to your child at a park or anywhere, and I walked up to your child and I took a knee, and I looked him dead in the eye and I said, "You are useless. You have no value. All you deserve is punishment and damnation." And then I ruffled his hair and walked away. That fucking dad would be triggered. We'd probably be fighting. Mom would be carrying him with the phone out, being like, "Oh my God." Police would be showing up like, "Your child abused." Like, everybody would fucking hate me if I did that shit. And I'm a stranger. I'm a stranger. You should expect that behavior from a stranger. Because the moment that child gets alone and in the house, guess what mom and dad's going to say to him? "It's okay, honey. You are valueless. You do mean nothing absent Jesus. You are going to be tortured. That's what you deserve. You deserve it." But that man on the wall that means more to you than me or your dad, he loves you. A guy you will never have any interactions with. What do you think this does psychologically to a growing child's brain? Right? You are psychologically priming them in a direction. And I say you are psychologically not priming them. You are denying them access to memetics by injecting in their brain this false notion of reality. That's gaslighting, and your parents are doing it. It's horrible. It's just, and trying to communicate that message to people, if you're trying to learn to be an ichtheist and you're trying to take it down this route of inculcation, get ready, dude. Get ready to become the biggest fucking enemy around. Everyone is going to fucking hate you, and they're all going to think you have nefarious intents, dude. Every single fucking person is going to treat you like you're a piece of shit trying to cause harm, except for a few people that actually listen, pay attention to the logic, and understand you are trying to fucking help people see a better picture, a better way of life, a way of life where you don't immediately start gaslighting your children in these horrific concepts like they have no value. That's what I was taught as a Christian, that I did not have value, that the only thing that did have value was Jesus, God, and the Holy Spirit, that I am lucky to be in its presence because the thing that I am deserves nothing but punishment and terror. That's it. That's what I was told as a fucking child. Guess who told it to me? Not in those words, but that's what they told me. They understand now. My parents, like I tell people, I have deconverted my parents, right? When I grew up and I learned philosophies and I started fucking pushing back, both of my parents gave up their prior beliefs. They're no longer Christians. They don't believe in an actual God thing. My mom's more of like some kind of weird, loose Buddhist. My dad died an atheist, right? So, you know, we all have that same starting point. Some of us get out of it to a degree. We call them atheists, but I think some of us get out of it, and it's not an intelligence thing. It's more a wisdom thing, if anything. It's just being around, listening, and incorporating that information and remembering. Nothing I have said is big brain level shit.
Yeah, but do you think this religion thing is just bad for kids because of its you know, hell stuff? You're gonna die. You're gonna go away
Initially,
from Jesus.
no. If you stripped away all the hell stuff, bad stuff, you're left with Santa Claus, Easter Bunny, and the Tooth Fairy and stuff.
Yeah.
The point that the child begins pushing back, I think, is the time that you start changing your approach, because now you have to, right? Like, am I talking to you like this? Do you like the way I'm communicating with you? I don't do this with you, right? This is not a thing I do with you because you're not a fucking baby, right? If you were a baby, I probably wouldn't even be like that, but I'd be like, waving and shit like that, being a dork, right? You got to be a dork around kids. You can't be an asshole around kids. You got to be a dork, right? These processes from going from baby to adult. Comes in stages. And I don't think there's anything wrong treating your baby like the supreme narcissist, right? It's a little narcissist while it's a baby, right? Because it's in a condition it can't fend for itself. It needs you to put it first. That's narcissism. When I ask you to put me before you, that's narcissism. And if I'm your baby, you better make me your narcissist. I'm your personal little fucking narcissist. When I got a shit, you stop what you're doing and you wipe my fucking ass. When I'm hungry, you better crack that fucking bottle open and start fucking feeding me, right? Like, that's narcissism, right? Like, I'm self-important. All babies are like that, right? Without that, you're dead. You need someone to put you first, right? So there is this just genetic drive to be like that until it starts walking and thinking. Then you start putting that shit on them. You don't want to carry your kid no more. You fucking walk, right? But that's good because the kid learns motor skills, right? It's like a fledgling. At some point, you're like kicking them away. We all see women that like still breastfeed their children at like 12. It's weird, right? We see it's nothing wrong with it. It's food, but it's weird, right? Because most of us just reject it. It's part of our natural course that we just spit the titty out, right? They don't get ripped out. I mean, some kids are like that, but most of us spit the titty out because we want the cheese, we want the milk, from the bottle, we want the other things, the meats and the peas and shit like that. We're exploring a mind, right? So there are stages. I think treating people like this is fine. It's okay to gaslight somebody like that and just tell them what they can't do. You can't walk over there. It's bad, right? It's only bad because I said so. And I'm only saying so because it's dangerous and you're a little kid, right? When you get older, walk over there. No one gives a shit. There's nothing wrong with going over there. It's just I said you can't go over there because you were an idiot. Now that you're not an idiot, go on. Go have fun. Just be careful. I think you got to let them grow. And at some point, they're going to want to have sex, right? So you're going to have to be able to shift your frames, right? You wouldn't talk to a 5-year-old about sex, but you would talk to that same 5-year-old in 10 years about sex.
Yeah. I did hear you use two words, inculcation and indoctrination. What's the difference? And let's say if you have someone that teached their kid about this God thing, just didn't tell them about hell and stuff, is it inculcation? Is it beneficial? Should it be stopped? Is it indoctrination?
So inculcation is just a process by which you acquire a culture, and you can't get rid of that. If you live in a culture, you're being inculcated. Indoctrination is more of a targeted thing, and it's a specific ritualistic practice, right? You're adhering to a specific set of rules and standards, and it's being enforced. That's indoctrination. Well, coerced at least. Forced indoctrination is a much more strict set of terminology, and it's a real thing. Typically, indoctrination doesn't fall under like forced indoctrination. Forced indoctrination it happens, but it's not typical. Like if you look at the documentary Jesus Camp, it's on YouTube. Jesus Camp. This is an example of forced indoctrination. What they're doing is forced indoctrination. They're like really doing horrible things to these kids. They get punished and stuff otherwise. Then there's indoctrination, which is pretty strict and stringent, but it doesn't convey the sense that like you're going to die if you don't follow the indoctrination. You'll be heavily abused and punished, right? You'll be thrown in prison, things like that. That's forced indoctrination. Whereas indoctrination is heavily coerced and manipulative force. It's not direct force. It's coercive force. It's forced by consideration of punishments. Eat your peas or you don't get your snack, right? It's that kind of manipulation and force. And so, but indoctrination is a specific targeted thing of a specific set of standards, whereas inculcation is about culture. So you're going to be, however diverse your culture is going to be sort of a metric of how diverse your mind is. Whereas indoctrination, yeah, you're just learning, Southwestern, Southern Baptist Christianity, right? That would be indoctrination in that specific doctrine, not just grand Christianity, but specific Southern Baptism.
Okay. Do you think it would be okay to teach a kid at a young age that Jesus exists and he loves you and stuff. Not about the hell thing, anything. You don't tell them.
It's
They're
not about
gonna-
hell. It's about your ability to demonstrate hell. If it was the case, and I had direct, conclusive evidence that you are a horrible piece of shit created by a god monster that wanted to fuck you up at any fucking moment, if you don't follow it, it will torture you forever. That's the best thing you could teach that child. That is exactly what you should be teaching that child. That is the most ethical thing to teach a child. The moment your child understands, you should be sitting them down saying, listen, you are a vile piece of shit. You were created to be a vile piece of shit. And if you want any chance at survival, you will accept that because you will be demonically tortured for eternity. That's the most loving thing you could say to your child because it's reality. That is reality for you. That's your fucking weird ass magic reality. God's real, demons exist, and you are going to fucking be ripped apart. So that's the most loving thing you could say is that you're a horrible piece of shit. See what I'm saying? So it's not about the claim. It's about how you present it, whether it's true or not. If it's true you're going to get raped by demons, that's the most ethical thing to teach someone. If it's not true, it ain't ethical to teach them. And so I only ask people if they want to get past that hurdle is to just teach your children with the mode that you believe. If you believe on faith, teach on faith. If you believe on absolute fact, teach on absolute fact. Don't believe on faith and teach on absolute fact because that's gaslighting. That is manipulation. You know what you're teaching your child is wrong because you have faith, what you're demanding for absolute belief. That's when it becomes gaslighting. It's not gaslighting if you believe the bullshit. I would just push it back one generation, be like, okay, well, they were gaslit. And then if you say, no, that was genuine, I would push it back another generation. At some point, someone was gaslit, and then they just Chinese whispered or telephoned that shit into the future, and that's why you got the information. You may have not been gaslit, but somebody was, and it's a product of gaslighting, even though you weren't.
Okay. Go ahead if you want to say something.
Yeah, I was just gonna say because that hurdle is about the intent and the knowledge of what they were doing, but when it passes from one generation to the next, that information may not be passed on, right?
Yes.
The information that's not being passed on is that it was from gaslighting. It's now become just an element of the family culture, the family history. Once it's survived a couple of generations, because then you can't go back and ask and verify and any of that shit. You can't see the person lying and gaslighting.
Okay. Now, I don't know if you want to get into this. I'm just going to ask it. I think, though, I did ask it before in your side chat, but I'm just going to go ahead and do it again. When you say it's not ethical, what standard are you using? Like, is it just you that says it's not ethical, or
Yeah.
do you think it's ingrained somewhere that this is not ethical?
Well,
Like,
both.
absolutely.
Both, but I'm not putting that latter part on people. I believe, my ethics are evolutionary, and in this form, it's a primitive belief. I'm not making like a big grand claim here. I'm not talking about a nuance. I'm talking about something that is obvious. No one likes being gaslit. We all don't like being wrong, and we don't like misinformation being passed around. That sucks too. But gaslighting is just something that's visceral that no one likes. But yeah, I am appealing to my fifis in these statements. I'm not appealing to the fact that no one likes gaslighting. I'm just appealing to the fact that gaslighting me hurts my feelings, and so I get butthurt, right?
Do you want a pacifier to go along with that?
I don't need one, dude. And how about this? We'll just get rid of you, Gus.
Okay. I have another question. I think it would go hand in hand because it's just one of my I don't know, interests, I guess, about you. Do you believe in free will? Like,
No.
are you a determinist?
Yeah, I'm a determinist.
Okay. Didn't you call yourself an ethical misanthrope?
Yeah, I'm an ethical misanthrope.
Yeah. Doesn't that mean that us humans are just basically we fall under your standards? We just are awful?
Not mine.
race?
I mean, if you agree with me, it's shared, but I'm using mine to make the evaluation or the valuation. But you would agree or disagree. You wouldn't be using mine. Like, if you agreed with me that raping a baby is bad, you're not agreeing with me. I was just the first one to state it. You already had that belief from whatever reason. We just agree on that. So you're not adopting mine. That's sort of like a narcissistic approach. Like I'm asking you to do what I do. I'm asking you to do what we do. I'm more interested in that we find that it's bad. Now, I find that it's bad, but I don't want you to find that it's bad because I find that it's bad. I want you to find that it's bad because you find that it's bad. And we just agree that it's bad. That's the distinction between theology of like the Christian variety, where they abdicate their moral agency to the other agent and they let them determine what's right or wrong. I'm not interested in that from you. I want you to be able to determine right or wrong. And I want you to agree with me that gaslighting is bad. I just think gaslighting is bad for you because it's so bad for me. I just think rape is bad for you because it's so bad for me. I'm putting that on you. If you don't agree, that's fine. We can have that conversation, but I would never say something's wrong because I believe it's wrong. But yes, I am appealing to my morality, my own personal feelings, and I'm hoping we share that experience. And if we don't share that experience, I'm willing or prepared to convince you otherwise. And so I would try to appeal to your emotions and get you to see how it is bad, right? But it is a conversation about feelings. Ethics determines or is a determination about our feelings. So it's never going to be like this appeal to emotion, right? In a sense, you can make appeal to emotions when talking about ethics, but ethics is an appeal to our emotions. So you don't just hand wave away ethics because someone cites their emotions. No emotions, no ethics. So people just need to get over the fact that when we're talking about ethics, we're having to navigate an ambiguous territory around the notion that we're talking about our emotions, but not making an appeal to emotions. Logical fallacy. An appeal to emotional logical fallacy is for another topic. You're just saying that hurts my feelings, so don't do it. I'm saying that hurts my feelings. Does it hurt yours? And if it doesn't hurt yours, I try to make it hurt your feelings. See what I'm saying?
Yeah. Now, the reason I asked that is because you're gonna have to explain to me because I don't really get it. How do this deterministic view and misanthropy go hand in hand? Like, you have this hatred, I think, disgust towards humans, but you also know it couldn't have been otherwise. Like, why hate if you know it couldn't have been different? Like,
well, why do you hate feces, man? Do you hate feces? Like, do you eat feces and hang out with feces, or do you just like flush it and get rid of it?
I flush it.
Yeah, well, you hate feces for a reason. You dislike feces because it's bad. It stinks, causes infection, right? It doesn't really have much of a use, right? So there's all these reasons you would hate a thing. Like, do you hate a door? It depends on the door. Does the door stick all the time? Is it an asshole? Yeah, you fucking hate the door, right? Do you love a door? I mean, if it's an awesome door, if it saved you from a zombie attack, yeah, you're gonna fucking love that door, right? So we're emotional animals, right? And so we act and respond by emotions. People in logic that don't understand logic think that any appeal to us as an emotional being is a logical fallacy, right? They're not prepared to really take into consideration that we are emotional beings, and like the majority of our lives is lived in this emotional status, in this emotional state. We're not logical beings. We have to learn logic. You don't have to learn emotions, right? You just rip a baby's binky out of his fucking hand and he gets butthurt. You don't have to teach him to get butthurt. You don't have to say premise 1, shit sucks. Premise 2, I just took a shit. Premise 3, shit sucks when someone takes your shit. Conclusion, you're butthurt, and then the baby starts crying. That's not how that works. That's not reality. Reality is how we, in logic, and we're trying to describe it. And if your logic can't describe human emotions, then your logic's dog shit, right? Like that would be the conclusion. Your logic is dog shit. In the realm of ethics, ethics is the logical discourse of the reasons of morality, where the humans have come to the table and said these are the body of reasons that we should be moral, that we should cooperate, that we should participate in the social contract, that we should work, cooperatively to build big things, right? Without social cohesion, i.e., ethics, morals, mores, all these things, inherent morality, there is no society. So you have to be able to understand the human emotions as a condition of the human behavior and understand that we can logic that shit, right? You know not to stick your finger in a bear's ass. Like, you know this. And it's because of behavior. Bears hate that shit. And so for survival, you have learned to anticipate behavior in animals. And that's exactly what morality is. Morality is the language the human brain has invented to navigate, to build the map of the social environment. That's what morality is. So it is objective. Morality is objective. Morals are subjective, but morality is the monkey's ability to formulate an opinion about behaviors, that you can look at a behavior and say, I like that. That is morality. I dislike that. That is morality. Now, what you're liking, what you're disliking, that's your ethics. That's your morals. That's your code. That's your law. None of those are real. Those are products of the real, products of you being an emotional being, a being of pattern recognition, a being of cooperation. You're a social animal. And so this comes inherent to you as a function that you can navigate that environment. You got eyes to see, you got ears to hear, you got emotions to navigate a social environment.
Okay. That's all, man. Thank you very much.
If you get more, let me know.
I'll be here. Bye-bye.
Later. It's good questions.
Dude, what's the joke in this picture? Like, Trump retweeted a meme about putting an air filter between Canada and the US.
Well, that's very nice of us. I wouldn't want to stink up Canada. Look at all them trees. It must smell really good over there.
Is that the message Trump is trying to send?
It's probably, I mean, that air filter is really going to make Canada smell better. I mean, look at how bad America is.
Which side looks dirty? Like, what's the joke?
The right side, there's like no trees, death and decay. The other side, it's like there's not a spot for a tree. Trees filled that spot.
Why would you retweet this?
This is stupid. It's like, he's so fucking retarded, dude. I hate our goddamn president. Just fucking die, Trump. Just get old and fucking die and let us get somebody else. Fucking billionaire shitbag. Just go fucking live the rest of your, like, 2 years on this planet on the top of a fucking mountain. Leave us alone.
Like, it's so manic.
Yeah, and then you got these fucking clowns. Fucking retards don't understand you. 2-term president, bro. 2-term president. I swear, if Trump runs, Obama better run. Obama better fucking run. Because if he don't, I'm egging your fucking house, Obama. Understand that. That is a direct threat. If you do not run in 2028, if Trump runs, I'm egging your fucking house. Come at me at, what is it? Who protects former presidents? Secret Service? Come at me, Secret Service.
Did you hear that RFK phone call?
No.
Dude, there's this phone call where RFK's like pitching like a job to somebody, and he's just straight up talking about how loose his moral disposition was.
Bro, it is 12:30, and I'm in my house sweating right now. My AC is just at max. Fuck. Summer, dude.
It's only gonna get worse, dude.
No drought and everything. It sucks. There's like no water. Where's DARPA? It's 105 today. 55% chance of rain. The real feels like today? Do you know what it feels like today at 100 when it's max temperature? You guys know what my feels like is? You know what my fucking... It's 111 degrees.
And your house has air conditioning, mine doesn't. What? Calm down.
I'm just gonna be sitting right in front of my AC. Dude, I feel so bad for people with swamp coolers, man. Today is not the fucking day to have swamp. Fuck, dude.
I wish both Cedar and Pac-Man posted citations.
Wait, you think what? What was it?
I wish both of them posted citations and like their descriptions and shit. It's like, here's where I got the source. Because they're all clicking around with secondhand info.
Yeah, somebody's blowing up my channel. I've been watching my 48-hour view list, and it's ticking upwards. It's trending upwards. It's still not that great. My reach is not that great, but it's going up.
Watch the road map.
We're in Quebec City. It's a different land here.
That's where all
Look,
the
I'm gonna
Frenchies
send
are, right?
Yeah. And strippers that are like 18. No, I'm gonna send that to the Quebecy police, and you're gonna go to jail, motherfucker. You gotta be like 2 hands on the wheel.
I'm not driving, Eve.
Oh,
Yeah,
shut up.
How do you say it? Is it Quebecy police or is it Quebecois police?
Qua?
Well, it's Quebecois is how you say someone from Quebec or something. It's Quebecois, but I don't know if they say like Quebecy police or Quebecois police. Because Quebecy sounds right. Like in English, it sounds right. That's how I'd say it. But maybe it's Quebecois-ian. Maybe it's Quebecois-ian police. Maybe it's that. I mean, they are French. They're weird like that. They'll say weird shit.
The guy I'm with is from here, and he's super excited. So yeah.
Ask him. Ask him how he says, is it Quebecois or Quebecy police? Or is it like police Quebecois or some shit like that? Or Policia Quebecois.
Matt should know he's lived in Canada for a while now.
He wasn't listening to me when I asked him, so I don't know.
But he doesn't live on this like part of Canada.
I forget the slang for cop. Fleek?
Le Bacon.
That's probably fits. They would know.
Yeah, it's dude, I'm gonna fuck this all up, dude, because I ain't French, but it's Sur Sûreté du Québec. It's members of Quebec's provincial police force are commonly referred to by initials SQ for Sûreté de Québec.
I just said the fleek.
The popo.
Yep. On the other continent, we call them the militia.
So using local examples, the nerd says La Police de Montreal, Quebec, and Gatineau.
Yeah, like a fucking newspaper, maybe. Not in common parlance.
Yeah, they would just say La Police, but they wouldn't put. I don't want that. I want like Quebec police. How do you say that? Like, say there's like a bunch of police officers from different regions. You wanted to talk to the Quebecian. How do you say that? Hey, I want to talk to the Quebecian police.
Yeah, you got to do noun adjective.
I don't understand what you just said. I'm not a nerd, dude.
So we do like adjective noun in English. In French, you got to do noun adjective.
So police Quebec?
Yeah.
That's retarded, dude. You people are fucking weird. Why has everything got to be backwards with all the other languages? Why don't they just do it right?
Yeah, you got to do article. You got to be like the police, Lily Livard.
Like, how much do we have to perfect language in England, or I mean in America, before everybody's just like, okay, fine, we'll fix it, and then they just start speaking American English? I don't get it.
Assalamu alaikum.
No, it gives me heartburn. It's all right though; it tastes good.
Bro, hey bro.
It's like the fat content.
Is getting raided here?
What?
I'm going to raid you tonight. Be ready.
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
Yeah, I'm a Muslim.
Can you demonstrate said God?
I don't need to.
Then go away.
Yeah, we'll just take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. We win. Get wrecked, nerd.
When I put you
Dominated, absolutely dominated. Did you think that you were going to come into a room this morning and get dominated that bad?
Yeah, man. I might need to call mod mail just in case. I feel kind of bad.
Yeah, you got fucking wrecked, nerd.
It's like, you can make noise again when you're ready to start proving it.
Yeah, we're mod abusers up in here, bitch. You like that shit? That's what we do. The only form of moderation we do in here is abuse. That's it. We have a specific rule. No non-abusive moderation goes on in this room. Yeah, well, I'll ban your mom from being skinny, right? When I make her fucking drink all my semen all day long, she'll get fat, and then I'll send her back to you to go make sandwiches, and then I'll have you bring them to me. About that? Oh, about that? H4D1. What about that? You got to come back. I'm waiting. I don't know what is that? You, dude, if you're gonna insult me, do it in my language, idiot. Like, I want to feel it, right? This is a waste of my time. You're gonna talk shit in some fucking weird language. How am I supposed to get triggered? So God speaks derp? Is that what you're saying? God speaks derp?
That's what your God does. Spread contempt. That's
So
what he
God's
tells
a
you to do,
monkey?
right?
You just said God's a monkey. You said God's an Arab. Arabs are all monkeys, dude. You understand that, right? Every single Arab is a monkey. So you're saying God is a monkey. Wow. You're a Muslim and you're saying God is a monkey. Wow.
The Quran teaches you that people are evil. And then you show contempt right now. Isn't that one of the sources of evil described in your book? Why do you express it to others?
That's what I'm saying, dude. It's like, if you go out and outside and talk to an outside Muslim, they're actually pretty chill people for the most part. Like, especially like westernized ones are pretty chill. It's these Discord Muslims, though. Like, look, if you're an outside Muslim and you're listening to this YouTube, you guys really need to talk to the Discord Muslims. Because whatever happened to them outside, they come here on Discord and they are just the most toxic pieces of shit there is on the platform. So, but the thing is I've talked to a lot of outside Muslims and they're, you know, not a lot, but everyone that I've talked to is a chill person. I've never met one that I like in a supermarket or some shit. They could look at me and be like, they could tell I'm not Muslim. And then they were just dicks to me. It's just never been the case. They were always like polite people. And you get on here, dude, it's just like one after another. They're all dicks. Weird. And then even like the nice ones, like the conversations start out all nice and then you start giving pushback and you could just see it was all a charade. It's all a charade. It all comes down after a little while and then it's like, yeah, we're going to fucking kill you. Literally, fuck you, die. Right? Like, every time. I mean, you heard it there. Dude's fucking threatening to rape and kill me. In side chat, obviously. But what he was doing. But, I mean, he said it in audio about raping me, you know. But his little fucking micro penis can't get past my butt cheek, so I'm not scared. What it is, dude, and it sounds all bigoted and shit, but it's true. It's like if you were to go to a Dunkin' Donuts, you'd be like, damn, look at all these fucking donut eating why does everybody eat donuts, dude? Like, literally everyone here is a fucking donut eater. What the fuck is, and it's like, dude, you're at Dunkin' Donuts, right? That's why everybody's a donut eater. So there's a little bit going on. It's like politics, Discord is it's going to be a bunch of fucking assholes in general. And obviously I'm using hyperbole. Not every single fucking conversation. It's just, I mean, it's somewhere in like the 90%. Like 90% of the like Discord Muslims I've spoken to are just extremely toxic assholes, man. And you can't have a real conversation with them because it's these guys are just like when I think of someone standing on a soapbox, it's always a Muslim in my brain. They're the ones standing on the soapbox, just like preaching, and you just got to listen to them preach, man. They come at you like they're a fucking imam, right? Like every time, it's like they're an imam and you're their little pupil, and that's just a relationship you got to have with them if you want to have like a civil conversation. You have to respect all their sensibilities, but they won't respect a single one of yours. Not one. Every fucking thing that comes out of their toxic fucking shitholes is just something nasty about you, but you've got to respect them. So it's just like, no, fuck that.
It's fun listening to you talk to them because you always bring up the pedophilia thing and they're always like, oh, what are you talking about?
I do that with Christians mostly, though. I try to avoid that conversation with Muslims. That's why I do it.
You still do it with Muslims. You used to trigger the shit out of them.
I do it with Muslims when they start talking shit. Yeah, I do it because they'll leave the conversation. But Christians don't leave the conversation when you say God's a pedophile. They get triggered and they keep having the conversation. Muslims, they get triggered and leave the conversation. So I'm not looking to do that because I'm trying to unfuck their brains. So I need access to their brain as much as possible. But I also need it emotionally unstable so that I can inject memes past their fucking defenses. Their defenses are bullshit, but I got to get them in there. So if I just start calling Muhammad a pedophile, their brain just shuts off and they leave. But if I say that to a Christian, bro, those motherfuckers get so fucking triggered, they just start slurping it all up. They open up their fucking brain to every raw, visceral fucking emotion, and I just start fucking, trauma dumping them. Right? That's the relationship me and a Christian have.
Yeah, and then they end up trying to justify why rape was good because God said so.
Yeah, one after another. One after another. It's, dude, I mean, I probably, out of the couple of few thousand Christians I've spoken to, maybe like 3 of them have been like, damn, God said that? I need to think about it. That's like the best response. It's never been like, damn, God said that? Yeah, fuck that shit. I'm not a Christian. But I have gotten people being like, yeah, fuck that. I don't got an answer. I'll get back with you in the future. And then they never get back. All right, naturalized. Let's go. Prove it.
Hey, what's up? Well, I can't prove it because I have no evidence for his existence.
Why are you calling it a his then?
That's a good question. I don't know if it's a his or a her or a they, them. I don't even know the properties of God.
Why not? Do you need help? You never heard of gods before?
I did, but 1,000 people define gods in 1,000 different ways. Who should I trust?
You don't have to trust anybody, because the question is, can you prove the existence of one of them?
Yeah, and the answer is probably no.
Really? You sure about that? You sure about that?
Well, most of the people that I talk to, they're probably talking about Allah or Jesus or, I don't know, Buddha or Shiva. And
what kind of work do you think most of is doing in your statement?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You said most of, and I'm asking, what kind of work do you think most of is doing?
Honestly, I don't know.
Because we're talking about every last stinking one of them. Every god. Every one of them. You got to take them all into consideration. Unless you know a way to filter them out. I mean, do you have a filter?
Honestly, I don't.
Well, then, yep, you got to take them all, dude. There's no filter on the God drop-down menu, bro. I mean, there is for a theist. When a theist drops the drop-down menu for God, there's just one on that list. That's it. They filtered it out. They have filters.
Yeah,
I don't have a filter. Atheists have a filter, too. You know, when the atheist sets the God filter to atheism, you know what God shows up?
Yeah, it's precisely the God that they're trying to debunk. Right?
No. That's me. Whenever I engage with the theist, my drop down is empty. Mine is empty. My shit don't work, right? But when I talk to a theist, all of a sudden I get an option. An option appears on my screen, and I click it, and it's whatever they're fucking using. What I'm asking is, what appears on the atheists? When the atheists don't have to talk to a theist. They have an option. It's on their overlay. All atheists can see the God on their overlay. Do you know what God that is?
I mean, it's probably the one that they have in their mind, right? Because most atheists have been religious previously.
Nope. Most atheists got rid of their old God and started worshiping a new God. Do you know what that new God is?
I would assume some kind of a hypothetical deity.
The God of classical theism.
Worship.
Yeah, when the atheist clicks their drop-down menu, the God they worship is on that list, and they click it, and it's the God of classical theism. And so they use the God of classical theism. They hold it up whenever they're comparing somebody else's God. They have their God up on their Terminator overlay. They can see it. It's right there. They have their God concept. And what they do is they match it up with the theist, because the theist has one too on their overlay. And whenever an atheist and a theist get into a conversation, they can see each other's overlays. And the atheist looks at the theist's God, and he looks at his God, and he sees it doesn't match. And so the atheist says, yeah, that thing's not a God. That's what the atheist tells the theist, that's not a God, because it doesn't match my God of classical theism. Whereas I'm what the fuck are you two doing? I have nothing on my overlay. And then I look at the atheist and, oh shit, something appears. It's the God of classical theism. And then I stop looking at them and it disappears. And then I'm back on the theist, and then another God pops up. And that's whatever they are. But when I look at mine, I don't have that. I don't have that overlay.
Yeah. I mean, an atheist, by the virtue of rejecting some hypothetical deity, they are thereby legitimizing the concept. This is why I don't really consider myself an atheist. I'm much more closer to agnosticism. I just don't know.
Well, you do know.
Well, I do know that the concept of God is very confusing. It cannot even be defined.
Okay, but that's knowledge. So if I go out and I want to investigate something, right? Let's say I have something I want to investigate, and I go out there and I just get shitty evidence. Literally, I went there, I went to the spot, and all I did was get shitty evidence. Did I get any evidence?
Yeah.
Yeah, shitty.
Shitty evidence, but it's still evidence. Right?
It's evidence, exactly. So the conclusion is, it's shitty evidence. That's what I know about God. It's shitty evidence. That's what an agnostic should be saying. But they're saying they don't know. What do they got? Fucking dementia? They got Alzheimer's? They can't remember what they fucking learned 3 seconds ago? Again, because the agnostic has an overlay too. You know what their God, when they drop down, you know what it says?
I would assume ignorance.
Amorphous blob abstraction. That why
Yeah,
that way
basically indistinguishable from ignorance.
Yeah, indistinguishable from ignorance. Yeah, and they're stuck on it like stupid, right? Because they're being presented a God and it has this shape and they can see that overlay from that person. And what do? They put their amorphous blob without properties over it and like, yeah, it doesn't match, dude. I'm not going to accept that as God. That's their God. Their God. It's the God of the amorphous blob of ignorance.
I really wish I could hear you debate some atheist, somebody like Matt Dillahunty or somebody like that, because I want to hear that debate. Like I'm talking about somebody who passionately identifies as an atheist and actively promotes atheism.
Well, Matt actually uses a lot of Igtheist arguments, but he is an atheist. If you watch his, Matt Dillahunty has a video on theological non-cognitivism. He actually made that video because I sent him a message on Facebook. I've always wanted to get up with him and have a conversation about that conversation, because I was thumbing through text. I was texting. I was about to go into class. I was waiting to go into class, and I just got a wild hair up my ass. I was thinking, and I was like, "Hey, I wonder what Matt Dillahunty thinks about Igtheism." So I contacted him on Facebook and asked him, and then a few days later, he actually made that video because he said, somebody contacted him through Facebook and asked him about it, and it wasn't a great conversation. He called me an asshole, and maybe I am, and that's what he said, because I did. I called him an asshole. And he was actually fair about it. He was like, well, you did call me an asshole, and, maybe there's some fucking truth to it, or whatever he said. I forget exactly how he said it, but I was like, yeah, you're an asshole, fucking prick. But, we're all assholes to a degree, so I thought it was funny, but he made that, and basically his video made it feel like he just didn't see the importance of Igtheism, that he feels like it's not false, but it doesn't do work for him in his brain. It's kind of the conversation, the way I think he understood it, because he, like many other people, think that it's just an absence of definition. That's what the Igtheist is arguing, that we just don't have definitions. We're not arguing that there are no definitions. We're saying that there are no definitions with epistemic coherence. There is a multitude of definitions that have semantic coherence. But I don't give a shit about semantic references. I give a shit about ontological references or epistemological references.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is also that the word Igtheism is really not that famous as the word atheism or theism or agnosticism.
Yeah. And that's what I'm
very few people.
That's what I'm trying to change with the YouTube channel. Is I'm not really trying to do anything other than give people a way to see how we reason, how we argue, right? That we're not just saying, hey, there's no definitions. I'm never saying that. I've never said that in my life, that there's no definition. But read the wiki page, and it's just dog shit. I've always wanted to update it, but
you can edit the wiki page yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, I know, but I don't wiki, so I'll let another nerd do that shit, and I'll just stay getting triggered every time I fucking read. People don't get that about people like me. Is triggered is part of my learning process. Just like calm might be part of your learning process.
I don't think there's anything wrong with being triggered. I think there's plenty of wrong with people who trigger others on purpose. Like, I assume you've dealt with a lot of people who come here and try to trigger you.
Yeah,
sorry, we don't respect.
It happens on basically an hourly basis, dude. That's why I fill up my ban list one time a month.
Well, the title God Ain't Real is gonna piss off a lot of people.
Oh yeah, I know what I signed up for. So I think if anybody who does this to me, if they were there the whole time, they were right there listening to the conversation the whole time, they would understand. I think there's no way you couldn't understand why I'm such a fucking dick in these kinds of conversations. It's like I almost guarantee if you formulated your opinion about me, like the way I am, just in general, the way you've heard me on Discord and shit like that, you have no fucking clue who I am and what I'm about. I'd say the only people.
Promote Igtheism.
I'd say the only real people that have any kind of idea are the people that frequent this room, because most people just hear the triggered responses and shit. These guys sit here and listen to my post rants and shit like that, and oftentimes I go over a lot of stuff in my post discussion rage out things, and I go into like historical explanations, contextual analyses, and stuff like that. What humans are doing it's just absolutely vile what we're fucking doing. So you just got to expect that you get this behavior from people, because we're all on a learning path. When I was young, I was a fucking toxic asshole looking just piss people off too. It's just part of the journey, right? We're dicks. That's why I'm an ethical misanthrope.
Yeah, and you also have to add another bonus, which is the internet gives people the ability to be anonymous, and it's much easier being an asshole when you're an anonymous.
Yeah, I mean, because you can't get punched in the face and shit like that. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what's always been left a bad taste in my mouth when the internet came out. Because like back in the day when it first came out, if you talk trash, dude, I'd drive over to your fucking house, bro. You were a friend anyway. Like you were somebody I knew. It wasn't like you met randos on early forms of the internet. You were all local. You're all members of the same city, town, friend group, right? And then as computers got more and more sophisticated, but this is before the internet, they just got more and more sophisticated. You started meeting new people in the neighborhoods and stuff because you started getting 20, 30 people online. Whereas before, like, I spent years playing video games where you had to play it one at a time. It was an online game, but you called up your friend's computer. It was a direct line, just like you would call a friend on a regular phone.
Yeah.
You'd play, on their bulletin board system. They'd had games on there, and then you'd log off, and then somebody else would, log in. And then it just got to the point that you could hold multiple people on at the same time. And at first, it was just a couple. People had money, and it built a couple, and then got bigger and bigger. You started meeting strangers, right? And it started expanding. Then the internet. And it's like, holy shit, you're I'm over here, bro. Like that was the whole thing. It's like you're talking real time with groups of people, and then that's when it happened. That's when you stop being able to slap motherfuckers in the face when they ran their mouth.
Yeah, good old times. I miss them.
I fucking miss those goddamn days, dude. People were so much more respectful. But all that being said, you've got the Arab Spring and shit like that. There's so much reason why anonymity is also good. It's a good and a bad, right? Like it has its pros and it's got its cons.
Certainly, yeah. But
violence is never really the solution. It's never really been a solution. You should never be going over and slapping your friend in the mouth because he ran it. This is not how discourse, right? It's not really what we're supposed to do. No, it never, because really when we're communication developed on the fucking plains, on the savannah. It didn't happen in a protected house across town. So we didn't need to. We really didn't need to. It was either I loved you or I was killing you. Right? Those were basically the two interactions that early humans would have had, tribal warfare, shit like that. So, if you were in my in group, I had to do everything to protect you because I needed your help protecting from the out group, right? So language would have been shared amongst people who depended on each other, and that's what it would have primarily been for, is coordination and protection, because of the warring nature of both human interaction and then human and wild interaction, right? It's coordination helps us hunt. So no, I think it definitely developed for cooperation, but then we fucked up and started living together and we don't like each other. We all got different opinions and shit of how we should do stuff. So we war, right? But yeah, no, I think it's the intent for communication is to understand. Right, you don't need to understand each other if you're killing each other. So it's for cohesion. Because remember, like before towns and villages and shit like that, it was basically just a very small tribe. You grew up with every single member of that village. There was no strangers.
Yeah, the concept of strangers is actually a relatively new concept.
Yeah, and that's part of where the social angst comes from. Is they've done studies on primate brain sizes. And if you line the brains up by size, you're also lining them up in population size. So the bigger the brain, the larger the populations. And with the size of our brain, the correlation should be about 200 members in our in-group. That's about how many people you have within a capacity to empathize with, to under criticize their negative actions and to over evaluate their positive actions. That's what you do with the in-group. With the out-group, you have the opposite metric. You over-evaluate their negative actions and under-evaluate their positive actions.
This is why I wish we could send some kind of a drone or some kind of a high-tech camera to the Sentinelese Island, because I want to study them. I want to see how they live, if they're happy, if they're miserable, if they're beating the shit out of each other, or if they're dancing around the bonfire.
Yeah. Well, that's why I don't agree with the anthropologists. With an island like the Sentinelese, I would send people in there to pacify them and do what you just said. Determine what they're about, learn how to communicate with them culturally, educate them on the outside, and then tell them this is the last time you'll ever see us until you want to contact us. And then we dip the fuck out of there. But the knowledge of humans, we want to preserve, history and shit like that. I get that, but there may be people in there living in such horrible conditions that it's unethical for us to not go in there and help them.
Yeah, this is what actually changed my mind. Because if you asked me a couple of years ago, I would have said, yeah, let's just leave them alone. But why? There are children there. They might be starving.
Have you heard of the Djibouti?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they had a really sick. For everybody that doesn't know about the Djibouti, I learned about them in cultural anthropology, a class I took. What I'm about to say is graphic, but it's educational. When we first found the Djibouti, it was two people, a husband and a wife. They were anthropologists, and they were studying Papua New Guinea, and they heard about the Djibouti, and they wanted to go find them, and they did. They went and found them. And they're considered a homosocial group. So in a homosocial society, men hang out with men and women hang out with women. They don't cross-contaminate, right? Well, so when they met, they were friendly people, like friendly enough people. They weren't hostile people. Most people in Papua New Guinea are pretty chill nowadays. They used to war a lot back in the day, but pretty chill these days. And so they discovered these people. They split them up because, they're homosocial. And the male anthropologist went off with the men and lived with them for a while, and they started doing rituals and stuff. They're anthropologists, so they're to observe. And one of the practices and beliefs of the Djibouti is that in order to become a man, right, to become a man, you had to consume the spirit of an elder.
Yep. By swallowing his semen.
Right. And so the anthropologist was put in this situation, right? And he was obviously in culture shock, right? Because they were all doing it. It was a ritual. It was a fun time for them. And it was over. And then later on, the even more, like, the extra interesting factor is that when the anthropologist went and talked to them sort of like individually about it, because again, he's an educator. He's trying to get info about these fucking people. And he talked to him. He was like, well, what about the sexual nature of this? They were all shocked. Like, that was a unique response, or a consistent response among all of them. They all had a general disgust for the question, right? Like, they were offended that you even mentioned sex. Like, they were like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, basically was their reaction. And so when they were talking, they communicated back and forth, and you got to be careful not to, like, contaminate their culture. But, it's a mutual exchange of cultures, so that conversation happened. And during the discourse, and during repeated discourse with these people, they naturally moved away from doing that practice. They understood our arguments and reasons. And they said, yeah, that's fucked up, actually. And they stopped doing it. Okay, it was a behavior that they naturally moved away from once we enlightened them of human growth and development and how you shouldn't do it because, look, you develop better and wait till you get older and then you're healthier, and they got it. And then with education, they also started understanding that maybe you don't need to consume the semen of an elder to become a man, right? So be thankful for being a United States American, because all you had to do was turn 18. That's all you had to do, okay? So, yeah, there's, if you were to ask me, should we go in there and contaminate the Djibouti culture with ours? Yeah, because of reasons like that. That right there is a why.
I agree.
And that shit, we don't know what's going on with the Sentinelese, right? Like, They cannibals. We don't know what's going on. They might be eating their fucking babies and shit, like peeling their flesh off. We don't know, right? So I think, yeah, and since they're so hostile, yeah, you got to go in and fucking tranquilize dart these motherfuckers and show them who's boss. But like, you want to fucking throw spears and shit, motherfucker? Let's fucking go. We'll fucking hit you with some beanbags right in the goddamn face. Fucking belt that, motherfucker. Here's our fucking hovercraft. Whose ocean is this? This ain't your goddamn island, right? Like, cuck them, right? Just fucking pacify the shit out of them. When they wake up and they see everything's chill, they're still alive. When they're done struggling, start cutting some fucking bonds, right? And start talking to them like, you chill? You chill? All right, go over there. You chill? All right, go over there, right? And then have the conversation. It's definitely going to be culture shock to these motherfuckers.
Oh, yeah.
But they're going to have to get over it.
Can you imagine every Sentinelese waking up in a surgery room from anesthesia and
Just
seeing a
fucking
doctor,
SEAL
seeing
Team
a camera and
6.
a mirror?
Like, no deaths, no deaths. We got to do it and execute it. Like, like SEAL Team 6 can't have any deadly weapons. No deadly weapons. But they get beanbags and all that shit.
That's a great idea for a movie. That's a great fucking idea for a comedy.
And we just tell them, be like, look, dude, like, we tried sending some dudes, you killed them. Right? It's like, look, you guys are fucking crazy. All right, Cyber, let's go. Prove it. Cyber, we all see you, dude. You're right there. Thank you, Trans. I wish I knew how to say your other name, but I don't. It's like Kahona or something like that, but that always fucks with me because I knew a place called Kahona, and it doesn't mean the same thing, and I don't even think it's how you say it. So, but thanks for the superpower. I could disconnect now. Maybe I won't.
Kahona versus cojones?
Yeah. How do you say her name? Is it? I don't know how to pronounce it.
Who?
Trans's other name.
Isn't it start, isn't the second syllable? Oh, Koha.
Koha. And then it's Kun. Koha Kun.
Kun. It's Japanese.
Oh.
So it'd be Koha Kun.
Yeah, I got pretty good reading comprehension, just not good reading. That's the... Dude, I watch this crazy ass fucking dude. AI's getting nuts. So there's this nerd who goes around with the remote control car delivering stuff to Mexicans working in his neighborhood. Like on
I've seen it. Oh, okay.
And yeah, there's I don't know if it's the same guy, but like going into stores with the thing and shit. Yeah. I don't know if it's the same guy, but same thing. He has a pretty cool remote control car and it's got a wagon attached to it. And in the back of it, it's got like Red Bulls, water and shit like that. And so he rolls up and on it, it has a Post-it note. And on it, it says, hey, this is free. I'm just doing a TikTok video. Thank you guys for your hard work and whatever. Right. It's a nice note. And you see the Mexicans walking up to it and they're like, what is this? What is it? And they're like, they're talking about it. And it's like, I'm like, are these guys Mexicans or are they just Americans? Like, I couldn't tell. Because I'm like, what the fuck? They don't sound Mexican, right? They sound like fucking like Texan. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on here, right? And so I get to the end and I'm just kind of like weirded out by like what I saw. And there was just some weird shit. I couldn't put my finger on it. And so I went to the text and they're like talking about AI. And I'm like, what AI? They're AI? And so I'm looking at them like they look like real people. Like, holy shit, AI is getting crazy. And then I started really looking and I'm like, they're not even talking. That's not them talking, right? It wasn't even them talking. It's literally like dubbed over their mouths. It's like they're speaking English, right? So they're walking up to this thing and they're speaking English. They're like, hey, Paco, come here. Come here. What is this? What is this? And then it's like, hey, read this. And so, Paco leans down to read it and he's like, oh, it's just like some TikTok free shit. And it's like, dude, well, I'm thinking, what, you can't read? Like, you talk pretty well. Like, I guess you can't read. That's weird. And he's like, yeah, no, it's written in English or whatever it says. And I'm like, what the fuck is actually, and that's when it clicked. It's like, holy shit, this AI is getting so good that they take natural Spanish being spoken by some Mexican guys and makes it sound fucking Texan. It's fucking wild. Because, yeah, they honestly didn't have, they were just like non-English speaking, Mexicans that were, just working, and this thing comes up, and, they were confused. They were speaking Spanish, trying to figure out what was happening. It's pretty cool. And then Paco was the one guy on the job site that, the reader. He's the reader. It's funny because I don't know if it's stereotypical or whatever, but there is at least one reader and writer on every group of migrant workers like that. There's always going to
Yep.
be a reader and a writer with them, because without that, yeah, it's really hard to work with some of them, right? Because they don't speak a lick of English. They don't understand our cultures and mannerisms and shit. I remember the first time I worked with one. He was a really cool guy, but he triggered the fuck out of me, right? Because we couldn't communicate, and it was the first time I ever had to communicate with somebody who didn't like understand, body language and shit as I understand it. So it was just, bro, I was getting triggered and drawing pictures on the fucking, thing and and then I had to learn Spanish, Reba and all that shit. And so, we ended up having a great relationship. But at first, I was punching holes in the goddamn roof, just getting fucking triggered as shit, dude. Like, I hate not being able to communicate and stuff, and it just sucked, dude. I didn't hate them at all, right? It was just so frustrating that you're holding a heavy ass board and you're just being like, all right, up a little bit, and then nothing happens. You're like, yeah, up, and you're just waiting to like fucking nail it, and you're just like, hey, up. And he's just like, he's not doing it. He's like pulling on it and shit. That part, so yeah, that's when I learned I might need to learn some phrases. And I went home and studied and like learned how to do basic fucking communication and shit. Next day I came in all cocky saying shit. They actually started teaching me Spanish on the site and shit. The first thing they taught me how to say was "Cuánto quieres por tu gorda hermana? Mi verga es muy grande." That's the first thing they taught me. I used to sing that over and over. I used to sing. You know that song, "My girl's in the next room." That song I used to sing. Mi verga es muy grande. I used to go all over the job site to learn my inflections and shit like that. And I would just sing it. They would get, they would laugh about it because I'm just talking about how I'd fuck your fat sister and shit, like how much work. Yeah, it was fun. It was great times.
I'm just trying to think of a bunch of people on a work site sounding like Owen Wilson, crowding around an RC car.
Yeah, but that technology is getting fucking wild because it just watch that video and it's so dope how the dubbing is in future movies are going to be like this. You're not going to have to worry about it. It's just the fucking robot will just auto translate, dude. It's fucking nuts, dude. And one of the cooler things about it is like, whenever they dub movies and shit, they always get like the worst voice actors,
Speaking of translators, have you seen that new earpiece translator they just released that can fucking in real time fucking translate everything that's going on?
That. Yeah.
Dude, they're so cool.
What, real life Babelfish?
Yeah, I heard about them a year or so ago, so they might be better now.
They're way better now. Now they can literally listen to the conversation and then as you speak, coach you through speaking it without interrupting your speaking. It's pretty good.
It's pretty dope. Yeah, so it does turn out that JL just uses Streamlabs. I guess Streamlabs just makes it super.
It's just less of the technical stuff taking your time up.
Why did they say they limit how many times you can stream? Why would they do that?
I mean, just I'm sure there's lots of features in there to motivate you to pay them.
I didn't understand that. It's like, why would you pay to limit how many times you can upload when I haven't hit a barrier with YouTube? There might be a barrier or some shit. I don't know. I've been uploading daily though, but it hasn't stopped me from doing shit.
Per day?
It said somewhere. I was clicking on YouTube somewhere. It said that there is some kind of limit, but I didn't really pay attention to what, because I was like, I didn't, it was in the permissions. Like when you first get a YouTube, they like restrict you and then kind of open up access as you go.
I think that used to be a thing. I don't know if it's still a thing. It was a Google pricing concern, mostly just with the amount of content.
Makes you wonder how big their hard drive is.
Google data centers are big. They have they might have almost a zettabyte of storage, maybe a couple zettabytes.
Let me Google. Let's see. 15 gigabytes. They only have 15 gigabytes, dude. The AI clearly did not understand my question.
Should ask how much physical memory does Google own?
Just thought I was asking about. Did you say zettabyte starts with an EX? Is that how you say that?
That's an exabyte.
Yeah. So 1 exabyte equals 1 million terabytes or 1 billion gigabytes. So it's hold on.
So 1,000 zettabytes?
Hold on. However, the industry experts estimate that Google manages dozens of exabytes across its global network.
1,000 petabytes, and a zettabyte is a unit up. Oh, so I was being sorry. I guess I was thinking exabyte, not zettabyte, as a unit off. You said how many zettabytes? Did they say 15?
Nerds estimate dozens of zettabytes or exabytes.
And I said 2. And they said dozens.
Yeah, they're saying dozens.
They're making progress. Damn.
Google does
That's a
not
lot more
release
data set-
official numbers.
That's a lot of fucking data centers. Like seriously, goddamn.
I don't even. It's all words. Hold on.
Well, consider it this way: like, we have to deal with maybe 3 to 5 petabytes of data, or we had to deal with 3 to 5 petabytes of data at the trucking company for all the trucks. So 50,000 employees, about 50,000 trucks in North America, all streaming about, I don't know, between 1 and 30 gigabytes per 5 minutes. So a lot. That's a lot.
Holy shit, dude! So I asked to put it in retard basically, and it said, because I said, I mean, like, if my computer is an amoeba and like a data center is a building, how big is Google? And it says, if your computer is an amoeba, a single-celled microscopic cell, and a single data center is as large as an office building, then Google's entire global storage network is roughly the size of the entire planet Earth.
I think you fucked the scales a little bit.
That's what
Can
it
you say that again?
The nerd is saying, well, the robot is saying, if your computer is an amoeba, I said, if my computer is like this data storage size is like compared to an amoeba, and then I said, and then, a data center is an office building. It's saying that Google is Earth.
Oh shit.
That doesn't make any sense, dude.
How does that not make
Something's
sense?
something's messed up in this analogy.
It says, let's see, Google operates dozens of massive data centers, campuses worldwide, and each single campus contains multiple giant data warehouses. Constant growth.
So
Every
how
minute,
is if you already have an office building the size of the data center, right?
No, you
then
just
you would have,
just have a
12
building.
office buildings. You would just have 12 office buildings, not a planet.
No, I just said a building. I didn't say what kind. It just said large office building. But
That still wouldn't be a planet.
It's trying to translate data storage into object size, man. So here's its full size comparison. It's saying your computer in Amoeba is about 0.5 millimeters wide. One data center, a typical large building, is about 50 meters wide. That building is 100,000 times larger than an amoeba. Google's entire network, to match the estimated size of Google's global storage capacity using the same scale, you would need 250,000 of those buildings. The result, if you clustered all 250,000 of those office buildings together into one massive city, it would cover an area roughly equal to the size of our planet.
Okay, we're talking relative data size.
Yeah, they're not, it's not saying the building scales identically. It's the storage capacity it's trying to convey. Like, your computer could be stored X amount of times within the office building. And then the office building could be scaled this amount of times into a planet. But I don't know if its scales are right. It does seem like all fucked up. Like, it does seem like it's, but I don't know.
I mean, on your machine, you have what, a terabyte?
I don't even think that. I got.
Well, let's round up, just for average computers.
Yeah, I got about a terabyte. Yeah.
Right, and then a data center is expected to have how much? Like a few petabytes? Like, we would have like tens of thousands of terabyte
A trillion
drives.
bytes. What is that? A trillion bytes.
I think it's better to just say it in terms of relative to terabytes.
Yeah, I just.
So I'd say there'd be like tens of thousands of those. So we'd be talking about like, I don't know, 50 petabytes, let's say. 50 to 200 petabytes.
Oh shit, there's different kinds, man. They're talking about like a small local data centers, corporate, and then hyperscale data centers.
where we're just
That's the
Google Amazon
exabyte.
data center.
Yeah, that'd be an exabyte.
To be 1,000 petabytes. So basically, it'd be 5x the 50 to 250.
And then a large
range.
corporate data center would be around 100 petabytes. It's saying petabytes.
So
And then-
double what I estimate. Well, it was in the range. It was in
Well,
the
a
range.
small one would be 1 petabyte. A small data center is 1 petabyte.
Yeah, small one the size of fucking Costco. Small one.
No, I could kind of see where it's
So-
going. Why it's saying planet scale compared to like stadium and then building. You know.
I mean, you got 1,000x, and then you got a 50x to get the small. Then you got dozens of that. So you got a 12x that. And then that's only for the small data centers. So maybe I'd add another 6 for the big guys. So times 6. That's a good amount of amoebas.
That's nuts. I'm glad I went with amoeba because we would probably be on like galaxies or some shit if I didn't. If I had went with like a building, it'd been like a data center.
Yeah.
It was like a fucking solar system.
I'm gonna have to do tardigrade next year. So we don't have clean rivers no more, do we?
Who's I don't want to give out details or whatever. Like my region is gonna be hurting for water. Like hurting.
Is what water?
My region is gonna be hurting for water in like 10 years. We're gonna be basically out of fucking water. We are at critical levels right now. And we've
Well,
been at
you had that
critical
issue with the neighboring states siphoning off the river for agriculture, right?
Well, we do that ourselves, and then yeah, Texas is behind us, and they have rights, so we can't fill our shit because Texas just doesn't have enough fucking water living on the goddamn coast. 90% of its fucking state has a whole coast, and they can build desalination centers, but no, they went our shitty ass fucking trickle of a stream. Fucking pricks. They steal our fucking electricity when their dumbasses don't fit their fucking grids, and now they're stealing our fucking waters because their dumbasses can't build salination plants, desalination, or just something. Like, dude, I was getting scared last night talking to fucking ChatGPT. I was like, all right, so this is probably because I watched the video and I was just like, is this true? Because I watched a video where it was true and I needed confirmation it wasn't. So, and it was like, yeah, your shit's fucked. You got about 10 years. And I was like, all right, well, so what's the government doing? And they're like, they're not doing shit. They're just saying conserve. And I was like, all right, well, what's the feds doing? And they're like, they're not doing fucking shit. They're talking about like giving incentives to conserve. And it's just like, okay, so we're going to be out of water in 10 years. And all they're saying is fucking conserve. So what's that give us? And it's like 10 years. So you're saying if we conserve, we get 10 years. And it's like, yeah, 10 years. We have 0 fucking solutions for water in half the fucking country. It's crazy. And so you know what the solution is? Elon Musk already invented it. Tunnel boring machines. Those things should be in the ground right now, just drilling a tunnel from East Coast to West Coast. Just one big, long fucking tunnel.
Elon Musk didn't invent shit with respect to boring machines.
I'm just saying, Gary. We already have the technology, the tunnel boring machines. Just build a fucking massive one of those things, right? Just build little ones and a big one right behind it, where you can have the two. Build the one behind it working with water, like it can work in water, drowned and shit. Big ass machine, and just build a fucking aqueduct, East Coast to West Coast, revert, divert, whatever it's called, the Mississippi River into it, and let it fill. And then states can then build their own tunnel to the main tunnel, and then we would just be able to share the United States catchment basin, which goes from the Rockies to the Appalachian and feeds the Mississippi River, where the Mississippi River just wastes the shit right out into the fucking ocean for nothing. So we could just divert the entire Mississippi River, basically, into a giant underground fucking aquifer. But no, we're fucking morons. And we literally have no plan. I would just start drilling from one major city to the next, like from Dallas to Austin, from Austin to Lausanne, from Lausanne to like Tallahassee, from Tallahassee to Atlanta, shit like that. Just start doing that. And just make it level.
It's what? There's a lot of practical issues with that.
I don't give a shit. Work it out. Drill a hole. Bring me water.
Nature doesn't like us that much.
Fuck nature, dude. Fuck nature. Nature can suck my asshole. I'm a monkey, bro. I will change nature to suit my needs. I'm a monkey. That's what we do. Fuck nature. Nature's been trying to kill us since forever. That's why we have every single trait that we have, because nature is a bitch and she tried to fucking kill our ancestors. I will destroy this planet on behalf of my fucking species. I don't give a shit about ecosystems, biomes, animals. The only animals I give a shit about are humans and dogs. Everything else could go into a simulation in a giant Coruscant city where if you want to see an ocean scape or, you know, a river or something, you know, you go into your, you know, brain machine and have fun. But otherwise, we're going to build a big fucking building that holds like trillions of human beings on this planet. And then we're going to consume the planet and turn it into a ginormous spaceship where we're going to break it apart and just go off into different directions and just take over the fucking universe, man. Can't do that if we're worried about like waterfalls and conservation and shit. Like Earth has been trying to murder us since day one, since it made us. Tried to murder us. In fact, it was trying to kill us the whole time. It's a dick. Earth fucking hates you, dude. Like, we just live in a world. Like, the Buddhists are right about that. It's all suffering. It's just life is one big fucking cosmic struggle against entropy. Just trying to slurp up, suck up everybody else's fucking energy so we can feed our own. That's life right there. Life feeds on life. This is necessary. You ever raised a cow or been around like a cow?
I've been near a cow.
See, I don't think I could like raise my own cow and then kill it and eat it. I don't think I could do that. I could kill your cow and eat it, but I don't think I could kill mine.
I'm still at the one step remove. I need to do the one step remove, then I'll let you know about that.
So you got to have somebody kill it for you?
No, as in I haven't butchered a cow yet. I need to do that. It's on my bucket list.
Oh, I've never butchered
Let's do
a cow.
someone else's, and then I can think about raising one.
But I could definitely dig into a cow as long as I didn't like know it. There's no way I could do it if I knew it. There's a survival show called Alone. This one took place up in Alaska, or Canadian. And one of the guys on the show, he was doing pretty good. And he had made friends with a squirrel while he was doing pretty good. And, you know, he was giving the squirrel some stuff. It was like his little buddy, you know, while he was out there. He lived in his territory. And, well, shit started not getting so good. And he took advantage of the squirrel's trust because he had earned the squirrel's trust to interact with the squirrel. But he got so fucking hungry, he killed that little guy. I can't remember. I think he didn't need it. He was like, he couldn't do it, right? And he literally cried himself to defeat. He was doing well. There was no reason this guy wasn't going to do pretty good. He was just doing bad. Then he got hungry, killed him, and then it just psychologically ruined him. He's like, dude, I'm on a show. I made friends with this thing. It trusted me, and then I fucking murdered it, dude. He just starts eating at him and shit, dude. He's like, fuck it, I want to go home.
Wait, is this Alone? You're talking about Alone?
Yeah, Alone. It was the black guy.
Is that the... Oh. I remember some, like, Polynesian dude also was, like, super...
It might have been him, but this was a black
in tune
dude.
with nature.
Yeah, this is some black... He was a really cool guy, man. And it was sad to see him go. It's just you kind of relate, dude. That's like me. It's like, I could murder the fuck out of a squirrel and eat it, dude. But I couldn't do it if I did what he did. I couldn't have done what he did. Right? I'd have been super fucking hungry, and I would have had that little squirrel in my fucking hand, and I'm like, you're my buddy. And then I would just quit. I'd be like, fuck it. I'm so hungry. I'm about to murder you. And I'd just be like, fuck it. It's not. I could not kill a fucking squirrel for that dude. Not if I made friends. That's what I'm saying. So if I went out there, I'm just going to be a dick to fucking everything, dude. Like, fucking all of it. Fuck you, squirrel, chipmunk. Go fuck yourself. Stay out. I'm going to throw rocks at it. I'm going to be hostile to everything, you know. Just make sure that it knows. You know, give it the fair chance. I ain't your friend. I'm here to fucking eat you if you let me. So stay away. I'm hunting you, though. I'm going to get hungry, and I'm going to use my big-ass fucking brain to find you. So I'm giving you a head start. Because, yeah, attitudes are going to change when you start getting hungry, and I saw what happened to that guy. He murdered his friend, dude. Right there. Fucking murdered him. think he did eat him. I think he did eat him. It's a cool show. If you guys like those survival shows, that's probably one of my favorite ones. Survivor Man was my favorite, but that alone is this one guy.
Survivor Man is so bad. Like him fucking walking up the mountain, then going and get the fucking camera.
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, he did that show like 3 times for every episode. But there's this one guy on Alone. He actually killed a whole ass moose, I think, or an elk or something. And he rendered it and everything, dude. This guy was a survival guy. He was a hunter. He knew what he was doing. So he butchered it, ate and smoked the meat that he could. So he like plowed through the meat and smoked it. So because that's the first to go. And he rendered all the fat out and created fat for his survival fat, and he had constructed a thing to keep it away from predators. It's like this tall tripod that was hard to get to, and it was this big fucking resource of calories, dude. It's like a billion fucking calories of up in the sky, basically, in this big like pyramid. But some badger got a hold of it and fucking ate it all, and it just triggered the fuck out of him, dude. He was so mad, dude, because he was set. He was gonna win that show. He was living high, he had no problems, and then that badger eats all his shit, dude, and now he's fucking got nothing. He's got no food. He's out there hunting and shit. He got triggered as fucking badger.
Tough rascals.
But yeah, that show was cool because it basically it ends up being a psychological battle with yourself. People will be there and they'll be doing really well, but the other person is just holding out more. And, they've been out there for like 2 months and shit. And that other, they're just not, they'll come get you when you win. Till then, they only come like once a month or once a week or something. Or I think it's once a month they come. They radio check you and shit like that. But other than that, you're fucked. You're just out. You got a, emergency call you could call in at any time. But yeah, you don't know anything about your enemy. You don't know how well they're doing. You know nothing. By that time, like after a few months, you start realizing you're in it against yourself now, and that's where most people quit. They're doing well, and they're just like, I want to hug my wife, right? Like they're just like, fuck it, I'm done. I just can't do this no more, right? They just go crazy. They can't be by themselves. Just go fucking psycho all by themselves, and they get taken out. The other person, the other person's just holding out. So many people won that way. The other person just quit.
What's the prize?
Is it 250? I think
it's not bad. I get
500. Yeah, it's 500. Let's see. The season 7 100-day challenge. The grand prize was doubled to 1 million because contestants had to survive a full 100 days in the Arctic. That's dope as fuck, dude. 100 days, you get $1 million. If you're already a survival guy and you could do it, that's like a dream come true for those kind of people. I'm not really a survival guy.
But in the Arctic?
Yeah.
Yeah, fuck that.
That's a different situation than when they were in the jungle. You know what I mean? Like, oh my god.
Well, like the one I was talking with, the guy that killed the squirrel. That it was dense forest in Canada, right? Like right on the lake. So yeah, they had everything there. There's so much food. Like you're allowed to bring certain things, and it's just like if you didn't bring like netting or something like that, you fucked up, right? Like netting was so useful out there for either catching the fish or trapping the animals, man. So like wire, like spools of wire and shit like that. That's what a lot of people were getting smart at, is like they would bring like big spool of wire, and then they would go out there and just make nets, right? They'd be able to make shitloads of nets and stuff. That allowed them to make traps, make sure you bring wire so that you can make traps, like cinch traps and stuff. But if not, like shit, like when you get out there, the first thing I would recommend watching that show is setting up like 50 fucking traps all over, scattered in a big fucking circle around your base. And then find the fucking trail. Spend all your time just watching the animals and looking for shit and what they're doing. Those people they get out there and they'll get some food and they'll like relax.
And fish.
Yeah, they get out there, they get food, and they relax, and they're like, oh, I got food, I could take some time off. And it's like, no, what you should be doing is just keep hunting. And whenever you got food, and you got extra, eat it. Just fucking shove it down your mouth and get fat because you're gonna run out, and you never know when that's gonna happen, and you don't know when your food's gonna go bad. You don't know when something's gonna come get you or when some shit's gonna go wrong. So yeah, these people, they get a little bit of food and they're like, oh, I'm gonna build some shelter, and it's like, yeah, I get that, but you better still be hunting. You know, you better be hunting that first hour of the day and then building your shit, because you want a surplus of food because you could always eat it. Now, obviously, if you got like 13 fucking rabbits lined up and shit, you might want to back off a little bit.
Yeah, for sustenance, I can eat just about any animal besides human. So.
Oh, dude, I'll eat you. I'll fucking eat you, dude. I ain't even kidding.
Well, I'll eat. See, there's a difference. If everyone's emaciated, there's nothing to eat.
Now, this bone, you smash the hips. Like, when you die, that's the first thing I'm going for is your fucking hip bones, dude. Yup. I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to be looking at you when you get all weak and shit. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you like I'd want you to help me, dude. But the moment you pass, bro, and that pulse is gone, you have a DNR, bro. This is survival mode. It's DNR.
It's dinner time.
Yeah. I'm cutting the hips out. I'm smashing it, and I'm eating that marrow, bro. Then the femurs.
From buddy to broth?
Yep, be boiling them bones and shit, dude. Don't worry, I'll start with the butt. That's what they said in the live. It was a funny conversation I guess they had when they're dying on the Alps. You know, they were joking about, whoever goes first and shit, if they're gonna eat. They were, because there's already dead people, and they had already been like consuming and shit, and so they were just joking. It was like, if I die, I want you to start with my ass, or whatever it said. Yeah, it would absolutely suck to be forced to cannibalism, man, if you got that fucking hungry.
Yeah, like the thing I laugh about is that Donner Party in California. All they had to do was walk down the mountain.
It's kind of what happened with the live too. Honestly, that's kind of the moral of the story is in Alive, they held out until the bitter end, and then they walked out. That's what happened. It's like, dude, if you guys just walked out, more of you would have survived, but you stayed wrecked and no one came and you froze to death. So, it was just, they just sat there dying when you were alive the whole time, and you could have, went and rescued yourself, but you did what you were told to do, which is stick near the wreck, but no one came. It sucked, dude. It fucking sucked. Yeah, I don't know. I say I could cannibalize, but, then you ask yourself, well, why do so many people starve to death? Why do they starve? Why didn't they just kill each other and eat each other? It's like, is there really something you can do? Because if you can do it, then you'd think that we would kill each other more and do it, right? Maybe it's just like the cannibals just got like a gene, right? And they got the cannibal gene, and they can actually do it. I don't know. I never got that hungry. I've been pretty fucking hungry, but I ain't never got that hungry.
Cannibalism is a choice, and most people won't make that choice. And like for me personally, I'd probably starve, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if it was just me and my dog and we're the only ones left, I'd probably just like blow my brains out and let her eat me or something.
Just like slice off a piece of calf and be like, "Here you go, puppy."
Oh shit, I don't know. I never watched Naked and Afraid. I think I might have seen like a couple of episodes.
I watched Disclosure Day the other day.
What'd you think of it?
I think my what you described seemed to fit the bill for the most part.
Yeah.
Like I really like what is it, Spielberg's creativity with like bad resources. I felt like Jaws was phenomenal. But it feels like so much of what made Jaws good with the cinematographer is what it's starting to feel like, right? It's like Spielberg has the vision. Spielberg can storyboard. Spielberg can be a director. But he doesn't have that artistic cinema that I feel like is what made his other movies so good, is what I feel. Like, I feel like a good transition between Jaws and this would be Tintin, Adventures of Tintin. Really great storyboarding, really great transitions, really like really well streamlined, put together, like storytelling. I can't fault him for, I guess, the vision of the storytelling. But when it comes to the execution, right, it's easy to do that in 1010 because everything's hand drawn. But once you have these limited resources, and in this case, this heavy reliance on CGI effects, it's like all of what gave the magic, that cinematography, was just moot.
Yeah.
Immediately becomes moot.
Yeah, because they had to do a lot more storytelling back in the day to get you to understand the scene rather than just the graphics. Yeah. My favorite.
I don't think
from
Spielberg
him
stops
was
doing
E.T..
that though. I think he's still doing that in this movie. He's still storytelling.
Yeah. I just don't know what exactly went wrong with the movie. I don't know what I disliked about it. I think it's just because I expected more from Spielberg.
For me, it's the scene. I feel like so much production went into these scenes that it kind of lost any of the magic of the moments because of how much was invested into just CGI, I feel.
The language was the best for me. Like the most riveting part of the movie was what they were doing to her brain.
Oh, when she was like having the you mean throughout, or was it that one moment where she's like
Throughout.
doing the weather?
Yeah, throughout. Like the first one at the I'm trying not to spoil, but like the breakfast
That
scene,
was some
you know?
good. I'll tell you what, man, that was some good Russian. No notes.
Yeah, I don't speak Russian, but yeah, I mean, she did a good job at acting
Like,
that out.
Hunt for Red October is embarrassing, but this was no notes, man.
But I just thought that the lore behind that, where it's like she was having a seizure, like it was like she was having a seizure. That's what it was like. It was like people are having seizures have no idea they sound like that. They think they're talking, but but they think they're saying words. Well, she thought she was speaking English. But actually, I think in that moment, it wasn't that she thought she was speaking English. It was just like her brain got connected to somebody somehow, and that's just what it was. It came out like that. But she was just communicating, but no longer trying to communicate in English. She was just communicating, right? It's kind of what I think the idea is that they were conveying, is that we're missing a level of language by having dialects, right? That there's another kind of underlying, force or so. I don't know what the fuck he was trying to say exactly, but there's like a language built into language, like a meta language that we all understand, kind of like LLMs do.
Yeah. I think what would have really went a long way for me is just a little bit of social commentary, right? Because it's like the whole point of these sci-fi stories, or at least that would make them good for me, is just that, hey, you have this analogy you can use to say, here's something about human society that needs criticism. Or it's like, and so just on from a step back, you can see this, and so it's like, I think Close Encounters of the Third Kind was just so nice because of that investigative trope, right? You have the investigator, they're jaded about humanity, and then suddenly, everything they thought that mattered doesn't matter no more because aliens. And none of that character realization for humanity, I guess. It's like, I get, I like how it developed, like you're describing for the main character, but as a representative of humanity, or sort of like this cynicism of humanity, and then suddenly you have other priorities in mind upon discovery. None of that character development was there from compared to Close Encounters.
Yeah, Close Encounters was much. It was almost all character. The only CGI or anything that would take you away from character development was like the end scene. Really like how we didn't. I guess I'm gonna say that. I'll just wait.
I don't know, man. It's just like Spielberg is magic because tell a good story with dog shit budget. BBC is magic for the same reasons. But now that he has the budget, I think Big Hollywood just fucked it up. Although I don't know, I can't say much. Did Ridley Scott put out a movie recently? He executive produced Prometheus, but When was the last time he did a movie? Because like Alien, fucking amazing film.
Dog
Probably should rewatch
Stars.
it.
Let's see, the Dog Stars, Echo Valley, the Chronicle of Water, Gladiator 2, Alien Romulus. That was in order.
So he's still cooking. He did that Napoleon thing?
And then after Romulus,
And
it
Gladiator
was,
2? Jeez.
yeah, it was a Sacrifice, Napoleon. Oh, he did Napoleon.
He did The
Man,
Martian.
That was a while ago, though. Yeah. Let's see, Haunting in Venice, Boston Strangler.
Wait, they gave him directed by for Prometheus, even though the credits seemed to say executive producer when I was watching the film. Weird. Should I watch this Napoleon movie to see how bad it is?
It's actually not bad. It's pretty good. I liked it. You learn about him. Definitely learn about him.
I'm not quite sure how to describe Ridley Scott's flair. This might be a great JL exposition.
I think the movie industry is about to collapse within probably the next 10 years.
Just because of how easy it is to produce, or what?
AI. Just when creators can just use AI to even make shitty movies. I think there are probably people out there with just phenomenal stories. They just don't have any resources and stuff like that. And when they start getting creative with AI and shit, I think it's going to open up a lot of neural pathways for a lot of people.
Yeah, I would just get second graders and just make their shit into movies.
Yeah, because there's so much stuff out there that made movie would be so good, but you know, movie producers and all this, they make decisions for the fans and end up ruining it. And this is why every time they try to take a book to movie, it's like it's never good. Oh, dude, I'm so fucking done with that whole process ever since The Wheel of Time. They fucking, dude, what a fucking waste of everything, The Wheel of Time. Their last season
I guess so.
was so good. Like, compared to the first, like, it was finally getting on topic. Rand was fucking shit up. You're starting to see what the magic was like and shit. And the story was starting
Actually, I didn't make it there. I needed to keep
Yep.
going, huh?
Yeah, it's not worth it. I mean, it's cool. It was great. But it ends, right? It ends so prematurely because the trillionaire felt like it was too expensive or some shit. And, you know, they didn't do it. Because that's the problem with the industry, is that if you don't repeatedly make increased profits, they don't want to keep you no more. You have to keep making money every time, and it's got to be more profits than the last time, because it's just some weird metric they have that there's no.
Man, if that was your business model from the beginning, why the hell did you choose Wheel of Time? That's such a slow burn.
Yeah. You know, and that was one of the things. It's like, did you not even look at the fucking source material? You didn't even need to read the source material. You just could have saw it sitting on the desk and been like, fuck, that's a lot of shit. So, yeah, it's just,
like
you know,
what? It's like, it like fucking 20,000 pages.
yeah, it's ridiculous. There's so much shit. Like, if it was one of the books, okay, I get it. Like, but you knew what you were getting into, man. You have to do that kind of shit right, and it's about money, not storytelling. So if they're not making money, then the investors pull out, right? So that's why I'm saying, when they lower that cost, we're not going to have to deal with shit like that. People get creative; they'll be able to start and finish, right? They're not going to be like, oh, I didn't make $167 million after putting in 52, so I didn't do the next season. It's like, what? I get it, right? Like, I get the model, right? I understand that you got to make your money back, and you know, there's a risk and shit, but that's kind of the impasse. I'm not trying to shit on the movie industry for not wasting money, right? Obviously, it's stupid, but at the same time, it's like, why did you get in it? Why didn't you just plan it to finish properly or something, or just not do it? You should have saw the budget. Can you lower the cost or something, right? Like, do more acting and less CGI, something.
It's like, can we get past book 1 of Dune?
They got Dune 3 coming out again. Well,
can we get past book 1, please?
I mean, people just don't fucking get it, dude. Like, these books are information rich, dude. That's why we get triggered. They leave a bunch of context out. It's the same with, you know, with the first book of The Wheel of Time. You could do like probably 5 or 6 seasons on TV with just the fucking first book. And so when we saw in the TV show, you like literally skip past like a book and a half in the first season. It's just like, wow, okay, that we know what we're in for. And then nope, Rand starts fucking shit up, and they end the fucking series. It's like, dude, seriously? Was it just a shower fetish again? Is that what we're at? That you just wanted them to put enough money into the thing just so that you could see Rand fuck shit up, and then you got your fucking boner, you know, and now you don't need it no more because you just play it back? Because I wanted more. I wasn't done. I wanted to see Rand. The one scene I wanted to see that I'm so triggered about is my favorite scene in the whole series. I was like, there's no way they're not going to put this into the fucking movie. It's got to be in a movie. It's the best scene ever, and didn't get to it. So I didn't get to fucking see that, so I'm triggered on that. If they had ended it after that scene, yeah, I probably wouldn't be so butthurt.
Dude, was CGI so easy to make? I wanted to get to that point where like the character aging is at the same speed of the book story.
Yeah. Do you remember? Did you read The Wheel of Time?
I could like it's a slog, man. I couldn't jump deep.
There's a scene where he's in a war tent. He's in this big war tent. They're at war, and he's basically sitting at his war desk, right? And he's contemplating in his mind, right? And if you know anything about Rand, by this time in the story, he is fucking crazy. He is crazy. He's of two minds. He's got this dude named Lews Therin in his head. And Lews Therin is Omega level badass, bro. Like, this dude's teaching Rand all kinds of shit. Rand can't tell if he's, like, psychotic or if the dude's real, right? But the dude's teaching him shit, and Rand can't tell if he's just unlocking his own powers or if Lews Therin is telling him. So he's crazy, right? And a lot
Is Rand
of the time,
the one who's not supposed to have powers?
no, he's the Dragon Reborn. He's supposed to have all the powers, but no men. Men are not allowed to have power in that universe
Well,
because they go
society
crazy.
says no.
No. Everyone says no. Men are not allowed to have power in that universe because the Dark One tainted the male side of the Force, and so any male that uses the male side of the Force literally goes insane. So, like, actually goes insane. And Rand, though, if you want spoilers, I can give you spoilers. If you never plan on reading it, then
I probably will, but you can still spoil it.
So yeah, Rand cures the taint, right? But in the process of curing the taint, he does a lot of mental damage to himself. So he's a little fucking crazy, right? But he's still holding his shit together because he's a good dude, and he's farm boy. You know, he comes from good, strong roots and shit, right? But yeah, he cures the taint, and then later on, he's at war, right? He's at war. He's like super fucking powerful already. He's not fucking Rand, right? And he's got all these like wizards around him that they're called the Ashaman or Ashaman, and they're all males, right? Some of them are crazy, some of them are not because they're post taint cleanse, right? Some of them are fine, but a lot of them are fucking crazy. And he's like the craziest of them all, really, but he does hold his shit together, and he's sitting in his war tent. So this is the scene. All of his generals are like standing around. He's got like the wizards and shit in the room, and Lews Therin's in his head, right? And he's sitting at the table, and Lews Therin hates the wizards, man. Because in Lews Therin's time, it is when the taint came and all the problems and shit, and so wizards were like a big part of the downfall of the wizards at the time. And so Lews Therin hates him, and he psychotically hates him, and he wants to kill every single fucking male magic user ever, right? That's Lews Therin in his head, right? So Rand is sitting at the table, and he's having a full schizoid fucking episode in his brain. And Lews Therin is just screaming at him, dude, fucking kill him. As soon as like the Ashaman walked in the room, Lews Therin starts screaming at Rand to fucking just destroy him, kill everybody in the room. They're all trying to kill you. You know this. He's like having this schizo moment in his brain. And then he looks up at him, and they're all just standing there like terrified. Like they're all just like, oh shit. Like, what is Rand about to do? And Rand realized, he's like, oh shit, I was talking out loud the whole time. Right? Like, it's like one of those talking out loud things where he's like literally like, I need to kill everybody in this fucking room right now. They're all gonna fucking kill me. That dude right there is charging up to do a fucking magic attack. I need to annihilate him. Right? That's Lews Therin, but that's Rand saying that shit. And none of the people in the room want to do anything, right? Because Rand's that fucking powerful dude. And it's just one of the funniest scenes in my brain that It's like you got the most powerful dude that could just annihilate fucking armies just like looking at you, and your whole fucking crew, who you're all friends. Like, you're friends. Rand is like dope as fuck with these guys. He's like, they're friends, right? And he just has that schizoid move.
I'm just imagining Rudy Giuliani in the office.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like a bunch of Rudies and shit.
Yeah.
Because they're
The
all terrified.
the trickle of dye down his fucking temple.
I'm gonna have to see that movie. I heard about
The Wheel of Time. It's okay until it ends. Like, the last season's the best. The second season gets better. The first one's like meh, right? It really. But honestly, that is the book. The book is meh. Like, book one it's good, right? It's all right. It's not that great though. It's just when you start getting into the whole story, because you got to read so much narrative, right? That's the problem with these books, is that it's like 80% fucking narrative in these goddamn books. It's like all narrative, like when you're reading it. It's like story, scene, setting, all that shit. Backstory, histories. Yeah, I remember when I broke, it was like the Winter book. I forget, it was like Winter Storm or something. And it was I think it was Lord Bashare or whatever his name was. And he was on like an expedition to kill a bunch of nerds, and they talked about him coming over this crest, and you know, he had a beard because it was late in the season and he was scratching it, and his wife didn't like beards, and it was just like, okay, I don't need to know. And I started, basically what I ended up doing, I snapped. And what I started doing is just reading quotations. Anything in quotations I would read, and then I would read the like sentences before and after the quotations. I just learned to read the books that way, and then just got through it and learned basically everything you need to know about the fucking universe by doing that. Unless you're into that kind of rich information. If you want to know what everyone felt like when they smelt the muffins, yeah, read it all.
that's some grindy reading right there. God damn.
It's not that bad, but it is that bad. It's like, God, like most of his book could be truncated. And that's why I think a lot of people really appreciated when Brandon Sanderson took over, because Jordan died before he could finish. But he had enough notes, and his wife knew the story and Jordan's intent enough. And before he died, he had a chance to meet Brandon Sanderson. And Brandon Sanderson was like a super fan, so he wanted to do it right. And then when I found out that Jordan was dying and that this dude fucking Sanderson was taking over, I started reading Sanderson's work, and I fell in love with his work. He's got some really good storytelling ability. He's got his own
Dude,
fucking series.
Apple TV bought the rights, and he's working on a screenplay for Mistborn right now before he gets.
Oh, that's going to be dope as fuck.
Mistborn. Well, once that's done, they'll finish producing Stormlight Archive for the first season.
I have no faith in that, dude. There's no fucking way they're getting through Stormlight Archive. It's not going to happen ever. Do not expect
Apple TV bought the rights, and Sanderson's working. He's doing the updates. He's cooking, man.
I have no hope, dude. Look, I will be wrong on that, but I'm not putting an ounce of fucking hope that they're going to even try to do.
They're gonna fuck up that first book, man, so bad.
They're not even going to do it, dude. They're going to be like, this is going to cost $80 billion, and we're not going to make $900 trillion with our next, so we're not doing it. It'll never happen. They might do like mini series or something like that, like mini spurts or something, but ain't no goddamn way they're doing the whole shit.
I don't know. It's like, I feel like the Apple people are so accommodating with the creators.
You mean Severance?
In some sense.
Like Severance? That was a good ass TV show that they completely fucking hacked.
Who wrote Severance? I forget.
I have no idea.
I was thinking Stewart, right? Stewart felt like he had creative license of his show. And Brandon Sanderson's writing the screenplay.
We'll see.
Full creative license.
Well,
he's
see,
like
I don't know if I trust it then, because is he even a screenplay writer?
Sanderson?
Yeah, does
he's more of like a long prose author.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, I read his material, but that's what I'm saying. I've never heard of him being a screenplay writer.
Dude, he's like super pro, man. The thing is like he's so professional. There's like no like studio producer who could like not see him as a reasonable person.
I am in no way trying to shit on his writing abilities. I'm just saying, if he ain't never done it,
it's more like it's his work ethic. It's his like insane work ethic that I can only stop and admire.
I don't doubt his abilities per se. I don't know. I just have no hope anymore for this shit. If you want to know what's in a book, read it. If you want
Hey
to know
man,
what's on a movie, watch it.
whatever goes wrong, it won't be on him. I know that much.
Yeah, probably. I think he could do screenplay okay because his conversations in the book are just great. Like you cannot. I mean, I guess you can, but you know, everybody's weird. But everything I've ever read of him, it's great. He has huge books like Jordan, but they're great. And that's, you know, when I began reading his work, I got really excited for how the Wheel of Time was gonna go, and then it was a fucking banger, dude. I hate to say it, but Jordan, you suck, dude. You should have fucking gave Sanderson the rights to your whole fucking series and let him fucking rewrite it, dude, because you suck dick at telling your own fucking story, dude. Sanderson was so much better than you. I hate to
Yeah,
say
he just
it,
like
but it's
took
true.
everything Jordan wanted and then just like proceeded to make it great.
Yeah, because the one thing Sanderson fixed was the way that Jordan told fight scenes was dog shit. I always hated Robert Jordan's fight scenes. It was like the water duck flows off the goose heron into alligator snap, and it's like, dude, I don't know what these fucking moves are, bro.
Yeah, but it's like when Sanderson does the world building, it makes sense. And then he puts shovels in all this like scintillating politics in there. People with competing interests.
But Sanderson's fight scenes in those books were better because he threw back to Jordan. He'd be like, you know, Swan jumps off the canary, and dude's head came flying off with an arc across his neck, right? Like he would throw that in there so you know what the fuck a swan flies off the frog's back fucking even is.
Yeah, I'm reading Razor's thing right now. I'll finish that, decide whether I want to go back to long prose. If I do that, I'll finish Abercrombie, and then I'll go back to Sanderson.
Yeah, I've been dragging ass finishing the last book of what's it called, Dungeon Crawler. I haven't been wanting to finish it.
I've been yeah, I don't know. I finished this one thing I was reading, which is the Legend of William O. That's another fun one. The dude, like, you gotta kill some stuff and sacrifice it to like start your trial in the tower or whatever. And then he sacrifices his like left arm, and then he's got this like ghost arm resourceful dude who's going through a bunch of shit. Got a pet kobold, not a pet kobold. He's got in his party is a kobold who controls insects. Got all the insects and then makes traps all day. But now I'm reading that apocalypse thing that Razor said. I just started.
Do you know who's playing Donut in the live series? They figured out who's gonna do it. Jeff Hayes.
Who?
Yep, Jeff Hayes is gonna do it. So it's gonna be Donut. So we're not gonna have to get used to a different Donut.
Who's Carl Rogan?
I don't know if they picked Carl yet.
Oh, they
yeah,
didn't.
Carl. Yeah, not yet. But yeah, Hayes is doing Donut.
Yeah, Rogan doesn't have the grit, but he's got the comedic relief look.
They got to get somebody that looks good, Jack, though, because they talk about Carl as a sort of attractive man, and he's Jack, so it can't be.
What's that guy from Parks and Rec? The dumb one.
Oh, Chris Pratt. Talk about Pratt.
Yeah, I mean he could pull off cynical maybe.
Star-Lord can, yeah. If they got Star-Lord to do it, yeah, he could probably do it. He didn't have to change his hair color.
I wouldn't mind like dude with a Jufro in the fade.
They could even get Alan what's his last name? Richter Reacher. And they could do what they did with Steve Rogers, where in the beginning of the movie they made him look like a twerp. You know, like they sized him down so he was regular.
Yeah.
And then they could jack him up to normal, you know, during the series. Because yeah, Carl gets fucking strong, like super strong.
So Div, are you here to prove it?
No, I was gonna ask. Somebody told me that I should go here to ask something related to agnosticism. Anybody know what that is here?
Yeah, I mean, if your friend's a retard and he just told you to come in here and say stupid shit, like, yeah, I'll just get triggered and ban you. Everybody
Sorry?
knows.
I can wait, let me turn off my music. What are you saying?
I said, if you just came here to fuck around, yeah, I'm just gonna get triggered and ban you. So your friend's
What
right.
No, like, did you hear what I'm saying? I was
Yeah.
referred to ask about agnosticism. Yeah, because that's my position, so I was just curious.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, you're walking a tightrope right now because 100% of you.
Agnosticism? How is that the type rope? Is it like a
It's
stupid
your
position to
behavior.
have?
It's your behavior.
It's
People
my
that come
behavior.
here seeking me out are here to fuck with me. That's
I don't know who I'm seeking out. Listen, like, bro, like, I was told to come here, okay?
Yeah.
And ask this, so I don't
Yeah.
know.
And I'm warning you. If you don't want to heed the warning, don't heed the warning, dude. Ignore it. Go ahead. Just ignore
Okay,
it.
but like, why is agnosticism so controversial? Is it like a stupid position to have?
I don't
or
know.
what?
I don't know why it's controversial. It's not my issue.
What's
There's a reason.
controversial about it?
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Who's telling you that?
I was in the T Heaven lobby.
Yeah, but it's like we're not telling you that, right?
No, but he's saying like I should tread lightly, as if it's like some outrageous position.
No, it has nothing to do with agnosticism.
Oh, okay.
People who come into this room seeking me out or my
Oh,
philosophy
okay, I
like
got
that,
you. Yeah, yeah, I
they're here to fuck
misunderstood.
with
I'm
me.
sorry. Yeah. Okay, so that's my position. So that's it. I was told that if I want to
what's the
gain some
question?
insight, yeah. So if I want to gain some insight or like how to talk to other people when like presenting this something, then it would be a good idea to come in here and ask about that. That's pretty much it.
So what's the question in particular?
Okay, so the question is, what's like a great way to like explain this idea?
You just addressed the situation at the get-go. You just address it immediately.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I don't know.
So in this case, right? So the term is ambiguous. So you clear up the ambiguity, and then you proceed. What's the problem?
There's no problem.
Okay, then why is your question answered then?
No, just forget about it.
Well, do you feel like I answered your question?
No, let's just move on.
Why not?
It's fine.
Look, man, if you're not here to fuck with us, you don't have to worry about shit.
Okay, then great.
All right,
We're all
maybe
on the
we
same
have
page.
a misunderstanding of what the term means. What
Yeah,
do you
yeah.
think
Maybe
it
I'm bad at like explaining. It's like they told me that if you ever want to like, if you ever
No,
like
no,
get
no, no,
confronted
no.
with
I'm
the
not
idea.
asking what other people mean.
No, like, can you
what
just
do
listen
you
to me for
mean
once?
when you hold to agnosticism?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Okay. So
what does the term mean?
agnosticism means that you basically say that like what a god is basically inherently irrational. It has like no meaning because every human being has like their own view of what a fucking god is, right? So you basically kind of like are outside of the box.
Well, that's about the category.
That's yeah, that's only referring to it categorically. Once you're referring to a specific god, you have definition.
Yeah, exactly. But like if you are an agnostic, you would say that it would be an irrational thing to believe in, right? So you would ask
Why would that
for
be? Why would that be irrational once you have definition?
Yeah, but like no. Once you have a definition, so I was going there. I was gonna say, if you ask a person to define God, then yeah, you can work with that definition and then argue.
But that's not agnosticism, though. That's a working with your definition is not agnosticism. It's starting with your definition.
What?
Starting
okay,
with
so
your
what is agnosticism then? Then I completely misunderstand.
Starting with your definition, we would work backwards. Okay. So we would work backwards from the definition towards the ontology. That's what Igtheism would argue, is that your definition's cute. Does it have an epistemic bridge?
Okay, that's too high level or like, yeah, too abstract for me.
An epistemic bridge is understood. So you have ontology and epistemology. Are you familiar with these terms?
Yeah, I've heard. Can you just define it for me quickly?
Yeah. Ontology deals with the nature of stuff, what things are in their way,
Okay.
right? In the way they are, not the way we understand them. but the way they are in the universe, in reality, in their manifestation. They are what they are. A equals A. We don't need to know what A is. We just know that whatever a thing is, it is the thing that it is, right?
Okay.
So an ontology is understood to be those things, right? Those things that we can interact with, right? We can measure them. We can perceive them. We can articulate them, right? Because we perceive them, we can articulate things about the ontology, right? Through our experience.
Like for example, width, height, mass, etc. Right?
Right. Yeah, all that shit. All the properties of the thing. We convey that meaning that we got from observation. We convey that meaning in words. So the words of objects, things that exist in, like dog. The word dog does not mean dog, right? Words don't mean the words they are. They mean the things they refer to. So a dog's meaning was derived from the dog itself, not from the definition. So if we play like we derive the meaning of dog from the definition, then we only need the definition to serve as a prior so that we can analyze statements about it. We have the definition, so now we can ascertain truth values from the definition. But we don't have an epistemic bridge here. We don't have some object in reality that's telling us dogs have tails that wag. We just have a definition that says dogs have tails that wag, and we've injected that as our prior in our epistemology, and we're saying this is the foundation of my assertions, my inferences and stuff like that, my experiences, my priors, that I'm making this guess about, this building this model, right? So Igtheism is pointing out the importance of having an epistemic bridge, right? Not a semantic bridge, because if I just rely on the definition of a dog, I only have a semantic bridge. A semantic bridge would be with a bridge to my own understanding or my lexicon. I'm only appealing to an internal dialogue of my individual meaning of a dog in a semantic sense. So I have semantic understanding here, a semantic coherence, or semantic content. But when it comes to ontology, it's not semantics we're looking for. We're looking for property identification. And property identification comes from observation, and that's what's going to build the foundation of our epistemology. So agnosticism is only saying that absent the ontology, any claim you make about that ontology is not going to logically follow, and it's going to be a non sequitur. So every statement you make about unknown object X is going to be a non sequitur, and that's going to lead to a contradiction wherein I say, God is blue. That's my assertion. God is blue. But since we lack the referent, we can't determine if God is blue, so we would set it as not true. It's not true that God is blue. It's not true. But then we have the statement that, what about God is not blue? Well, that's also a non sequitur. So God is not blue. So both the affirmation and the negation of any property absent the observation is a non sequitur. And since it's a non sequitur, it can't be considered to have truth value, right? In this form, it does not have truth value. There's no way to evaluate it. The evaluation would begin at observation. You would evaluate the thing, gain an understanding of the meaning of the thing and how that plays into your epistemology. And you would interface that between the observation and the state, or the state of affairs is your observation. You're observing the state of affairs. And then you have the statement about the state of affairs. So if you believe or buy into the correspondence theory of truth, if you buy into that model and you understand that a statement can only be true if it corresponds to the state of affairs, the referent being the state of affairs, then the statement God is blue is indeterminate. It's not false. It's not true. It's indeterminate. It's not being proposed properly here, such that we can come to a conclusion.
Okay, so when I say like it's irrational, that's like that was not the same as what you were saying?
Absent the observation was the key distinction you missed. It's only incoherent absent an observation. But if I say God is real and you say what's God, and I say that thing right there, that I have met that burden now, right? So you have to think about how to move forward, because your initial objection is there's lack of observation. When they provide the observation, then you should be able to evaluate the thing, but you're now asked, is this a God? You have established the ontology. When they present to you a God that exists like the sun in the sky, they're providing you access to the ontology. Now, epistemologically, you're saying, hey, I've made an observation of this thing, and it's a giant ball of plasma. What you're not saying is, I cannot observe this thing. That's what you're not saying.
Okay, and that's what agnosticism is?
Agnosticism is pointing out the distinction here that you have to first establish a valid epistemic bridge before you can consider the truth value. Atheism has established the truth value of God as null or not. Theists have evaluated the truth value as true. And I'm saying both of those are non sequiturs.
Yeah, that was a little bit difficult to understand, like how they are non sequiturs. I'm sorry. It's just, yeah, it's hard to follow.
Neither of them have anything to put on the table.
No. I understand what a non sequitur is. It's just, I'm just saying it's hard to follow for me. That's all.
Well, no, like an atheist, right, denies any gods existing, right? But yet, when you propose to them a god that may exist, they default to the classical theist god. And then a theist would just, whatever god they choose in their mind exists, that's what they pick exists, but they don't have anything of substance to, like, display to you. So there is no there.
Okay.
Yeah, because the theist is offering some claim. And you can determine whether that theist is making a claim properly or not. To the point that some provide ontology, that doesn't mean that the theist God exists in the form that they're saying it. Because for the same criticism I give Jesus, like I say, I'm a mythicist because I don't believe in magic. Jesus was described as a magical being, therefore I don't believe in the existence of Jesus. I could apply the same rule, say I don't believe in magic, you're describing the sun as magic, therefore I don't believe in the existence of the sun. I could say that. But since I have an epistemic bridge, I can actually talk to you about magic. I could say, what is it about this plasma field that you're calling magical? Right? We can investigate that.
Okay. So when I come across a Christian who says, a God, I've seen God in my, let's say they claim to have a vision, or they say
an atheist?
Like,
no, you said a Christian.
A theist.
Oh, Christian? Okay.
Yeah, a theist, yeah. Comes and tells me like they've seen a God. Like, how do I approach the argument? Do I just ask them first to define?
They have a burden. They have a burden.
First to define what God is, or should I? Yeah, sorry.
So when someone gives you a definition for a God, you should understand what foundation they did to introduce it. What work went into introducing the definition? So the important question is like, this is something we're talking about with respect to reality. We both have access to reality. So when someone brings you a definition, what access to reality gave rise to that definition? So when someone says, here, let me define omnipotence as part of the God, what observation of reality granted omnipotence? And that's something they would have to defend, not you.
Yeah, okay, I understand.
What
So
I
you're
like to do is the all-powerful
me
one.
that I should
They'll say God's all-powerful, and I'll say let's thumb wrestle, right? Or I'll give another. I'll say there's a lighter right here. I'm going to use pure monkey power and move it. Look, I moved it. Now have God move it, because you're trying to establish a metric of power, right? And so far, I'm more powerful.
Yeah. Because they usually like, okay, so the problem I usually run into is like they usually like claim that they've seen it, you know, or like they've had some sort of like anecdotal experience.
So they've seen omnipotence,
like that, right?
They've observed omnipotence.
Sorry?
They've observed and seen omnipotence?
Not omnipotence, but like some miracle, like they've said, like, oh, I'd like this, it had this impact in my life, and it did this, and it's like kind
so
of
they observed the experience of that impact.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's the observation, not the God.
And here, look.
And that's what
some
they say
people
the God
you're
is,
not going to get
right?
anywhere with because they're not being professional enough to have the actual conversation. When I'm coming at you and I'm trying to get you to believe something, I know that I can only do that in a certain way. And I know that you're not going to believe if I just say, hey, it makes me feel good. I have insight into my own condition, and I know that you're not going to be compelled. These low IQ morons can't even introspect, so they can't even think about you. They don't give a shit about you. They only care that you disagree with them, and that triggers them. So they say a bunch of shit, but you're engaging with a moron. that you're never actually going to get anywhere with, because they're not having the conversation. They're just giving you these phrases of fear, right? They're expressing their own fear. They're not actually engaged with you. So you're trying to logic, and they haven't even started logicking. At no point in their infantilely developed brain are they capable of logic. You have to practice logic. Logic is not something you come default with. You have to practice logic. We are not innately understood as logical beings. We are considered irrational beings because we are emotional beings. We had to build logic. Shut the fuck up.
No, you're right.
We had to build logic, right? Logic is built upon. We have to teach logic. That's why when you're born, you don't know how to do mathematics. You have to be trained in mathematics, because mathematics is a discovery, right? It's not an inherent function.
It's like swimming, right? Once you've swum.
Well, it's not like swimming because you're buoyant. You naturally float.
Yeah, and some people can naturally, like, organically have like some sort of reasoning skills, right? Like, come on.
Sure, and and when someone's like fucking Rain Man and they just computate information like that, yeah, we would make that claim. But beyond that, the normal brain, you have to learn.
Yeah, especially
logic.
like with this setting that you were setting, right? It's the specific
hold on,
people that
hold on. You're missing
with,
the
right?
non-fallacious. Hold on, you're missing the non-fallacious part of the reasoning skills.
Non-fallacious part?
Yeah.
What?
Are you familiar with what a fallacy is?
Non-fallacious part? Yeah, what's the non-fallacious part?
But you're familiar with fallacies, right?
Yeah, fallacy. Yeah. I'm asking.
Are fallacies natural conclusions of thought for people?
And fallacy is usually a mistake, right? Am I understanding it correctly?
It's a mistake in reasoning.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, but is it natural for people to commit fallacies?
Yeah, of course it's natural, I would say.
Right. So we need specific training to avoid it.
Yeah, of course.
Right. So training.
I feel like, are we talking past each other? Like, I was
We
trying to
might
agree.
be, because what I'm saying is that logic is not an inherent function of our brain. We learn. We task the brain with learning logic because it can.
Okay, that's fine. Okay. Anyways, I think
Logic
I got
is
it.
a system of reasoning. In order to get to a good
but
system of reasoning, you need to
we were
apply
talking about
philosophy,
ontology,
which
yeah,
needs
and
the
agnosticism.
training, right? The non-fallacious aspect is what needs to be taught here. Reasoning at large, yeah, built in. Non-fallacious reasoning, not built in.
Okay, now I get it.
Yeah, because we have the capacity to learn, and that's because we have structures in our brain that can computate logic. They can do that. That doesn't mean they are doing it.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
It's
yeah,
like
yeah.
language.
Oh,
Language
so
acquisition
you're saying,
requires...
I understand. So you're saying, like, by learning the fallacies and how they actually work, you have like a better kind of like skill to reason, basically, right?
You learn.
And
you
I have
learn,
actually,
yeah.
I have like zero of that. Like, I know some logical fallacies, but my knowledge is like very limited. Like strawman, I don't know if that's even a logical fallacy, but I don't think it is. But,
It is. It's an informal one.
But okay. But anyways, yeah, I know very few of them. Do you guys think it's like a great idea to like actually look them up and try to actually understand them fully?
Yeah, I would say mostly if you're being accused of fallacies. There's really no reason to look up fallacies.
Yeah. You're being
unless
stupid, or if somebody tells me
then look
that, and
into
then I
it
can
and
explain to them how I know
and
it,
ask
right?
yourself,
Yeah.
hey, this is going live, bro. Like, we got to talk at one time.
Oh no. Yeah. I'm understanding. I'm sorry.
Right, but you're trying to talk over me when I'm trying to talk, dude. Going it.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
You were doing it right there. You were doing it right there. You feel this need to talk when like objections or something comes up to affirm or something. You don't have to do that. You just wait on your turn.
Okay.
It's going to be hard to get you to understand stuff if you don't understand the teacher-pupil fucking condition here, bro. We're not equals. Understand that. I didn't go to you for you to learn. You came to me and asked me questions, so I'm teaching you. If you're going to overtalk the explanations, you're never going to hear it. And I don't need to tell you. I don't need you to learn shit. You mean nothing to me, and you will always be that. So just, that's our relationship.
Okay, so if I'm nothing, then why are you talking to me?
What do you mean? You're asking questions, but I have no like inherent value that you're here or not. If you left, you're not going to like cause me any angst or anything. And so any angst you do cause, I'm going to remove it. And if you're going to overtalk me in my own room, I'm just going to get rid of you.
Yeah, okay. I have a tendency to talk over people. I'm sorry.
I understand. That's why I'm saying it, dude. Because remember, I'm live streaming right now. My goal is to teach people Igtheism. It's not to get you to fucking like me. I don't give a shit. That's gonna be a barrier in communication. Because learning my methodology of Igtheism is a nasty process. You're gonna get into some fucking, ethical shit.
Nasty process.
It's about ethics. Yeah, it's about human ethics.
Okay. Why is it a nasty
My-
process?
Well, no, my why to it. Why am I out here doing Igtheism? Not Igtheism itself, but my reason for trying to help people is because of a horrible thing going on in society, which is child abuse.
Which is what, sorry?
Child abuse.
Child abuse.
Yeah,
Okay.
I think human beings, do you agree that 2,000 years ago, what we consider as child abuse was fucking rampant everywhere? We were literally murdering our children with big fucking rocks when they backtalked us, right?
Oh, I don't know the historical context of that. I'm sorry.
Just, do you understand that we used to have kids working in coal mines in the United States?
Yeah. And in some places we still do, right?
Right. And in some places we still do. And we think of those places as what? Third world shitholes.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I
So
guess.
we've progressed away from an earlier bad behavior. We see an earlier normal behavior, a behavior from a while ago was normal. But now we view those behaviors as abusive, right? Like child marriage, for example, right? You understand that, right? That child marriage today is widely rejected by the developed world.
Yeah, child marriage is rejected. Yeah, I think it's
Right.
It's a little bit too early. Yeah.
But that's today. But
Yeah,
you rewind
today,
the clock 4,000 years ago, that's not true. Child marriage was rampant. Everybody was marrying children back then.
Okay, and you're trying to teach better morals to stop child abuse, and that's your main kind of goal. And
Well,
that's
I'm
why
not
you're
trying to
talking
teach
me,
better
right?
morals. I'm trying to get people to realize that they're abusing their children.
Okay, so should I realize that, or
If you have children or plan to have children,
I don't have children yet, but
I
I
would
plan
hope
to
that
have
when you
children.
have children, you wouldn't cognitively malnourish them. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I don't want to do that. I want my
Well,
children
that's
to
the
be better
child
than
abuse
me,
I'm
right?
talking about. Is cognitive malnourishment.
Okay, I see. So you're saying people are not enabling their children to think for themselves. Is that what you're saying? That's why you're here talking to me?
Not
who's
necessarily
nothing?
think for themselves, but the inculcative process allows a parent a great degree of power and control over a mind that they will only have power and control over for a couple of decades.
Okay.
And I think an intentional endeavor to limit your child's access to information that could cause them to excel or succeed is malnourishment of the cognitive variety.
Okay.
It wouldn't be any different. If I asked you, is it ethical for me to deny my child language? Never speak to my child. Just don't teach it language.
Yeah, I would agree with you. That would be child abuse. Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't mean that as an analogy. I just mean that as an exemplar, as the type of child abuse that I see pretty much every single fucking human being on this planet doing, is that for whatever reason, parents think they have the right to gaslight and indoctrinate their children into their own favored religion. Now, they have the reasons for that. That's why I'm saying for whatever reason.
Okay. Yeah.
And they feel that they have that right. And they think that it's just this okay thing. But then ask yourself, is it okay for your neighbor to do that to your child? Would you give your neighbor the same access to your child's brain as you have? And if you say no, why? Why would you not want your neighbor to have unfettered access to your child's brain? And I guarantee when you give me your answer, I'm going to say, that's why I don't want you to have unfettered access to your own child's brain.
I mean, can't I give a really good answer? I mean, this is
yeah, of course.
This is making a bunch of assumptions
But
about
that's
my
not
neighbor,
an
right?
unfettered access to your child's brain. You've conditioned it off behind the paywall or the
Oh,
wall.
yeah. Okay, I understand. It's under the context of the people. Yeah. Okay, I got you.
Right, because like it is illegal for you to teach your child like certain concepts and expose them to certain information. That's illegal for you to do. The people around you have made laws. They said to you about your child, we are going to tell you how to raise your child. That's exactly what the law says. to
Yeah,
them,
like
and
for
we're fine with that.
example, yeah, like for example, schools, right? I would probably want my children to go to school, right?
Yeah, of course, because you're not capable of educating your own child at that caliber.
Yeah, I guess.
You're not. It takes a village to raise a child. There. How many teachers does your future hypothetical son have? How many teachers did you have?
I had a lot of teachers.
There you go. Your parent. You are you prepared to play that role for your child the whole time, K through 12? No.
Yeah, no chance. That's why
No
I said
chance,
I'll
yeah.
probably I'll probably go and get my kids to school because I don't have the time in the world to sit
Right.
and educate everything, right?
And so we hand our children off to literal strangers a lot of the times. You might get to know them through PTAs and shit like that. But they're basically strangers, and you're not giving them unfettered access to your child's brain. You're giving them a limited access, like K through 12. You're giving 2 right now. This is 2. You're allowed to teach 2, and when they graduate from 2, they go to 3. Now you're allowed to teach 3, and it's called the curriculum. So we do this. We tell each other this is our social expectation of the needs we expect your child to meet by the time you unleash them under the world and they're now adults, and you have no right over your child after that. You do not have unfettered access to your child all the time. You lose that right the moment they turn into an adult, and now I have full access. There's nothing you can do to stop me. They're not your kid no more. They're my kid now, right? You unleash them into the world. So now they're in my world now. They're my member of society. That's my monkey, right? I'm your monkey, right? I have an obligation towards you. You're my monkey. You have an obligation towards me. We have an obligation.
Yeah, and that's
towards
because
each
we
other.
live in a society, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
And so if we're setting our children up to go out there in society, I think it's an ethical thing to say we need to have them prepared with proper means, just like we do K through 12. I'm saying one more of those memes is about religion. What right do we have to teach our children these really divisive religions that cause out-group hostility? What right do we have? This is a question. I'm not saying you don't have the right, but what right? Where did you get that right to gaslight another human being? Why do you think that because it came out of your balls, you're the one who gets to program its future? You only get it for 1/5 of its life. That's the only time you own it as your personal property. 20% of its life, 80% of its life, it's ours. It's no longer yours. So what right do you have when it's ours more than it's yours, right? You may have trumped it because it was yours from day one. But after that 20%, the tabulation's rising on it being a social animal. So what right do you have to program our child any way you think you want to? You don't. You don't get to raise it to be a hateful Nazi that goes around and murder people. You can't treat it to be a rapist. You don't get those luxuries. So this is just adding one more for a really good fucking reason that you should stop inculcating your children. If your religion's so powerful, wait for your child to get to the age of reason and then start talking to it then. And if you're going to hesitate with that, if you're going to say, hey, look, man, I can't wait until the age of reason because it'll just make it really hard to convince this guy of my stupid shit, then fuck you. You shouldn't have taught it anyway. You shouldn't have taught. If you're worried about having to wait, just like pornography, right? If you're worried about having to wait to teach a human being about pornography, 18 years. That's all society's putting on you. You wait at least 18 years. You have a fucking issue with that. You got some explaining to do. Like, why? Why are you so amped up about not having, having to wait fucking 18 years? Why would you be amped up for having to wait 10 years to indoctrinate your child? Why? What is it that you're afraid of? Right? It's an ethical question. And people generally don't have answers for that because it's always bad. It's always, I need to get it in before I unleash it to the world because I need to set it up because I want it to be this way. And you guys are going to pollute it and teach it things that are probably going to fly in the face of what I'm teaching it, and I'm trying to gaslight my own child because I love them. It's disgusting. It's fucking vile that human beings do this. It's absolutely fucking vile. So yeah, that's, for me, my reason for preaching Igtheism is because I would like to impact what I see is child abuse. I would like to have a positive impact on that, or negative, however you want. But Igtheism isn't tied to my emotional dispositions towards the world, but it's the means by which I convince people that they need to give up their previous philosophies and adopt a philosophy with better standards. And I think just doing that alone will cause a positive impact in the way that parents treat their children. I'm not going to see the benefits of that because that's, a future thing, right? But, if it works, it works.
Yeah. But in like an individual, like individualist society, I think it's like really hard to change people's minds, right? Especially like the way you're seeing reality, how children are basically, when they grow up, they're basically kind of like, they have an enormous amount of influence on society, and we are the society, right? So shouldn't we deserve, like, don't we deserve the best that we can get, right? That's basically what you're advocating for, right? Or
yeah, with equity, maybe not equality, but at least equity, right? Everybody gets what they need to be at least normal.
Yeah, so basically the bare minimum package.
No, the bare minimum for what is needed by the individual to meet a norm or a standard is equity.
Okay.
Equality is everybody gets $100. Equity is everybody gets the amount of money that they need, that they already have in their pocket to get them to $100. If you got $99 in your pocket, well, we're giving you $1. If you got no money in your pocket, you get $100. That's equity. We're just trying to get you to $100 so that everybody can buy food, water, and shelter. Beyond that, work your ass off and you can get whatever you want. I think if we can, launch $50 million to take down a Best Buy drone, we could spend some of that money on us, and we would have a better society. We could take the American creed and take over this goddamn world, and people would be begging to join the United States. They'd be on their fucking knees begging. If we took all that money we spent on our war machine and we spent it on the education machine, holy shit, right? If we spent it on the ethics machine, the social community machine, things like that, if we did that, if we waged war on like poverty, this world, like the United States, would be so fucking awesome. People would be fucking begging, paying to be just one of our states so that they can get some of that good ass freedom and shit. But no, we're a bunch of fucking retards running around blowing up fucking, people in the Middle East again. This happened 9/11, 20 fucking years, right? Then just happening again. I'm just waiting for them to do something to the United States and blame it on Iran, and now we're fucking stuck in Iran for the next fucking 20 years. That's my species, man. That's, when you become disillusioned, maybe it's just part of getting older, I guess. You start off, all wide-eyed and shit and fucking happy, and then you just get the shit beat out of you repeatedly by society over and over and over, and then you just kind of start seeing what society really fucking is. When you get out of it, you step back from it, you start seeing it, right? You start seeing that, like, people are vile. You were vile. You were defending a friend when he did something wrong to a stranger because you're a vile piece of shit, and you just wanted that social attachment that you had with your friend. Right? Like this is a thing that we all fucking do. It's part of our nature. It's why I'm an ethical misanthrope. It's like, this is monkey nature, bro. And all I'm saying is, like, we need to like engineer ourselves away from that shit if we want a better world. We either do it socially, genetically, right? We engineer ourselves away from a problem we need to be able to see. And if we can't see that religious indoctrination is a fucking problem, just would you want your Muslim neighbor to indoctrinate your Christian child? If the answer is no, well, I don't want you, my neighbor, indoctrinating that child into a religion I disagree with. That's my decision. And you got to come up with a good reason why social people, like the society itself, don't have the right to tell you you can't teach them that religion. We could tell you can't teach them that sexual practice. You can't teach them that dietary practice. We have that right. We have assumed that right in society. We have taken that right from the individual and ripped it into the collective and said, you do not have the right to raise a child any way that you want. We did it with the religion, and we should do it similarly with teaching adults, going after the adults and teaching adults, going one adult after another and teaching them a proper methodology so that they give up on it, so that they feel stupid, so that they at least teach their child with the conviction they believe, right? If they believe on faith and they teach on faith, fine. If they believe on absolute certainty and they teach on absolute certainty, fine. If they believe on faith and they teach on absolute certainty, that's gaslighting. You should know that you're doing wrong.
What do you think about, because in my generation, I don't know how old you are, but in my generation, there's like this big move now. I hear it more and more often now. It's called antinatalist, or anti-natalism.
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
I think it's stupid. We're a sexual animal.
Okay, yeah, that's what I would think.
Like, we make babies. Like, personally, I hate babies, but like, we need to make babies. I was a baby, someone made me, and I'm gracious enough to grow up to hate babies. So other babies should have the right to grow up and hate babies too. So no, I'm not an anti-natalist, but I also don't.
But why do you think it's stupid? Because
we're a sexual animal. And we're gonna fuck. So babies are gonna get made.
But okay.
Like 99.999% of all babies were unplanned. When's the last time you planned a baby? You ever heard of anybody planning a baby? I ain't never heard of anybody planning a baby. You know who plans babies? People who have problems making babies. They have go on cycles and shit. They go on methods to try to increase the likelihood of them getting pregnant. But most people, they just grip it and rip it, and then the baby pops out.
Do you have kids or?
No, hell no. I don't want no fucking kid. You think I want a kid?
You don't have kids? Okay.
Hell no, I don't want a kid. That thing would be a fucking science experiment. It doesn't need to be raised by a dad that's incapable of like latching onto it emotionally like that. It's just like trying to train it to be the most powerful monkey ever. You know, that's not fair.
Okay. So you don't want to have a child either?
No, because I feel that I am abnormal.
Okay.
I always tell people that I would like to eradicate like disabilities, diseases, things like that. I would like to eradicate those things from not the people, but the condition, right? I would like to get rid of the conditions that we suffer.
Yeah, I was
I'm a member of that.
Yeah, I was thinking a lot, like if and when I'll have the pleasure or success of getting a child. I was thinking like because I'm from Denmark and we have like contraception methods. So I was thinking like if I find out like that my child has like some sort of disability, I'll probably not get it.
Yeah, I think if I ever fucked up and I was forced to have a kid, I would do the responsible thing and raise it right. But yeah, I don't want a kid. I never wanted a kid. Not even crossed my fucking mind. I like other people's kids, I guess. No, I do other people vicariously. You know, a little girl waved at me at the store. That was enough for me. I'm good for like 6 months, bro.
Okay. Oh yeah. You said you were streaming this?
Yeah, I've been live streaming recently because starting to get triggered to like Igtheists not out there fucking making content in real time. They all make fucking like instructional videos and shit, but it doesn't seem like anybody really knows how to argue theism because all the people out there that are trying to understand Igtheism or trying to debate against Igtheism think I'm just crying about definitions, that I don't have definitions. Like I'm just like I don't have definitions. These morons think that I just don't have. It's because of all the motherfucking definitions I do have that I'm an Igtheist. Like the multitude, the 8 billion definitions of God that I have make me an Igtheist.
Okay, so people claim that you're like a semantic guy or something like that. Basically, who is just arguing about definitions.
Exactly. They think it's about semantics and it's about episteme.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah, I guess I learned a little bit about Ignitism and ontology, I guess, and also your views, I guess. So yeah, cool. I don't know. I don't want to berate you with more questions, so I guess that's it.
Oh, I like questions, man. As long as they're like genuine questions. Oh fuck, dude. Yeah. No, this we're fucked. We're fucked. We are so cooked. Yep. If that's true, yep. It's fucked. They're gonna do it, dude. These fucking retard Democrats are gonna fucking do it.
What are they gonna do?
They're gonna listen. All right, this is gonna sound all bigoted and shit, but again, it's not my perspective. It's just the conclusion. America is not ready for a female president. They're just not. They're like, I love the shit that AOC says. Would I be pissed off if she was my president? No, I think she'd make a fine president. Her ethics seem great. She cries about the right shit. But unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that my country is misogynistic, and no, I would not put her up for election. The only person I would put up for election in this goddamn country is an old white male. That's it. Nobody else. No gays, no black people, no brown people. Literally an old white male. There's so many of us here in this country. You can find one of us that is like a progressive or somebody that you like, and fucking that's your goddamn poster child. That's your fucking Donald Trump right there. There's your fucking puppet, and that dude will probably be your puppet because he's a democratic socialist, right? He'd be a democratic socialist, so that is your puppet. That's what they're supposed to be. So just get you a nice, pretty, fresh, old white man who is a progressive. Go with that. Trust me, that's a winning ticket right there. But fucking around in this racist ass fucking country, and just bigoted piece of shit. No, you guys are playing with goddamn fire. You run Kamala Harris again. Fuck you. I am not getting up off my fucking ass and voting because I know exactly what's going to happen. What happened fucking last time I voted for that fucking bitch, and we got fucking Donald Trump. She had her fucking chance. If you think my ass is getting up to vote for that fucking woman again, fuck you. You put up AOC, I might get up off my ass for her. I might. I am never. I'm going to get up and vote for fucking Donald Trump if you put up fucking Kamala Harris. You hear me, DNC? You put up fucking Kamala Harris, I'm voting for fucking Donald Trump.
I heard a very funny joke about American politics. Do you want to hear it?
Not really into
Or no?
jokes, being all funny and shit, but go ahead.
So it's very simple. American people think that Donald Trump is funny.
Is that the joke?
And that's why they elected him.
American people elected him because the American people are fucking dumbasses. Right? They're fucking dumbasses. That's what they are. They're uneducated dumbasses that live in the fucking hills. That's why they.
I think this joke is so fucking funny, man.
I mean, you got to be fucking shitting me that they're gonna fucking run Kamala Harris, dude. Like, do you
It's
guys
like-
not know your fucking country by now?
It's like what is it called? It's like when you hire a electrician to do some pipes, to lay down some pipes, basically.
Dude, I'm in camp woman, dude. I don't fucking give a shit if a woman, a gay woman, transgender, blue-haired, libtard is. I don't give a fuck. I only care about the job title and can they do it. That's it. They can look like an amorphous blob with fucking tentacles. If they can run this goddamn country, I'm down with it. So, if it's a woman, if it's whatever, I personally don't give a shit. But how the fuck does the DNC not have the capacity to read the pulse of this fucking nation? Like, just stop it. Stop with the fucking shit and get a centrist. Just get like a somewhere near the center fucking democratic socialist or social democrat, something like that. Quit fucking around with trying to push the fucking Overton window. It's been pushed. Leave it alone. Stabilize. We'll all figure it out. Just leave it right there.
Because I understand JD Vance is gonna run, right? Is that correct?
I have no idea. I think Donald Trump is going to fucking run. What do you mean? He's
I
going to
mean,
be like 98 years old.
He can do what Putin did in 2008, right?
They're going to golden throne this motherfucker and have fucking cybernetic implants planted into fucking Trump. He's just going to sit at the fucking Oval Office, man. They're doing that to fucking Mitch McConnell right now. Right now. Mitch McConnell is being hooked up to fucking probes and shit to keep him a fucking alive, man. They're gonna keep this dude on life support until like August 7th or some shit. And then all of a sudden, Mitch McConnell's dead. Watch. That's the prediction. That's what the nerds are saying right now. That Mitch McConnell is going to be in an unknown medical condition until August, like the first week of August. And then all of a sudden, he's going to be dead. Watch.
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I do.
America
If that happens, what that means is he's dead right now. He's dead, and it's a crime in every fucking state to hide a dead body, a human dead body. You have to report them. You can't fuck it. You cannot touch a human dead body. You're not allowed. You will go to fucking prison if you find a dead body and you fuck with it. Now, it's understandable, like if you're fucking around and you see something and you like move the foot. If that's your explanation. You saw something, you didn't know what it was, you moved the grass away and you saw a dead body, you were kind of freaked out and you lifted, oh shit, it's a dead body, you freaked, that's fine. But if you see a human dead body and you start like dragging it out of where it was, yeah, that's a fucking crime right there. You are supposed to leave it alone, call the police, detective comes out, ignores everything, and it's supposed to go cold. So these assholes sitting there acting like he's the fucking emperor of all mankind and they're going to keep him alive for our fucking needs, right? That's just crazy. This is the fucking world we're in. This is what Democrats, that woman in side chat, Kamala Harris, and Joe Biden handed this country over to traitors. Handed it over. Knew they were traitors and committing treason. Knew they were doing that shit and handed the fucking reins of power over that sack of fucking shit. Because they didn't want to look like the bad guys going after and doing political persecutions and shit. But then these fucking shitbags getting off, they don't care about that fucking shit. I don't think it's going to be a 28 election. If you think there's a 28 election, dude, you're using faith right now. You are on pure fucking copium faith, dude. These motherfuckers have already changed the rules of the election. We're trying to get it shoehorned in before this coming fucking midterm. That you are not getting like real elections going forward. These fucking people are going to hold on to power with every fucking bit of the fiber of every bit of their being. And look at the Democrats. What are they doing? Throwing Kamala Harris at us. They're fucking trolling us. What they need is an amped up fucking, somebody that's out there fucking making, asking Republicans, why are they pedophiles? They're not pussy farting around shit. You want to run for president and get this generation? Start being Donald Trump. Take the Donald Trump playbook. Just do it for libtards, right? Just be Donald Trump for the left, and you will win. Just go up there, say stupid shit, troll, knock things over.
Yeah, be funny.
Yeah, just be a fucking clown, and you will win. But if you go up there and act like a fucking nerd and start talking about how you're going to help people and spend their tax money, and you ain't getting a fucking election. Go up there and be like, I'm going to get rid of all taxes, and there will be literally nothing of the government. I'm going to destroy every bit of it. Yay, America. And then, like, the leftards, they'll know that none of that shit's going to happen. The moron cretins on the right, they'll fucking vote left because they heard no taxes, and then just fucking lie to them. Just be like, yeah, we fucking lied. Thanks for the vote, retard. And then, when the next election comes up, do it again. Just lie to their fucking faces. Tell them you're going to give them literally everything they ask. When they come up and they're like, well, I'm really concerned about not having nuclear weapons. What do you plan on doing about it? Just say, well, I'm actually working on a plan. Have ChatGPT in your ear. I'm actually working on a 6-point plan. It's going to start with addressing the problem in the society around us, and that is an absence of nuclear weapons. So the first thing that we need to do is divvy out a proper amount of nuclear weapons. Just do that. Just literally lie to his stupid fucking face. Get him to vote for you, and then help him. Right? Force Medicare on them. Force an education on them. Force an increase of fucking wages on them. Force better healthcare. Force better food. Right? Just shove it down his resistant fucking throat. Right? To like force education, force like compassion, force everything. Force security and safety on that motherfucker. Make sure that that motherfucker knows when he leaves his fucking house, he's gonna be fucking safe because we're spending fucking money on his ass, right? Just do that. He's going to be a moron. He's going to be wondering where all his fucking, his money's going. Just lie to him. Just fucking lie to him. That's all you got to do, Democrats. Just start lying your fucking ass off to the people you're talking to and tell them what they want to hear. Do that. That's the winning strategy. When you're talking to conservatives, just tell them, I'm going to ban literally every fucking libtard off the planet. When you're talking to the libtards, yeah, I'm banning guns, everything. I'm taking them all. Just do that. Just lie dude, if you're a good, moral, ethical person and you're listening to me right now, do that. Gaslight your way into the fucking seat and then do the right thing. That's what America needs.
Do you think anything is going to happen to Greenland since I'm from Denmark?
I have no idea. You got oil? Resource? What kind of resources you got there? If you got anything worth than more like $1 trillion there, yeah, we're gonna take it.
Well, Donald Trump has been like saying all the time that he's gonna invade it and didn't do anything about it.
No, but we will. We'll get to it after we're done taking Cuba. We'll get to Greenland.
But it doesn't make sense because you already have military bases,
Bro,
and
hold
you
on,
basically
wait,
have
hold
like
on,
full
pause,
access to
pause,
it.
Pause. You said it doesn't make sense, right? I cite Donald Trump administration.
Okay, yeah. He's full of surprises. Gotcha.
He's already declared that he's going to take Cuba, right? He's been talking about Greenland.
Yeah.
He's a fucking moron, dude. Like, he doesn't speak for all Americans, right? He speaks for like some percentage. Most Americans, they don't even know what's going on. They have no clue. They do not watch the news. They're not hanging out on politics Discord. They're completely fucking oblivious. We have 350 million fucking Americans. All about 1% of them know what the fuck's going on. You know why? Because that's what they did. They conditioned us. They're all working, right? They're all at fucking work or sleeping. Working or sleeping.
Yeah,
working or sleeping. They're uneducated. They don't know.
And that's what you're fighting against, I guess.
Well, I mean, I am an advocate for a new third party called the Jobs Party. It is a single issue. All other issues are banned. Go fuck yourself. It's one issue, jobs. And then we would do that by ratifying the Constitution with the Federal Jobs Guarantee Act, where the federal government would be obligated to provide you a fair union wage for work. Now, it would work like a branch of the military, but any citizen at any time could go to the government and say, give me a job. And then the government would probably like move you where you're needed, but you would get a fair union wage job according to your aptitude. And you would be able to sue the federal government for wages if they failed to do something, right? If the government failed to provide you with work, they would pay your wages. They would be the one. They would just give you money. They can't find you a job, so they have to give you money. And then from there, I would just let the shockwaves fucking drop and see what happens. We would have massive competitions with corporations, like because immediately, everybody with a shit job would go to the government and say, "Hey, I want a job," and then the government would be like, "Fuck," right? Like super overwhelmed. And then they would start sending them out. Corporations would start going bankrupt, out of business, and that would free up the market a lot, and they would get a lot more money, and then they could dump that money into competition against the government to try to pay more than fair union wages, and then people would lose. They would leave the public sector and go back into the private sector, as long as the corporations were paying you again more than the fair union wage. That should be your right as a United States citizen, is that you can just demand from your federal government a job that pays fair union wages. They have to provide it. That should be that should be the Third Amendment, right behind the Second. We would like scroll it down, change some numbers around, put that, get rid of the Third. We don't even need the Third. Third Amendment's so dog shit right now.
Are you talking about the fictional constitution? What's going on?
I think he's talking about U.S. communism back in the day.
That's not communism. What? It's socialism.
So, wait, what? You like socialism?
Sometimes, yeah.
Damn,
You're
bro.
a social person?
No, I'm an antisocial person.
You believe in the way to achieve socialism is communism?
No, communism is endgame, but that's like way off in the future. It's like millions of years in the future.
Yeah, but did you even read the manifesto?
Nah, bro. I skimmed it.
Dude, it's only like, it's like how many pages?
Yeah, I don't read shit, bro. So I skimmed it.
Do you believe in prosperity?
Wow. How about you go back and read it?
No, bro.
Believe in John Rawls' theory of justice, dude. Economic and social justice. John Rawls.
I mean, clearly communism and socialism work better, right?
Depends. Again,
How about you go back
communism's
and
dog
read
shit,
it?
dude.
Yeah, bro. It kills the people.
If you
every
ask
day, bro.
another communism question, I'm just gonna ban you.
Who?
So yeah, that's what I do. If you guys gave me supreme authority over the United States, that's immediately what I would start doing. I would abolish all federal aid programs. Every fucking federal aid program would be abolished. Every single
thought you
bit
were-
of that money, every single bit of that money would be funneled into the Federal Jobs Act. That's where it'd go. It'd all go into the Federal Jobs Act. And if you choose to not get up and go to your government and tell them I want a job that pays fair union wages, die. Literally, go fucking die. Just fucking over there, go die. Like, because that's everything you want, right? That's everything you could want or need or possibly even ask for from society. Is a dope ass job. From there,
Isn't
you
it
take all
already
your
the
money.
case,
From
bro?
there,
All of
shut
those
up.
people are on the streets anyway. So
Shut the fuck up. No one heard you, retard. I was talking. From there, after you have your fucking job, you just go fuck yourself, right? You go do what you want, and you just go. You want to buy guns, you go buy guns. You want to go buy healthcare, go buy healthcare. You have all the money you need. You have a fair union job, right? The minimum, what you need, and then corporations just buying you out, trying to like increase you. You want to come work with us? We'll pay you even more. We'll pay you even more than you need, right? That's what life will be like in my future, right? But can't get there because there's morons trying to be all up in the way and shit. They'd rather shoot missiles than, bugs or something.
Hey, genuine question, Hierophant. Did you get Discord to work on Temple OS?
Wait, what?
This person's using. I'm asking for the namesake. Hierophant, did you get Discord to work on Temple OS? Is that where you're speaking from?
No, I think he just uses Linux.
Uses Nix.
Is that a no?
I don't know. Can't speak for him.
Why can't he speak? Okay, regardless.
Yeah, no, communism will be good like after we figure out resource scarcity. I think that's like the main thing that people.
I mean, communism only works if we remove every capitalist.
No, it's about resources. It's about resource and competition. If we have infinite resources, we have no competition. Everybody gets what they want.
Shit, I need to disable streamer mode more so I can see people's full usernames.
I just have a hot button for it. For hotkey.
The hot button for extending the name?
For streamer mode.
Oh, I just leave it on. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I like the noise though. I like the walkie-talkie aspect of it.
Yeah, I'm cool with it. Just for the coming in and outers.
Yeah, you should hear my recording sometimes, Dave. But after I truncate it, it'll pick up that noise when they join, and I'll have to sometimes delete like if I don't set my settings right.
I sent a letter to somebody running for U.S. rep for my state.
I told my senator.
The guys.
Go ahead, sorry.
He prefers the Socialist Workers' Party. I couldn't actually find a platform, but I did find the newspaper he writes for, which is The Militant. And I could barely even find policies that he represents, which is like the boilerplate, like anti-Israel, anti-Iran, anti-ICE, basically anti all the wars. And then that's it. It's all like just this foreign policy, don't do these wars. And I'm like, I mean, aside from the sycophants, I think everybody's like, this is a bad idea. That's not. Why do you think this is compelling? Shouldn't you do? I'm sad. I'm sad that the average voter doesn't actually care about real change in our societies. Because it seems like the candidates don't care enough in order to put what that real change is, which means the voters don't care.
Dude, if you like apply to TikTok live too many times, do they like ban you? Or is it just a robot and it just does it automatically and no one cares?
I mean, if I was an engineer, I would just throttle by IP.
So it just like won't even get pushed through if it's not ready?
Well, if it's like, if I'm getting 5 requests from the same IP, I'd be like, 5 is good.
No, I hit it one time like a couple weeks ago almost, and then I tried it again like 2 or 3 days ago. I'm gonna try it again. Maybe I got 4 videos up there now, so maybe they see that I'm not posting porn and shit. But they might see I'm a dick and be like, yeah, fuck this guy. It's 103 outside, dude. Fuck off. Bam, I just hit the button. Some nerd out there just got triggered. Get wrecked. Oh, and make it snappy. Hey, get that shit off my fucking screen, dude. Like, seriously, change your PFP, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you? Fucking retard. That's why I had to use the AI pictures, because these fucking shitbags coming in with dicks and children and shit.
Hello.
Prove it.
Hi.
Are you gonna prove it?
How are you?
Jesus fucking Christ, man.
No, I don't want to prove God.
And then leave.
Yeah, well, I don't want to talk about platitudes.
It's okay. I just came in to listen.
No, you didn't. You can watch it live streaming, though. I'm live streaming right now, so you can go to my YouTube and you can benefit the world that way instead of just chat freeloading in my chat.
Okay. Noted.
Right, so go do that. Quit chat freeloading. You're breaking my rules. I'm just going to get, like, more annoyed, and then you're going to get banned. It's just escalating from here.
It is posted plain as day. Stick it in the side chat. Yeah.
All right, nerd, let's go. You're up. Prove it.
Alright, let's go. Is there such a thing as God?
Are you saying you can't prove it?
I don't know.
All right, I'm going to take your inability to start proving it as an exemplar that you can't prove it. I win, get wrecked, nerd.
I don't know if there's God or not. Not.
Absolutely dominated.
Wow.
What did you consider?
Huh?
What did you consider?
Like, if there is a God or not? I don't know.
What? You didn't need to say you don't know. Shouldn't you have considered something?
No, I just don't think about this. I just. When
Why
I was
did you ask the
19, bro,
question if you didn't? Why did you ask the question if you didn't consider anything?
I don't know. Sometimes thoughts come into my mind and I speak them out loud. You know, that's it.
Yeah, but shouldn't you consider? Shouldn't you consider answers to the question before asking them?
It's too much work.
Go away.
What do you mean? Why?
Leave. Click the disconnect button.
Like you can't just make up your mind.
Talking to you
in,
is
like,
too much
minutes.
work, dude.
Go away. You are not welcome here. Leave.
Alright. Fuck. Kill yourself.
I'm telling you directly as a courtesy. Yeah.
I keep forgetting they gave me the disconnect option. Oh shit, it's 104 fucking degrees outside, dude.
Wow.
Yeah. Wow.
I knew it. I'm telling you, I knew it from day one.
Dude, fuck. So much fucking listening to us, dude.
Yeah, that's the biggest legwork, especially with this type of content.
I need to figure out how to get DaVinci to play back faster.
Oh, I think you just press L again.
Would you say L?
So it's JK and L kind of like does the seeker, and then you can just.
Thank you. Wait, is there a way to go like what? This thing went like straight to 2. I need to like I talk at 1.5, or well, I talk at 0.5. No, 0.7. I talk slow.
I think there are tweakable settings. Honestly, the JKL defaults I think are the best ones to get used to, but you might be able to switch it. Ask GPT. All right, Tyler.
Oh, sorry.
You ready to begin, Tyler?
Oh, what was that? Sorry.
Do you believe a God exists in reality?
No.
So you cannot demonstrate one to exist?
No, I can't demonstrate that a God exists.
Okay, we accept your concession. You lose. We win. Get
Ah,
rich, nerd.
shit.
Absolutely
fuck,
dominated.
another. Eh,
Ankle shattered. Now, why can't you prove it? Are you an atheist or something?
Yeah.
All right, prove atheism.
How can I prove something that? How the? Hold on, how would I do that?
Would you
Prove
like?
that
Would you like some help?
gods don't exist? Prove that gods don't exist is like that just the
Yeah, for
inverse
all
of, like,
propositions, God, you say that doesn't exist, right? That's atheism?
Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
Okay,
that
so
gods don't exist.
if we present to you a God that exists, would you renounce atheism?
I guess it depends what your definition is by God.
Well, as an atheist, what stake do you have in a God?
Well, I guess just within I guess the West, we typically talk about the Abrahamic God, the omniscient,
So
omnipotent.
those are your pearls that you clutch. That's that's your baby. That's your safety safe.
No, that's just typically I think what we're talking about when we speak
Well,
about
that's one
God.
that's one proposition, God. But you're an atheist, so you got that for all propositions, God.
Yeah.
Right.
So I think like the idea of maybe like some supernatural, super whatever thing that exists. Like I could see a better argument, even though I still don't believe it. The idea of say like pantheons, like people that became gods or something like that at least still tracks. Like those gods, so to speak, have some kind of limitations, and they're experiencing the world linearly with humans. Like that makes more sense than a monotheistic being.
How is that necessarily attached to linearity? Experiencing linearly.
Well, the idea that those gods are still like semi-mortal. They still eat. They still, I guess say like with like the Greek gods, they still come down from the mountain and intermingle with the populace as like just normal beings at times, although they still have their kind of god-like domain that they control.
I mean, it's fun that you're entertaining this concept and everything, but have we gone through the checks and balances of whether that's a thing in reality?
Well, it's not whether it's in reality. It's more like that logically makes sense, but it's not sound. It's more like a cool, fun little. It's kind of like if D&D was in the real world, pretty much.
Okay, so I guess that's another one down for you. But we still got more to go, right? Yeah, what's another proposition God you're shooting down?
I don't know. Maybe there's like some weird like Wiccan Gaia thing or some crap. I don't know. Some weird thing my wife believes in.
Right, so I'm presenting a God in the side chat.
Sorry, I'm driving. Would you be able to explain it?
Known as Imhotep.
Okay.
From
So an Egyptian
the
god.
27th century BC.
Yeah, so an
This
Egyptian
was
god, right?
This is a guy. He was
Bogey, he's
good
giving
at
it to you,
medicine.
buddy. He just said it. He's giving it to you. He said an Egyptian god.
Yeah, it's an Egyptian god, Imhotep.
He just gave
Does
it to you.
Imhotep exist?
I think that I don't know. I don't know the extent of like. Was this a person that
We
existed?
have his
within
sarcophagus.
mysticism? Right. So that's why I was gonna say like, is it that there was someone that existed? Like I didn't know if they actually like found like a sarcophagus. I just mean like, was there this person existed? Which okay, sure, could have existed. But then you add the mysticism that this person could heal, because if I remember correctly, Imhotep is like the precursor, the same type of line or the same mysticism that I believe Jesus had, if I remember correctly. It's been a hot
Well,
minute.
let's take the slate of consideration and apply that same reasoning to Kim Jong-un currently. Kim Jong-un is said to have never pooped in his life.
He has no butthole.
Does Kim Jong-un exist?
Yeah, he existed.
Do you believe he never poops?
No, that would seem illogical.
Right. So let's transfer that again to Imhotep. Does Imhotep
I'd make
exist?
the same argument. The person probably existed. There's a very good chance if there's especially like a
We have his remains.
There's physical
They're
evidence.
in they're in a box.
Yep. And he got his bones, and they're chilling in this little box.
You can go check them out. They're in Egypt right now. So that's a god
So
that
then
exists, right?
it's that's a claim that that's a god. There would then need to be the evidence that
Wait,
this
why
person
can't they
did
have the
mysticism.
title? What's wrong with the title?
Because God would delineate, even in that aspect, some type of domain or demand of control of things that we would consider either supernatural or control of elements that normal people would not
So
have that.
where is
have
this
that ability.
criteria coming from?
I'm pulling it out of my ass, to be honest. I don't know.
So you're rejecting it based off of what's coming out of your ass?
Yeah.
Wow.
Trying to be logically consistent while I'm driving.
By taking things out of your ass?
Yeah. Well, don't you?
No.
Oh.
Not by
Well, then
virtue of my
that's-
asshole. No.
My metaphorical asshole, not Kim Jong Un's literal non-asshole. So ultimately, I guess what point are you driving towards?
I mean, here's a well-established individual who's been promoted to godhood by
Which
a
one?
civilization, an entire civilization.
So Imhotep was promoted to godhood?
Yeah.
Or do you mean Kim Jong? Okay. Okay.
So was Kim Jong Un.
Yep.
Kim Jong Un has been promoted
I'm
to
tracking.
godhood as well.
Right.
Right, and so they've been claimed as God. You, as an atheist, have no stake in this.
Nope.
So you just go with what they're giving you.
I mean, I kind of
And then-
do.
What's your stake?
Well, I personally don't care if someone wants to believe in like a supernatural or whatever being. The issue that I start to run into is when you start trying to pull that stuff into the material. When you try to enact this person's thought or this being's thought, and the world should capitulate that, especially through coercion or force. So if it was just, hey, you have your little Kim Jong Un temple and you pray to it every night, hey man, more power to you. You got my proverbial blessing. Go do whatever the hell you want. But when it becomes, okay, now you must believe that, otherwise I'm going to enact some type of punishment against you, that's where the line gets drawn.
Well, why is the line for an entity's existence related to some other human's actions towards you?
I think because it gives them the moral justification in order to do
Who gives who?
whatever that type of thing is.
Gives whom?
that person. Gives that person.
Yeah, but
So,
I'm not asking about that person.
Yeah, but that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, but I'm not asking you about that person. I'm asking you about a God existing.
Like if I believe that unicorns existed, and you go, nah, man, Tyler, that shit don't exist. It's not real. And I say, yes, it does. And if you don't believe in unicorns exist, I'm gonna force you to believe it. I will break your fingers. I will fucking pull out your toenails until you concede that unicorns exist, and you better accept it wholeheartedly. And that the beatings don't stop till unicornization improves. That's when you are commanding other people to believe that thing, and they must capitulate to it.
Why are you bringing this up?
Because you had asked the question, well, what importance or what would be required? Like, what stake do I have in that? Because they're direct belief.
In the title of godhood for something?
If someone commanded that, I have to believe that or else.
Yeah, but nobody. No, we're asking whether somebody can like append, can give something the title of God.
I mean, I guess you could, but then you'd have to have a definition and a distinction of it, and it'd have to be logically consistent.
Titlehood?
Well, yeah, typically a title denotes some type of authority or
Right, so
some
what?
type of
Yeah.
description.
And so, is the declaration that this entity is a god sufficient for you? Is that logically consistent?
In maybe a metaphysical sense, sure, but now apply it to reality. Like if you said this.
All right, so
I
let's
see
apply it
right
to
now.
reality. Here is a person, and they're indicating this entity is God.
Okay, what's their
Is
definition
that
of a god?
logically consistent?
I mean,
The definition
sure,
of their
they
God is
applied it.
that which they're referring to.
But then we have to describe what the reference is. What are they in reference
They've
to? Like if they
indicated
say
it.
this
They've
cheese sandwich.
indicated the reference.
Okay, so grilled cheese sandwich is a god. And then the follow-up question would be
right. So what's the P and not P?
right. That would be my question.
So
what
so what
makes
is it?
that grilled cheese divine or God in
Hold
any
on,
aspect?
no one said it was a grill. It's a grilled cheese, dude.
Right, but the grilled cheese has godhood.
Yeah, and it's
like if someone
grilled
said
cheese.
grilled cheese is God.
They're declaring the title of godhood.
Yeah, it's grilled
They promoted-
cheesiosity.
Yeah.
They promoted it to God.
Right. And then the follow-up question would be, what gives it that title or that authority?
It's
How does that grilled
Declaration.
cheese
Declaration.
just by
A
just by
equals A.
simple declaration?
A equals A, right? This coffee cup is this coffee cup.
They've made the indication.
But I get the it logically, like someone could just declare therefore.
Right.
And then,
So what's the
but
next
now
step?
make it
There's a next step that
No.
you just like you don't want to go there for some reason.
Right? You
No,
need to
I'm-
consider
I'm
You then consider its existence.
Yeah, does the coffee cup exist? Or does it exist?
well, I would have to confirm whether the
What?
coffee cup actually exists.
Sure.
Well, I mean, I showed it on stream, but there's a delay on stream. I don't know if you're watching my stream, but I showed my coffee cup on stream, so
can't see.
one other person saw it. But I have a coffee
Okay,
cup.
so
if I say
right,
this
so
coffee
then-
cup is God, what's step 2 is what? Or well, the next step is what?
well,
'Cause
we'd have to
You want to know why it's a God, right?
I guess I would be looking at like, is that statement true?
Yes, it is A equals A so far. That's all I've said.
Yeah, the
Right.
declaration has been made. That's true.
Right. So the declaration is mug is God, or grilled cheese.
Correct.
We'll stick with mugs. Okay,
Sure.
mug is God.
Correct. So what's the next
Okay,
step to fact check it? What do we do?
So then we'd have to observe whether we'd have to see what the descriptor is for it.
It's mostly
Dude,
white.
it's
It's a
been-
New York coffee cup. It's stained with coffee. It's like 14 years old. Hold on, let me see what company made it. Homeware. It was 2006. So however old that is, 20 years old or some shit. So
Yeah. So then we would have to observe, does it actually retain those properties of what someone would consider God or godhood?
I'm declaring it, so I'm saying, yeah, it's 20 years old. It's got a little bit of coffee left in it. It's pretty stained. It's pretty gross. I need to wash it. It's a New York coffee cup. What else can I do? It weighs like, I don't know, like 2 pounds. It's big, one of the big ones. What else do I need to do? The handle says New York on it.
Right, but that's just an assertion. Then you'd have to demonstrate why it is.
All right.
No, I don't.
Outside of
Hold on, it has epistemic coherence. I don't need to do that. I showed it on camera. I did that. That's done. When I presented its ontology, I did that. That's your epistemic bridge is your experience of the coffee cup, which obviously we're not sitting across from each other. Just imagine. I got a coffee cup and I'm pointing at it. Right? So you have your epistemic bridge. Now I'm giving fact statements about it. I'm saying it's a New York coffee cup. And all you can do is observe the God. It's a New York God. You would just look at it and did I do a good job? Does it say New York somewhere on it? It does. So that works. That's true. My statement is true about God. It says New York on it. What you're asking is what makes that a God? That's what you're asking.
I'd be looking for justification.
Yeah, the same
so it's
thing.
like-
Anything gives anything identity. I'm only giving it the label God. That's all I'm doing.
Let me run a syllogism by you, because I feel like we're stuck on premise 1 here. We didn't quite sell it to you, maybe more.
You guys do
P1
know
here.
that I don't follow like any god, like I right.
Hey, I'm clarifying. Premise 1. Historically well accepted godhood claims have been made without scrutiny or criteria upon mere proclamation.
Okay, I'd accept
So-
premise 1.
Okay. Premise 2. Existing things have been proclaimed as God.
Yeah.
Definition 1 is atheism is the rejection of any god or gods existing.
Sorry, say that one again.
Atheism is the rejection of any god or gods existing.
Correct.
Therefore, the conclusion is that atheism is incoherent. Since existing things have been proclaimed as God, and the criteria is nothing for godhood.
Right. So, and that's where I would like, yes, that syllogism is logically valid, but now is it sound? Like to pull it into like whatever God, that definition of God is, whatever the proclamation or the descriptor that's being applied to thing, then we have to come down to justification. We would have to be able to like, okay, you're just claiming
Right.
thing
So
is
if you
thing
want to,
without
let's say, okay,
justification.
so you want to, let's suppose you want to indirectly prove this wrong, right? Meaning that let's assume premise 1 is false, that historically well-accepted godhood claims have not been made without scrutiny or criteria upon mere proclamation, meaning that there is some standard that all gods have in common between each other to be in the collection, historically
Right.
speaking.
I could also like I could conceptualize that someone, you know, like the idea that I seen Jesus, my grilled cheese, therefore it's divine. My grilled cheese is divine. So,
No,
yeah,
that's not the same thing.
That's not a standard. What do all gods have in common?
Probably some type of like mystical power or something like that.
Is that what grilled cheeses have? Do grilled cheeses have mystical powers?
I mean, have you had one? They're pretty fucking magical.
We're looking for a standard that can be applied to every single god you've ever heard of. We're trying to build a category. We're trying to say, hey, here's a Venn diagram. Look at it. Find the overlaps. You're looking for the spot that overlaps all of them. And that's the category of God. If we can't do that, then you have to admit there is no category God. You can have multiple different categories of things. You could attempt to do that. But you don't have a single category that you could holistically, like atheism does, reference and then reject.
Well, I think it's because we can conceptualize. You can conceptualize like a dragon, but does a dragon exist in reality? You can assert.
Are you gonna address the first premise or no?
Yeah, it's like not really trying to attack, but when we give an example, people like to give counter examples, and then that's a pivot. Now we're on that, and then we give a counter example, and then we just keep pivoting.
Yeah. No, that's fine. Yeah, no, I'm fine with pivoting back. So premise 1 is people can make assertions of. Sorry, maybe say the premise.
I can repeat it, but really it has to do with the standards. Sorry. Historically well-accepted godhood claims have been made without scrutiny or criteria upon mere proclamation.
I would have to say yes, just like I'm sure someone has, like, I don't know, that Justin like Deconstruction Zone guy where he's like Doug or like Planet Peterson is like Skippy or Spanky or some shit. Like they just assert thing and then they just assert.
It feels sound?
Yeah.
Take back Caesar Loud. Upon new information.
No,
it's like, no, I mean, we're being charitable. It's like,
if you think of one in the future, let us know and we'll go back.
That's why I'm thinking like something like a Doug, like, hey, I asserted my, the coffee mug is God, therefore it is a God. Now define what God is.
Yeah, but you don't need the coffee mug. That's just my version of it. Other people have done it and they've been legitimate, like naturalistic pantheists believe the universe is God. Some people worship the sun. There are historically accepted extant God allegations.
So considering the presumed mysticism standard, right, which is the attempted indirect proof, right, we have premise 2 that says existing things have been proclaimed as God. So I guess the question is, have existing things been proclaimed as God without mysticism?
I don't know if they... Oh, I'm going to think...
Have you heard of naturalistic pantheism?
Yeah, someone's like the sun does this, the moon does that, Earth does that.
It's just
like that?
think of all the things, take all the things, that's God.
Oh, okay, so like the universe is God.
Yeah, reality equals God. Yeah, no difference.
Okay. Oh, fucking. Are we going back to tag?
The only difference in naturalistic pantheism is naturalistic pantheism is another way to say it is sexed up atheism. Because what they're saying is reality is God, and they are in awe of reality, like people are in awe of their God. So they revere the universe, but not as an entity that gives a fuck. It's just the universe.
Okay, that's not. So one thing I've heard, I'm not trying to like divert, but I heard they were talking about like the universe is God, but we are, since the universe is God and we are made of the universe, we are God self-reflecting on our creation. We are God realized or actualized.
Well, people
I
have
think
tried
that-
that, yeah, poetically and
Let's
shit.
analyze. The presumed standard here was mysticism. Mysticism is not natural, right?
Yeah.
But naturalistic pantheism doesn't have it.
I don't know that much about that.
We can't use that
philosophy or-
standard.
So you're looking for like a standard that's universal across all aspects.
A category, yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
to safely reject the argument, we need that.
Right. And so I think that's where you kind of like, your own personal Jesus. That's kind of everyone's standard. It's like it's all self-referential. I don't know if there's
Well,
truly
It's not.
That doesn't. So just because one person believes it doesn't mean that historically well accepted godhood claims haven't been made, right?
Right. No, I'll agree that people, have made godhood claims to things that exist.
Right. So it doesn't affect P1.
Right.
Right. So P2, existing things. We've talked about several of them. All of reality is an existing thing being proclaimed as God.
Yeah.
So I don't see how atheism's coherent here. It's a categorical rejection of a thing that has no category.
Right. And I get the concept. I was actually thinking about this. You and me were talking about this before. And I get it in theory. And I think you had made the argument that like the atheist kind of view is outside dependent. Like it's only referential to an outside person, like a third party.
I say it's a contingent philosophy.
Yeah.
It requires someone else. If I don't want to be a stamp collector, like if I want to be a non-stamp collector, stamp collecting needs to be a thing. Because it doesn't mean, if I walk up to somebody and I say, hey, I don't schmoogle part. You're like, what's schmoogle part? It's like, maybe schmoogle parting is like a future sport they play in like a million years. That's what it is, and I don't do it, right? But what does it mean? It doesn't mean shit.
Well,
Not yet.
And I think the reason why, because like for fucking as long as we've been, spinning around this hot ball of energy, like religion has played or theism just in general has played such a large part in when we were able to like conceptualize beyond our own senses and think, why would we actually live or belong here? And so I think with that is more of like it's a formal rejection of the authority, because the church historically did have a large amount of authority in day-to-day life. So that I'd say atheism is the rejection of that authority and that authority structure.
I don't necessarily disagree, because I often characterize atheism as dependent on theism, and it's part. The reason people feel compelled to define themselves as atheists is because of a perceived abuse by the other group, right? They're distancing themselves from that because they feel that the other group has prominence, right? That it's there in the public eye, and I'm saying I'm not that. Well, that's a psychological hang-up for the atheist. That these people are of a philosophy, and you're fine to leave that philosophy. And you should leave that philosophy. You shouldn't hang out in theism. It's a dog shit philosophy. But what you should do is leave it. Get out. Don't define yourself by them. Don't say, I'm not that group over there. When I ask you what you are, have pride in yourself and tell me what you are. Don't define yourself as what you think is your former abuser in this analogy, right? That these people victimized you as a child, took advantage of your mind, convinced you of a thing. You grew up and learned that thing wasn't true, and you reject it, but you failed to fully reject it, right? Because there are other philosophies out there of mind, of being, of reality, of all different kinds of philosophies that you should just sever atheism, right? When someone asks you, you believe in a God, the question should be, which God? An atheist can't ask that question. An atheist is locked into no. because they buy in. They've invented their own God, in fact. Many atheists have invented their own God called the God of classical theism. I have asked around, what is a God of classical theism? Like, give me an example of one. And there isn't. Every God we would talk about, Yahweh, Vishnu, all these gods, are not gods. They don't meet that standard of being gods of classical theism, right? They lack the omni traits. They're alleged to have the omni traits, but they don't have the omni traits. How many times you seen a big PP video where he's talking about God being ignorant, God being weak, right? God not being loving, all these omni characteristics, but the God of the classical theism that the atheist invented is not a God that was already there. There's like Spinoza's deity and shit, these kind of gods, but those aren't the gods in the common vernacular that the atheists are talking to. Atheists don't debate Spinozan God people. They don't talk to naturalistic pantheists. They spend 99% of their time talking to Abrahamic faith people. So they invented their own God to try to make more sophisticated the other gods and then reject that as it's just you could paint with a broad brush if you define yourself as rejecting the God of classical theism, but you've just added one more God. That's all you've done. And you have to go by a case-by-case basis anyway, because most of the time when we're asking what is the nature of a God, we're not asking atheists. Why the fuck would we ask an atheist what the nature of an extant is when they're the ones saying it doesn't have a nature? It doesn't make any fucking logical sense. And this is the crux of the issue, is that atheism has entrenched itself in its opposition of theism and made it an ism, like not stamp collector ism, right? There is no ism of non-stamp collectors. It's just you're fighting against their pressure, what they're doing, their behaviors in society. You're not really fighting against a religion. You're fighting against the memetics. You're fighting against the individual morsels that they teach people. That's what you're really fighting against. They don't even believe their own fucking religion, right? They completely oblivious of, like, most of the time, they're completely oblivious of their own tenets. They're just going with the flow. They're lemmings, right? Most of these people are just lemmings, and atheists are no different. Atheists were theists. Atheists aren't smarter than theists. They're just theists that were wise enough to get out to a degree, but they lack the confidence, I guess, to go get a philosophy of that when someone says, what are you? You say, I'm this, right? Why would you identify yourself ever as an atheist? If someone says, are you a theist? You can just be like, I don't God. That's what I say. I say, I don't God, right? What do you believe God is? I don't have a God definition for the ontological status of a God. I have a God definition for the ontological status of my fellow man or human and their proclivity to point at things and call it God. My ontology is about human behavior and linguistics, whereas an atheist's ontological burden is literally God, which is stupid. Right? That they would pick up a burden of proof about what they presume is an imaginary character. They're literally just the most codified version of nuh-uh on planet Earth. That's atheism.
Fuck yeah. Nuh-uh. Well, and that's like, I know last time we were talking about this, like I was kind of thinking about it, that like, okay, the rejection of like just the idea that there's like there's a supernatural power overlaid over top of the world. I mean, like, yeah, it's a cool idea. You know, I play Dungeons and Dragons, super fucking cool, but I don't think it exists. But there's people that do, and it's the actions that result of it. It's not that. It's like the God is irrelevant. Ultimately, the thing that they're saying it is, but then it's the actions, as I said, of pulling it into the material, saying that I pray to that coffee mug every day, and when I pray to it, it cures my colorectal cancer. It's like,
Yeah, but Tyler,
holy fuck, that's dangerous.
It's great that you've identified the problem. What's the next step?
What would be the next step?
I mean, I indicated it.
So just rejecting the
Now, how do we address the issue you just described?
I don't know. I guess for me, I try and rationalize or have people rationalize kind of contradictory things, at least within theism. But if you guys got a
But it isn't just but just because somebody drops the one belief doesn't make them any less of a bigoted person, don't you think? You can still be a racist and suddenly not believe in God, right? Isn't that still describing the same issue that you just raised? How does it solve the problem?
I think it's pulling back or pulling people back into like the rational view, the logical view of believing something that is absurd.
Dude, have you heard of my version of reverse Pascal's wager?
Reverse Pascal's wager?
Yeah, it's my version of reverse Pascal's wager. Yeah, there's multiple reverse Pascals.
What the fuck is?
No, I have not.
So in reverse Pascal's wager, there is a god out there. It's like super strong. I don't know how badass it is, but it's super badass. It can create realities. And it's a dick. It hates people, but it needs to create it for whatever reason. So it creates reality, but it doesn't want us to pray to it. Like, it absolutely fucking loathes being talked to and addressed or even thought about, right? It's like an itch. Every time you think of God, it makes it itch, right? It's like, fuck, right? Like, it gets annoyed, right? Well, so it creates reality, but it says, you know what? I'm going to set up the most perfect wall-like reality where things will just evolve in the course of it. What will be nature, I'll call it. It'll be nature. And every answer an entity within that system will ever ask will be derived from within. They'll be able to do that. I will construct this universe that way. That way I can have a bunch of people and get power from them, because I'll get power from them when they don't believe in me. If they could be born and die and they've not spent a single second thinking about me.
Okay.
I will transcend them into afterlife, right? I'll give them afterlife. I'll put them in Magic Happy Land. But all the people who were dumb enough to not follow my breadcrumbs and started bothering me, well, you're going to get hell. You're going to fucking hell. I'm torturing you because I have to create. I didn't want to create, but I had to do it because I need the power I get from the monkeys that don't worship.
Right. Yeah, I get the premise.
So there could be a God, right? And all of us scientifically minded people, we're fucking nailing it. We're like, yeah, there's just no reason to believe some shit like that. That's just retarded. And God's sitting there the whole time. Yeah, that is retarded. And if you ever change your fucking mind about that, I'm going to have a demon butt fuck you for all eternity.
Threaten me with a...
See what I'm saying? No, like at the end of the day, when the atheists have ruled out all the gods, what about the one that's undetectable? What about that next one? Right? We're not ruling out cosmic entities because every conversation we've had with someone about God was stupid. Right? That's not how you rule out the existence of something. That's not how you address ontology of a thing. That's how you address the ontology of a monkey who has a proclivity to believe in a thing. Right? That's what you're addressing here. You're not addressing God's ontology. You are addressing a monkey's ontology and their brainwashing, the end result of their inculcation. That's what you're interfacing right now. You're interfacing with the end result of my inculcation. Every conversation I've ever had that pushed this meat sack to believe something, to make sure that its next iteration remembers that on to the next iteration, and it's passing it's considering knowledge, right? Things that I've trained, memetics that I've learned over the years, the standards that I've learned to adopt, these are all passed in my meat, right? It remembers it and it synthesizes conscious self-awareness whenever it needs it. Happens to me every day. And then at some point, my meat sack doesn't need it anymore and I die, right? And then the next morning, what's the difference between permanent death and sleep? You wake up. That's the difference between permanent death. But one day, you're just not going to wake up, and that's it. It's gone. So, enjoy the ride.
Yeah, no, I get the I get the premise. It is an interesting kind of philosophical view. I was doing some prep debate, and I was looking into I ended up going down this weird rabbit hole of nihilistic philosophy, and I'm blanking on the philosopher's name. He's some old German fucking guy, but he had talked about the idea of like with God being a perfect being, and the basic idea that like everything moves towards entropy, like that's just the natural state of everything is towards entropy, and if that is God's nature, then in order for God to fulfill that, he had to like deconstruct himself, and then ultimately the start of the universe. And it's kind of weird because it predates the Big Bang by like a couple centuries. But you said that God ends up killing himself, and we're living inside the rotting corpse of a dead God. Kind of a fucked up philosophy, but interesting.
Wait.
Yeah, it's just an interesting kind of thought.
Hey, Bean, you're hot micing.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so it was just like kind of thinking that of like the reverse. It's like, it's just he has to create. It's like the dude that like loves pumping loads into chicks just so that they could like, yeah, I got her pregnant, and it's like, I never want to see these kids, but I like the idea of getting them pregnant. It's like a God that's like that. It's like it's like the most fucked up God.
Isn't that what the Mormon God does on whichever planet?
What?
Is what?
No, they're talking
No.
about what's the name of it? Fucking
do you mean like
Nebu or something like that? Xenu planet. No, that's the Scientologist.
Yeah.
Well, isn't it true for like Mormonism? Because like
Yeah, they have their own planet where the souls hang out before they're like.
Well, actually, you get your own planet as a Mormon. Like, so the people get their planets. You get your own little world.
Yeah, but there's a pre-planet that everybody's like. It's like your character gen spot. It's like there's character gen location, and then you're born, and then you get your own world.
Yeah, there's like a lobby. There's a waiting room. There's a whole bunch of stuff.
So you're telling me the afterlife, according to Mormons, they have like a fucking pre-game, like a pre-game lobby?
Yep. All the souls are hanging out with Jesus. All the pre-born babies they're all hanging out with Jesus in the pre-life, and then we're born, and then when we die, we go to an afterlife. Real quick, C-Mole, you're welcome to get onto Politics Discord and find my chat room. God ain't real. Prove me wrong. I got the link. I'll bring it up on my stream. It got turned off somehow, but you're welcome to join. And when you get in here, you can talk to me, and I'll talk to you about Igtheism. If you want, you can go to my video section and start watching my videos, and I talk about Igtheism on a daily basis. So you can learn about it from there, but I'm not going to just define stuff that you can just do that for yourself.
So do you guys argue like with theists, or is it actually more with like atheists?
Everyone.
Yeah, we all got something to contribute.
Okay. I found myself more in like theist spaces and arguing with them.
That's one of the things that I like about Igtheism is that if I don't have a theist around, well, I can eat an atheist, a deist, an agnostic. I can literally eat everyone. There's no one that Igtheism can't go after. Igtheism is a linguistic philosophy. If you are languaging, Igtheism can weigh in wherever you violate the rules of linguistics. Just like if you're playing chess, a chess player can weigh in that you're violating the rules of chess wherever you're playing chess. Because it's a linguistic setup here. We're talking in Igtheism. We're talking about how do we properly reference ontology. If there is a method, right, to properly representing ontology, and you can violate that.
This is teach a man to fish versus give a man a fish kind of thing.
Yeah, and that was one thing I've thought about. Like it is more of a like the agnosticisms. Like I don't know, maybe there is a God. I don't know. I don't see any evidence to prove the contrary.
Well, no, it's that you really wouldn't truly know what to even look for. And all I'm saying is the musings of a particular species of ground monkey is not good data to reach any kind of conclusion. for or against the proposition of cosmic entity or whatever the fuck we want to call these extra things that we can't perceive. Extra things that we can't perceive are just that. They're extra things that we can't perceive. They're members of the set of reality because we're just saying they're things. We're not perceiving stuff. We know that. So there is a set of all unknown things. And we don't have access to the set of all unknown things. And for us to pretend that we have access to the set of all unknown things and we've wandered through it and we know about that ontology is just dumb. Like, no, you don't. Like, that's not, you gotta caution how you state claims about reality. And all you have for data is the musings of a ground monkey. That's it.
Right. Sorry if there's a bunch of background noise. I'm fueling up a semi right now. Myself.
I've got a semi.
I got a fully. Yeah, I tell people, when they really push me to tell them what I know, and it's just my direct experience. So I just say, I've learned to identify the shape of a banana, and I'm pretty sure what's inside of a coconut. Beyond that, I'm just a ground monkey on a mud ball. Then there's nerd speak. If you learn to speak nerd, there's a whole bunch of really curious bullshit these nerds are spewing, bro. Like, the magnitude of shit these fucking guys, like their whole imagination realm that they're playing in is fucking dope as shit. And the cool thing about science is they pull from the external world, right? They take all this information from the external world, and the nerds just sit around and they fucking put all that shit together and just think of stuff, and then pow, that pops out, and then they just fucking think of more stuff, pow. It's like fucking magic, bro. Like you want to know a magic spell that can cast anything? Look up the formula for chromodynamics, dude. There you go. That literally can cast anything. You can create donkey with that spell. You can create everything with that spell. Everything with that spell. But there's people out there that are just like, yeah, no, I'm a magic spirit creature that's gonna teleport to Magic Happy Land when I die. And in order to get there, I gotta sever that baby's penis and drown it. It's like, dude, like, if you can't tell that that's Bronze Age fucking mythology, I don't know how bad this problem really is. I think most of us can see that that's Bronze Age mythology, that we're literally mutilating baby dicks and then fucking dunking their heads in water and shit. Like, this is a magic spell. Because some cosmic pedo said, chop that baby's dick off. Like, we're doing it. In 2026, it's happening right now as we're talking. There's little babies out there getting fucking mutilated in the United States.
Right, and that's where like I've said, like my kind of focus is now you want to believe what you want to believe, fine, but like how fundamentalist and like I don't know if I said this before, but like I used to kind of side with Christians, especially like with the rise of like I'd say even with the idea of like transgenderism. Like I don't care if like an adult wants to, turn themselves into something. I could not possibly care less. The issue I started to run into is now you're demanding kids do this.
Demanding kids do it.
What was that?
It's just funny how you phrase
How do you
it.
demand kids to become a certain way?
Fucking
Either you
electric
are this
shock
way or you're not
collars,
this way.
whips, belts, all kinds of shit. You can tase them. You could deny them food, shelter. Have you ever heard How to Train Up a Child? This was a religious book written not long ago in my lifetime. They fucking wrote this book, and it taught you how to train your child. And it was, you leave them outside and all other kinds of horrible, abusive things. Look it up. How to Train Up Your Child. It was promoted in the fucking military. It was handed out like fucking Skittles.
So Tyler, do you like conversion therapy?
I heard you. I'm thinking about it. I think if an adult wants to do that, that's fine.
Look, man,
I think the idea of forcing it onto a child.
Who is forcing anything onto a child in this way?
In which way?
Do you mean exposing them to it by just somebody being themselves around a child? Is that what you mean, forcing it on them?
No. I think when.
Can you tell me one instance where like a not anecdotal, but an instance where a child was forced to be transgender or something like that?
I mean, I guess I'd have to look specifically at the parent intent, like what the conversations were.
So, but you just said things are being forced on them, like as far as like that's fact. You just said that, and I'm just trying to understand where your facts are based in.
So there were okay. So there's one famous court case that came out of British Columbia, where mother and father divorced. The mother was socially or no, I shouldn't say socially. Well, yeah, I think it was socially. Sorry, I'm driving, so if my exact memory is a little off, forgive me. But so the mother was saying that the kid is transgender, and the father was arguing that well, no, he's not. And the kid even had expressed concerns that I don't like doing this. Mom makes me do it. So much so that there was actually a name or a publication ban and like a name
Yeah, and
ban.
if those are the, I mean, I got enough
on the
info. If that's true, that's fucked up. That has nothing to do with the grand trans movement. That's just an abusive cunt mother.
Yeah, that seems like a very fringe case. Maybe that's certainly not a popular case, and I'll even give you that's fact, right? I'll give you that happened. That's fucked. That's fucked. But you went around, and when you say like I just don't want it forced upon our kids, you're using kids as plural, and you're suggesting that it's being forced upon multiple kids in multiple different scenarios, and I just don't see that to be the case.
Yeah, well, and it's not just so. You know, obviously we see trends within people, like in the celebrity spheres. Like the chance of someone being transgender is extremely rare, but we see in certain demographics, you know, more celebrity types, more of those kind of wine mom kind of things. Like it's almost like
Okay,
their
what are you
children
suggesting?
are an accessory. Well, that it's a coercive thing. It's a child seeking acceptance from a parent, that the parent uses them as like a, you know, like a designer.
Okay, does that
bag.
seem like that
hold
to
on.
you, or
Hold on, you're trying to scope this issue in the most uncharitable fashion. You're being
No, I don't think so.
uncharitable, and well, you are, because the grand, like, whole big problem of transgender issues, that's not it. That's the uncharitable. That's around the edges and the fringe thing. When we're talking about trans issues and whether or not anybody's being forced, let's first deal with the United States. I'm an American, right? I don't need to be dealing with like Botswana law, okay? So let's just stick to the United States. In the United States, when we're talking about anything being forced on anyone, that would be the hospital, the doctors, the people, those people. There's no random like herds of like people going out like forcing trans stuff on people. Like Piddle would say, that's not a real thing. So when you're talking about any level of force, it would be medical procedures forced on a child. That's the scope that I'm hearing. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, there is that. So there is the
that's
medical
a tiered system.
pervasiveness.
Hold on, that's a tiered system where behind every decision made, from a doctor to to the parent to the child, is behind an ethics wall. Every decision made in that hospital has to meet a barrier that when they're standing and looking at a judge in court, they're justifying why they allowed that doctor to perform this procedure, and this ethics panel said that this hospital was allowed to do these procedures under these guidelines by these professionals. And you're trying to characterize that as like random roving fucking hordes of transgenders going from door to door, grabbing children and chopping their fucking dicks off. That's the only, it's either that kind of force or the force that a doctor would do to a child. And in those stages, that's a tiered system. So the first level of force is therapy, talking to a professional with the parents and the child, sitting them down and having the conversation and figuring out, what is the depth of this child's problem? Are they just having minor social issues and it's causing difficult time at school? Are they cutting themselves? Are they threatening suicide? These are escalating levels that allow you as a professional to analyze those, categorize those, and look for care plans. Because literally everything a fucking doctor or a nurse does comes from a fucking book, bro. It's certified. Again, back to the fucking hospital, staring down a judge and saying, this is why we did this at this time under these circumstances. Anything outside of that is called malpractice. So again, if you're talking about the force from a hospital, bro, get the fuck over it. Hospitals do shit. Sometimes it's against our will. It's called being an adult. It's called transitioning and being an adult. You have to take this pill. I understand it hurts. We're going to stick this thing in you, right? That's just life, dude. And you're just saying, hey, when the doctor makes me do a thing, that's just force and coercion. You're characterizing it. Yeah.
No, that's
it's called
different
traction,
than when it's
motherfucker. It's called
compelled.
traction. If you don't do it, your shit ain't going to fucking work. So you lay right there and you get traction. That's what you do. Because if you go out now, you're going to be limping the rest of your fucking life. So they're going to coerce you. They're going to bring a guy in and be like, hey, you understand the decision you're making, right? And they're going to make you sign a medical fucking form that says, yeah, I understand the stupid fucking decision I'm making, that I need fucking medical traction right now, right? You're not getting it, bro. You're just not getting it. You think there's no professionals from butt hurt to chopping it off, right? You think there's no steps and you need to weigh in. You need to get in there and lay your fucking 2 cents, right? Tyler needs to get in there and be like, hey guys, you need to be careful about what you're doing because there's roving bands of people going door to door chopping off dicks. Like, dude, shut up, Tyler.
No, that's straw manning my actual argument. So, okay, so you say you're in the United States. Okay, well, in Canada, a therapist, once someone says that, hey, I think as a child, I think I'm transgender. The only path, they can't talk it through and, well, I don't think you are, or, you know, try and look for qualifying, whatever. It's once the declaration is made, the only therapy is to the affirmative. They can't assuage someone's
Dude, what are you talking about?
Ideation.
That is so fucking complete bullshit, dude.
No, I encourage you to go look it up.
No, I don't need to fucking look it up, dude. I hope I'm articulating myself enough that I don't need to do what you should have done that I did a long time ago.
That argument is a straw man. That argument is a blatant straw
It's a
man.
red line filibuster. This guy's doing a fallacy.
The issue with what you're saying is that it's clearly not happening. When people do therapy, they're saying, hey, this is something that we observe. And I'm informing you of this. That's therapy.
Sure. That's therapy. But
have you been to a therapist? Have you been to a therapist?
Yeah.
Right. And was that the impression that you got?
No, fortunately, oddly enough, the therapist that we had to go to was a Christian and was actually willing to like seek alternative ways. So actually pushing back on
wait a
ideas.
second. When you said seek alternative ways, it sounds like you're not contradicting what I'm saying.
No, as in, like, he was willing to push back on some of these ideas.
Tyler, could you address what I said?
Alternatives?
What did I say? What did I say? What statements did I say?
Restate it again.
Therapy. When you go to a therapist, what they do is that they inform you. They say, hey, this is something we observe. I'm informing you that you fall this pattern of behavior. These methods of treatment seem to work. That's what they tell you, right? Is that your impression of therapy?
Sure. In certain scenarios, sure.
What scenarios is that not the case?
Like, considering I literally had to go through that, I might have a little bit of an understanding of the therapy process and what was actually going on.
Right. So where did I go off the track?
Well, I was saying, like, okay, here, here's the real story. My kid, my oldest son wanted to transition and everything else, and he had
Tyler,
to go.
focus on the make sure that you focus on the words that I said and exactly where I went off the track.
That there's what I'm bringing up is that once the declaration is made, there is no saying no. Much like with the idea of gay conversion therapy, it was outlawed.
Tyler, where did I go wrong in my summation?
That's what I'm explaining.
All
So
right, be
once
specific.
the declaration
But that
is made by the child,
that doesn't sound like what I said though.
but I'm telling you what's going on. Once
But
the
that's not. I
declaration is
didn't.
made,
Hey, I heard what you said there. You said that before we went into this.
yeah.
Yeah, you keep.
So, which
Oh, maybe I
part of what I said did the therapist not do?
Like with like my therapist.
No, with what I just described.
Okay, so do you mean like with therapy in general, or do you mean in like the instance that I had to deal with?
You're saying therapists don't do this, right? There are situations where therapists don't do this.
No, well, he's saying once a therapist says that your shit's all fucked up, that's it. There's no going back. That's what he's saying.
No, it's when it's self-diagnosed. It's actually worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm
the
saying.
problem.
When a therapist says this person's transgender, there's no going back. It's the end. It's over. You might as well just put it in the grinder and get a new one, right? That's what you're saying?
No, it's like if you said, "Hey, I hear voices and they tell me I gotta go do X, Y, and Z," and the therapist goes, "Okay, yeah, absolutely."
Right, because what happens when I'm hearing voices and it's saying grab that Glock and go do bad shit? What happens then? What if I start hearing voices in my head? What should I do? Should I just ignore it because they'll tell me, "Hey man, you're crazy and you're fucking losing it. So you should get rid of your gun." So I should just not go do that, right? I should just not go do. That's some fucking great advice you got there, dude.
It's once the declaration is made by the person
once
themselves.
the therapist
confirmation.
says this guy's schizophrenic and he's a fucking powder keg. The powder keg was fine because he was in control. But once he developed the schizophrenia, now he's hearing voices. And those voices are telling him to do bad shit. So I'm gonna label him a fucking psycho. And that's what they do. They label you. And what you're whoa. What you're saying is, once I say, "Hey man, I'm fucking crazy and I want to do crazy shit," you're saying once you say that and it's on paper, there ain't nothing you can do. It's out of your hands now. The ball's, and I agree. That's a good thing. If I ever go crazy and people find out and I'm not doing the right thing, they should do that. They should fucking check the fucking box of crazy psycho and take my fucking shit. That's exactly what they should do. So you're saying it like it's a bad thing that just when therapists say shit with their authority, that there's no going back. That's a good thing. When a person feels that they're transgender and they declare, shut the fuck up, and they declare that they are transgender, correct. There's no going back. There's no going back. Once they've declared, "I am this," you get to shut the fuck up, right? You don't get no more saying. That's what you're saying, Tyler. You're saying once my kid declares that their shit's all fucked up, I can't tell them no more. I have no more control and I lose it. I can't have no more control over what my kid is, and there's no going back because authority and by law, I can't force my kid to be the way that that's what you're saying, Tyler.
No, it's if, let's say, your kid said, "Hey, you know what? I think I should have been born without an arm," and the therapist says, "Oh, really? That's
And
is that how you
there's
feel?
no
Well,
going
then we're gonna
back.
cut
There's
your
no
arm
going
off."
back, Tyler. There's no time machine. You can't go back and make your kids say you don't say that. Don't say that. They said it. They said it. They were honest, and they told you. They said, "Hey, Dad, I don't believe I have an arm." And then you freaked out, and now you're losing your goddamn mind. You don't want therapists to believe that your kid believes he doesn't have a fucking arm. What's wrong with you?
So then the therapist goes, "Okay, then we're gonna set you up."
Nope, that's not. Nope, that's not what the
for
therapist
removing your
does.
arm.
You're misrepresenting the therapist. That's not what they do. They don't just go, "Oh, okay." What they do is they like toss
once
you
they
a
get
ball
that-
and see
that
if you catch it.
diagnosis.
Nope, that's not how they do it, Tyler. You're mischaracterizing what they actually do, Tyler. You're misrepresenting them, Tyler. I can't listen to that shit. It's not what therapists do. They don't just go, "Oh, okay, yeah, let's chop it off." That's not what they do. Quit fucking misrepresenting it.
I have an example that I think might be very prescient here. Tyler, do you recall the hysteria diagnosis in medical treatment?
Like with regards to like women?
Yeah.
Okay, yep.
Right. So imagine a patient shows up to a doctor and they're like, no, I have a problem. And they're like, no, you don't have a problem. You have hysteria. They shoot you down and they don't treat you. So let's say somebody has a psychological problem. They show up to the hospital and they're like, I have a problem. And they're like, no, you don't have a problem. And they shoot you down and they don't treat you based off of their beliefs, their Christian beliefs.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like,
It's the same problem, Tyler. It's the same problem.
So then if a therapist, if your child came and said, hey, you know what, Dad, I think I should have been born without legs. And the therapist hears and they go, well, time to, I guess we're...
Tyler, you're being stupid. Tyler, you're being stupid.
Those two things
Tyler,
are equivalent?
Tyler, the problem is that what you're describing is a lie with respect to how they're being treated. The point of that law is so that when people come with their problems, they're treated seriously, not as a joke, and they're not shut down. Now, once they actually address the situation and see if there's an actual medical problem, and they find that there isn't one, they'll be like, hey, if you want some therapy, you can go get a therapist, but we're just gonna let you go.
Yeah, that wasn't
And
my
so
experience.
the
at all.
patient was admitted, and then they diagnosed them, and then they leave. Well,
Yeah,
maybe
that wasn't my
in
experience
your
at all.
situation, there was an actual problem that they needed to diagnose and treat.
Dude, can you tell me one place in the United States where you can get surgery without a medical license?
Where you can get a surgery? What do you mean?
Without
Like
a medical
doctor,
license.
like-
Yeah, you can
like a
go get
like an
surgery
unlicensed
performed.
doctor.
They can remove human flesh, and they are certified to process human flesh.
I
Can
don't know,
you
I'm
name
sure there's
one
some
place?
unlicensed doctor that's
No,
done that.
I'm talking about legal, dipshit. Jesus fucking Christ, why
Yeah,
are
well,
you
then
like
it wouldn't
this?
be legal. Then it'd be illegal.
Yeah, that's why I asked you, dude. We're talking about therapy and shit, man. We're talking about therapy. We're literally talking about what's law. We're not talking about what's illegal, right? We're literally talking about what's law. So can you answer the question?
That'd be a contradiction.
Where can you perform a surgery in this state, in this country, without a medical license? Answer the question.
Well, nowhere.
Nowhere, because it's illegal, correct?
Yep.
Now, in
Does it
every spot where you are allowed to do surgeries and you have a medical license, which surgeries can you perform that are not pre-approved by the institute where you're performing the surgery?
Yeah, but that's a different.
Just
of whether,
answer the
like, it's
question, man.
lawful.
Tyler, just answer the question.
Well, I guess anywhere could.
Tyler, answer the question. I'm referring to what is legal.
Yeah, anywhere could. Like as long as
No.
say that hospital
Nowhere
has the
could.
qualifications
Nowhere.
for it.
Nowhere can you do this.
Nowhere could do a surgery. So
You
nowhere
are
could
not
do a
allowed to
surgery?
do a surgery in any place in the United States with a medical license under approved conditions that is not pre-approved surgical procedures. There's not a single.
Yeah, that's what I.
Listen.
That's what I said.
Well, then that's why you need to
No,
just
you didn't.
answer the questions as asked and stop fucking
No, that's
pussy farting around. Whether we're talking about what's on the black market, forget the fucking black market. We're talking about what is
No, that's
legal
what I
in.
said. I said anywhere could. Any
Fine.
like any hospital
No, Tyler.
that meet
No.
Tyler.
criteria.
You didn't listen.
could
Tyler.
do
You
it.
didn't listen.
Tyler, I'm asking you, where can you do a surgery where the
Oh, you mean
procedure
like a specific,
itself,
like a hospital?
listen, where the procedure itself is not pre-approved by that very same institution?
Where it is not. Well, then that would technically be nowhere.
Nowhere in the United States can you perform a surgery, even if you have a medical license. That institution is certified to allow you to practice there, unless there is a pre-approved by an ethics panel of multiple fucking levels of that this surgery has approved efficacy. Approved, already done. That is when a institution will do that. There are exceptions. There are exceptions to this. Okay? Radical new procedures, things, people are dying and they're doing, new shit. There are exceptions to this. But in the practice of transgender and surgeries performed in transgender, they're all pre-approved. There's not a single place in this country that will perform a surgery that is not certified as a procedure. If they're going to cut down into the left and then 1 inch in, that motion, the whole motion needs to be approved. You can't go like this and to the right. That's not approved. If you do that, the hospital will have issues. That is malpractice. You are only allowed to do a very narrow scope of actions. Now,
so should we
now
be doing
shit
that
can
to
go
little
wrong.
kids?
You could be, yes, we should be doing surgeries to little kids.
We should be.
Yes, every single approved medical procedure has reasons. They passed ethics panels.
We're talking
Shut
about
up, Tyler. Shut up,
specific
Tyler.
topic.
Shut up, Tyler.
No, we're talking about a specific.
I said, shut up, Tyler. Every single you asked me, should the surgery be approved or done? And I said, yes. Every surgery that meets those criteria, yes, Tyler. That's the answer. And you want to manipulate it. You want to be a lying little shit. You do that one more time. I've called you out 3 times in a row. This is your last fucking warning, Tyler. If you keep acting like this and you keep throwing in these red herrings that have nothing to do with the course of the conversation, you're just trying to derail so that you don't have to establish common ground so that I can use that to push your cognitive shit in, then I'm going to fucking remove you. Because that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to go full balls deep on your fucking cognitive rectum right now. And if you keep getting in the way of me being able to fucking do that, then I'm going to remove you. You're a little prude. You don't want it. And I'm going to say that you need to fucking go. So that's where we're going. You're going to start fucking answering my questions and quit being deceptive. I know what you're doing. I've been aware of what you're doing this whole time. It's why I'm getting elevated, dude. So you fuck with me one more time. I'm going to do the best thing for my fucking self-being and get fucking rid of your dumb ass. Are we clear, Tyler? Are we clear, Tyler?
Under the topic.
The question is, are we clear? You could type my answer inside chat.
He's driving.
It's already a difficult conversation. I don't need an obstinate idiot fucking around with every goddamn comment, looking for a way to wiggle out, and then I gotta shut the wiggle down. Just stop trying to wiggle. You're not gonna do it. I got you right where I fucking want you, asshole.
You have to wait till you pull over, I guess. This is no different than surgery is no different than therapy with respect to how medical professionals address the situation.
Yep. If you're performing a surgery on a child in the United States, I just have to defer to the experts and say, yeah, perform the surgery. If the experts are saying we need to perform this surgery, who the fuck am I to tell them no? Who the fuck am I? Some armchair fucking surgeon? Gonna fucking tell, yeah, no, can't do it. It's a child? Did you said child? Yeah, can't do the surgery. You fucking idiot. Like, kids get fucking cancer. Right? What do you do? Oh, no, it's a kid? No, yep, fuck it. Let it die. Is that your fucking logic here, idiot?
It's like, literally ask any therapist about that law with respect to whether it's applicable to, like, why we stopped women's hysteria. The law you described in BC. Not this extra stuff of you being forced to accept a dogma.
Oh, can I respond now?
You can try.
Well, as long as it's pertinent. I don't want you to just say, hey, here's what I meant to say. I want you to actually respond to the points being made. Because if you do that, I'm just going to ban you.
No, I've already clarified and saying under the topic that we're talking about, because obviously a blanket term of like, should we ban all medical procedures? Obviously, that's fucking stupid. That's such a stupid position. So to try to make me defend,
Tyler, I already connected the dots, Tyler. Why are you talking about this?
So the initial thing was the idea of once you start pushing this type of stuff, telling a kid that they should,
no one does that.
Body parts.
No one does that. No one does that. Tyler, no one does that. Stop gaslighting us. Stop gaslighting right now. No one does that, Tyler. That would be malpractice, Tyler. Tyler, that's malpractice. What you just described is malpractice. That's what you just described.
How is that malpractice?
Because you're not allowed to do that. You're a medical professional. You don't go around telling people what they have unelicited. You ask them for their signs and symptoms, and you make a valid medical fucking diagnosis, you knuckle dragging. Dude, look up medical diagnoses. I had a nursing diagnosis handbook. So everything you do is tracked. You write it the fuck down, and these are your reasons and rationales. You're a moron. You're not a medical professional. You do not understand the magnitude that these people go to document everything they fucking do, and you don't understand what a diagnostic fucking manual is. There is a diagnostic fucking manual. Diagnostic fucking manual. Diagnostic fucking manual, you jackass.
Cool.
There's
So
no,
I guess
there's no fucking therapist going around saying you're transgender. Oh, I know you don't feel like it right now, but you are. That's malpractice, dude.
No, okay, I get it. It's like actual straw man, and like, or would this more be Mott and Bailey?
No,
fallacious
Tyler, you're the one
argumentation?
straw manning.
When
You're the
I'm-
one
no, when I'm
misrepresenting
talking-
professionals.
No, I'm talking in one specific scenario, one specific instance. That's what
I
we're
explained to you
talking
what
about
that
right
law
now.
was for, and you misrepresented it.
Yeah, you claimed
No,
malpractice.
I'm talking about-
You asserted malpractice. That's what you asserted.
Okay,
Straw man.
so-
The whole problem, Tyler, is your straw man.
So when I'm saying, hey, when there's a medical interjection with children as young as 9, we've seen people pushing it as low as 2 years old on children. Doesn't happen, right?
Pushing
Doesn't
what?
happen.
You're just
Well,
gaslighting, dude.
Well, Tyler, the
No,
law
no.
is that when someone brings up a medical problem, they're treated seriously, Tyler. That's the law,
Okay,
right?
well,
But what
let's
you're
go
saying is that when someone says they have a problem, they need to be immediately affirmed and go through the entire procedure.
So here, AI overview. I put in 2-year-old transgender surgery. Transgender surgeries have never been performed on a 2-year-old toddler.
Did I say transgender
Shut
surgeries?
up.
I
I'm
didn't say
talking.
that.
Shut your bitch fucking mouth.
Yeah,
Major-
but you're already mischaracterized what I said.
Major medical organizations and fact checkers confirm the physical medical transitions and surgical operations do not happen at this age. You cited 2-year-olds in a conversation about transgender surgeries. You're talking about surgeries, you dense sack of shit. We're talking about surgeries. This is what I mean. You're a slimy sack of shit. You like to shift around and say stupid, irrelevant shit to derail. I'm not going to let you do it, Tyler. Every time you do it, I'm going to fucking mute your dumb ass because I have that kind of control, and I'm going to explain how that's what you're doing. So stop doing it. We're not talking about fucking 2-year-olds, Jack. Like, they don't do it. Let me ask the AI the next question. I'm going to say, what age do surgeries start happening, and what are?
Like, you're lying about the predatory things that therapists are doing when a kid brings a problem. That's what you're lying about. That's the straw man you're making.
So I said, what age do surgeries start? And what kind of surgeries are they? Gender affirming surgeries typically start at age 18 or 19 when an individual reaches the legal age of majority under the International World Professional Association for Transgender Health, WPATH, and U.S. guidelines. Medical teams require patients to be adults to consent to major irreversible procedures. In highly specific, rare exceptions, a minor aged 15 to 17 who has experienced severe long-term gender dysphoria may be cleared for chest surgery. This requires extensive evaluations, parental consent, and multiple letters from licensed medical health professionals. The American Association of Plastic Surgeons, ASPS, advises delaying all such surgeries until at least age 19. Gender-affirming operations are divided into 3 main categories: upper body, lower body, facial and alteration surgery. So I'm going to assume like voice modifications, stuff like that. You have been gaslit, Tyler, and you have been amped up to hate a fucking demon that is not real. There are people out there and they have issues, and there are people out there on both sides that have issues, parents who abuse the system, parents who abuse their children. You cannot use these people as the majority, as a reason to affect the whole. You're trying to make decisions for the whole on what the people everyone agrees with is abusing. Every example that you gave, I immediately called the last thing that you gave as malpractice. What you described was malpractice. If what you're describing occurred, there is a victim and they deserve recompense. They deserve their rights, right? To be heard by a jury, right? They deserve that because they're victims in that, Tyler. But when you're talking about medical procedures and you keep citing things that are not valid medical procedures, and you keep citing things that we agree are fucked up. All your dumbass is trying to do is try to trick us in agreeing that horrible things are good. You're misrepresenting the fucking problem. This is dishonest on you, and you have been brainwashed to do it, or you know, and you're out here passing the memes to try to get people to kill transgender people, because people like you inevitably lead to people like that being victimized because of your abusive fucking mouth and your mischaracterization, that you and all your fucking cronies get together and self-hate yourself into this bullshit circle jerk mentality that literally has no foundation. At every angle in this conversation, you have been butt fucked, dude. Like, every fucking thing you have said has just been off the cuff, mentally deluded fucking hate speech. That's all it is, you clown.
Hate speech. Okay, couple things already. Let's keep with the fallacious argumentation here, dude. Did I say we need to go out and start killing trans people?
Technically, you did.
Did I ever say that?
Yeah. Yep,
Oh,
you're,
I did.
you're dehumanizing them, and that's what you want people to do. Yeah, that's what I'm putting.
I didn't know.
Tyler, the law,
Yeah,
the
that's my
law that
belief.
you're
No, just do
protesting,
fucking
it's the law.
That's my belief,
When you
Tyler.
said that is when you protested the law for saying, hey, if when someone says they need treatment, you can say no.
My entire position. And
Yeah,
then
I
try
think
to
you're trying to
strawman
get
that I
transgender people
actually
killed.
said.
Yeah, that's my belief,
Tyler,
Tyler.
the law, Tyler,
That's
the law
fucking
says,
psychotic.
Tyler,
I
the
didn't know
law
you guys knew
says,
what I said.
That's
Hold
what I
on,
believe,
the
Tyler.
law says, I'm muting you again, Tyler. The law says.
There you go.
Nah, that guy's just focusing on the wrong problem.
Yeah, he's just got a hate boner for trans people. Probably because he had some kind of issue in his family. You know, he's contextualized it in what I would think is, I would think it's the wrong way, but you know, it could have happened. You know, his wife could have done some shit, and you know, that's that. And, you know, shit happens.
I feel like it's like the toxic masculinity kind of thing. I feel like he's just so repressed, right? Because it's like when he hits it, when he scraped his knee, right? When you scraped your knee, buddy, you were told, hey, suck it up. Don't get treatment. Don't disinfect the wound. Don't actually get better. You just need to walk it off and suck it up. That's toxic masculinity. And you want to apply this to the law. You want to apply this to a law that says, hey, when someone needs treatment, the law says you can't say no. You need to treat them. You know, like the Hippocratic Oath. But you're saying, no. Fuck that. Fuck that. When someone shows up to get treatment, you can just say, fuck off. I'm not treating you. I'm not gonna do medical care. When someone says I have a problem, I'm just gonna say, no, you don't have a problem. That's the law you're protesting right now, isn't it?
I don't know. It's actually wild the amount of fucking muting going on here. I thought the left was all free speech and fucking.
Right, what was the
whatever.
law?
Do I
What was
sound
the
like
law
I'm on
then?
the fucking left,
Strawman the
motherfucker?
entire
Do I
position.
sound like a
What's the
leftist
law
to you?
then?
You
Tyler, what's
strawman
the
my
law then?
entire position. The entire.
Okay, that wasn't the law then. All right, I'm gonna go look it up. Well, you're muted.
Dude, I don't sound like a leftist. I sound like somebody with empathy and understanding of people suffering, Tyler. That's what I sound like. If that sounds leftist to you, think about what the right is then, dude. What is the right? If what I said was leftist, what is the right? They have no empathy. We've been saying this for fucking decades, bro. It's clear. Just look at you. You're driving. Grab that fucking rear view and point it right at your fucking dumb, bigoted fucking head. Just look at it. There it is. That's the prime bigot. In your reality, that's the prime bigot. Bro, you're sitting here driving wherever you're driving. You ain't a doctor. You ain't a therapist. You're somebody in your field, but you ain't nobody relevant in the transgender arena. You have no professional nothing in that. And while you're driving, you're acting like you're fucking Dale Earnhardt, dude. You ain't. You ain't, man. You're just some fucking guy triggered by a bunch of fucking morons, apparently. Just a bunch of idiots around you just telling you dumb shit. Telling you this story and that story, and you guys are just like, yeah, dicker germs. It's all you guys are doing, dude. You guys are clowns, man. Get a real line for hatred, bro. Hatred is great when you hate the right shit, man. But like you're just like, I want to be able to have the conversation, but dude, it's like every time I talk to you about like food, right? You start talking about like severed baby heads and shit and like sauteed like baby liver and shit. I'm like, what are you talking about, dude? I'm just like regular food, man. fucking psycho. Like every time we've tried to talk to you about this topic, you talk about some criminal activity. You cite criminal activity. And so we're just like, dude, we can't engage with you because you're not citing a transgender issue. You're just citing criminal activity. It's like a Christian goes to a store and shoots it up and kills a bunch of people. And I just feel like, yeah, this is Christianity right here. This is what happens. He went to that church, said some shit, and then walked into that building and killed a bunch of people. Fucking Christians, man. That's what you're doing here. You're just taking the worst example of your kind, right? The Christians. Or I'm taking a worst example of your kind. And I'm just painting with a broad brush, being like, this is indicative, right? Like, can you not be charitable enough to look at these people as human? Start there. Look at these people as human. And then in that group, say to yourself, which ones could you go tell to fuck yourself? Because there's always within a group of humans, people you could go tell to fuck themselves, right? Always. Look for those people in that group, but don't hate the whole group, dude. Like, that's just stupid. You need to understand that there are valid medical procedures, valid things that people need. And transgender care for fucking minors, like we said, is not surgery. It may be drugs, it may be whatever therapy, that the professionals, you are not a professional. You just see people doing things you don't like and you want them to stop, and they won't. And so you're throwing a temper tantrum, and you and your cronies get around, throw a temper tantrum, but build yourselves up. It's ridiculous. It's like abortion. It's like you guys are like, you think you're on a fucking high horse because you're pro-life and you don't want to kill babies and abortions are bad. Well, what about ectopic pregnancies, asshole? Did you even stop to fucking think? What about ectopic pregnancies? No, you didn't, because you just think, probably if you're a pro-lifer, you think the only reason someone got pregnant is because they are a fucking whore and they want to kill a baby. That's it. They just wanted to kill a baby one day, so they got fucking pregnant, and that's your mentality. You can't think beyond your bigoted little fucking circle, dude. And then we're just gonna butt heads, man. I'm not here to listen to your bigotry. I will be here to help you whenever your brain wants to help. But you just want an outlet to spew your hatred, which is why we keep muting you. We're telling you in real time we don't want to hear your bigoted fucking mouth. I no less than twice told you to shut your bitch fucking mouth. I said it just like that. I said, shut your bitch mouth. That's what I said. And you keep talking. You didn't care that I told you to shut up. And then you're going to throw a fucking temper tantrum that I moderated you. Fuck you, dude. Fuck you. You don't give a shit about the suffering of other human beings. Why should I give a shit about the suffering you're going through right now being muted in my fucking Discord, dude? Pinch your nipples, dude. Do whatever you got to do. Get over it.
It's like, it apparently has nothing to do with what the therapist can or cannot do. What this law is just a Supreme Court decision upholding that any minor who's trying to get medical care can give consent without their parents. So if you break your arm, you can go to a hospital and get treatment with your consent and not your parents. This has been the law since 1996. They just made an appeal decision to just uphold it for gender affirming care as well. That's, from what he described, this is so different.
Yeah, I mean, I only needed like 3 clauses, and I was like, yeah, that's malpractice, bro. I don't need to hear anymore.
It's just the moral outrage isn't even this. The moral outrage was over like the general vibes of a soccer mom, like going through gender transition and making their kids uncomfortable. That was the appeal, I think. They were just making general vibes against the demographic. That was their case.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know enough about all the surgeries that they perform. I'm sure some of them are like just so fucking horrific and graphic and shit. And, you know, they're easily manipulated, and some of them are just like benign shit. It's like little snip. I ain't sitting here trying to be no goddamn medical professional pretending that, you know, doctors are out there doing things that didn't pass like 16,000 fucking ethics panels. But dude, like if it passes that, fucking do it. Who the fuck am I to say otherwise? Because I'm butthurt. Like, there's a bigger world out there. Yeah, be upset, but like fucking do your research, right? Like actual do research. Don't just sit around with Earl and fucking start rage hating on people and just building a fucking narrative in your brain. You'll go crazy doing that shit. But you know, ain't we all here for that? Isn't that the fucking inculcative process right there? This dude's in here acting like a fucking champion for babies and stuff, dude.
He definitely tried to paint it that way, but it it didn't feel, it felt like it was more like of a personal grievance.
Yeah. Yeah, he's wrong, but he's in here acting like he's on some fucking moral high ground, and that doctors are just blundering into these kinds of surgeries and no one thought about it. They should. It's like he has the nerve to say, hey, maybe the doctors should step back and think about it first, right? It's like, dude, they did a lot, and they still do every time. Like, that's the process. It's called stepping back and looking at, like, they're just so oblivious. They think it's, if the parent shows up at the hospital and says, yeah, I want it chopped off, and the doctor's like, yeah, all right, bring him in. Like, that's literally what these it's a caricature. Like, how do you even talk to that? I was gonna say, how do you debate that? You can't. How do you even say anything to that? That's dude speaking alien. It sounds English. I hear all the words and shit, and semantically, I'm like trying to put it together. But when I'm trying to overlay that shit on reality, it's like, yeah, that's not what it means, dude. That's not it right there. That's not what they do, dude. What are you seeing? Right? It's all you can do, and it's like, you know what they're seeing. They're seeing a campfire and Earl and Joanne, right, in a mountain of Pabst beer, and they're just rage hating on the libtards. that's what they're saying.
All right, Corzan, you ready to begin? Corzan, you there? The voice chat expected to use your voice. You saying something? It's super quiet.
I said yes, I'm here.
Greetings.
No, yeah, but you forgot to talk though. You got to do it out loud.
Well, I'm talking now.
Yeah, you're doing. I can hear you now. You don't need to like update me on it. That was the confusion.
Uh-huh.
All right, do you believe a God exists in reality?
I feel kind of on the spot right now. I was just gonna chill and listen for a while.
That's against the rules, unfortunately. Posted plain as
Actually,
day.
you can watch
Give
on
him a
my
side
live
chat.
stream if you want to help dogs in my local area. You can watch my live stream, and then you can chat freeload there all you want.
No, I just had bad experiences where everyone just kind of turns at you and starts grilling you and asking you a bunch of
Well,
questions.
I promise you, I will not turn against you. I'm already
Whatever.
against you.
I mean, I don't feel like being interrogated and answering all these questions.
Okay, can you
Then
click the disconnect button?
Okay.
Thank you.
Sorry to bother you.
Love you.
Oh, look who's back.
Tyler,
For like the left.
now that I read the law, it's actually not even what you said. It has to do with whether a child can consent to medical treatment. And the law was since 1996. So since 1996, if a kid breaks their arm, they go to a hospital and they're like, hey, I need treatment. Their consent is good enough. They don't need to wait for their parents to ask. That's the law.
Yeah, but unlike the law, I believe that child should have to suffer. You know, he should just have to suffer. You can't do shit. Just kick him out. Fuck EMTALA. We don't need EMTALA. Okay? EMTALA's stupid. It's just a waste of taxpayer money.
So that whole thing you talked about, like therapists and stuff, that's not what this law says. It has nothing to do with it. That's just some shit you made up. And then you were really mad about us telling you that you made that stuff up. And I went and looked it up. And you lied.
It's true, I was there.
Why are you like this, Tyler? What did we do to you that you treat us like this? We've done nothing but help you and been honest to you the whole time.
Oh,
Are you just
okay.
bad that,
I
like...
could finally respond. Thank you. No, the thing is, you completely mischaracterized my entire position, and then straw man, ad hom, and fucking every other fallacious position.
Well,
that
this
I
is the
actually
position. This is the law. I
So
pasted it.
instead of like actually asking or trying to confirm anything that I was originally even talking about, it was put to the point. This is how much of a fucking frenzy you guys whipped yourself into, to the fact that I said I wish transgender people died. You're how fucking psychotic that is. When I said,
Sorry, that's
Wow.
not substantive. It's like if you want to just talk about people's character, that's cool.
Yo, words have impact, dude, and what you're saying is dangerous, and it can get people killed. Your ignorance is dangerous, bro, and I'm gonna call you out every time. Think I'm sorry? Fuck you, dude.
You're fighting the 1996 law of when a kid breaks their arm, they can't get treatment. I mean, that's the law you're fighting.
not. Well, I'll just keep going. Oh,
Is
I
there
can
another
respond?
law
Can
you
I-
had?
can-
Is there
can I-
another
can I
law you had
respond?
in mind? Is there a different
that-
law you had in mind?
Was that the position that I held?
Yeah,
Can
you
you
remember when the
steelman my
Germans
position?
said
Is this-
Jews aren't people? Remember when the Germans
Is
said
this
that?
is this? Did you have a different law in mind?
Time to Nazi.
Yes or no? Yes or no, Tyler? Did you have a different law in mind?
Did I say that the law of 1996 is if someone breaks their arm, that a hospital can kind of do what needs to be done in order to save someone's life? Was that my position?
I put a citation in the side chat about minor
Cool.
asking for gender affirming care.
What was my position?
At
Steelman my
age
position.
13.
Steelman my position. What was my position? What was my original position before you guys went off on a tangent? What was my actual position?
That you hate
Well,
trans shit.
Transing the kid.
So
Oh,
I
okay.
can give you I can give you what I heard. So,
So that was my Steelman. Talk
Tyler,
about
are you
fallacious.
interested in an answer to the question you just asked?
I
or
mean,
no?
anti-nerd said that
I didn't
hate
get to
trans people.
finish, man. You can hear me not talking, letting Mogi go. I wasn't done. He's going. I was going to insult the shit out of you, but tell the truth at the same time. So go ahead.
It sounds like Tyler's not interested in an answer to the question he asked. So I'm not interested in providing an answer.
Yeah, dude, I've already expressed myself. You don't feel like you're that way. I'm observing you, and I feel like you're that way, dude. I mean, you could get all butthurt that I have these opinions and everything, but it's not going to change anything, dude. Like, what you said is dangerous, man. It gets people killed. It puts a bad flavor in people's mouths. People go out there with that kind of belief, and they hear about that shit. They'll think that doctor's doing something illegal. This happens in abortion clinics, dude. Abortion clinics get attacked all the time. All the fucking time. Well, not all the time, but they get attacked, man. Because people get amped up that what they're doing in there is like this horrible thing. Look, they're selling the baby parts. You guys are fucking crazy psychos, man. And you're taking these kind of wedge strategies where, you know, we're talking medicine here, medical practice. None of this shit is pretty, right? Would you like to sit down and watch a medical procedure of, like, I don't know, flesh removal of a 7-year-old who got set on fire or something like that? Is that what you like? I don't like that shit. There are people out there scrubbing the flesh off of a little girl's face to save her life. And that's a fucking horrible reality that happens, right? And when idiots go out there with this idea that, I saw a bunch of doctors scraping the face off of a little girl in the hospital, they shouldn't be allowed to do that. That's crazy because they're ignorant and they don't know what the fuck they're scraping flesh off people's faces for. They don't get it. And so they go out and they tell everybody the horrible thing that they saw. They amp them up and they drink a bunch of Pabst, right? And then they get online and they use ignorance as an excuse. You pass these memes to people and it allows people to dehumanize these people. That these people are just doing a horrible thing and they're literally saving lives, you piece of shit. And in your ignorance and hatred, you got it all bottled up. And this is what happens. You get people fucking killed. That's what you do with your fucking mouth. So yeah, that's why I said it, Tyler. Do I need to articulate it again so that you could see how my really mean words aren't just a fucking insult? That there's fucking reality to them? Or you just like this the whole time? La, 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 I can't fucking hear you. Everything you're saying is mean, so it's not true. You're going up with a negative evaluation of my character, so it's just not true. Is that your fucking brain, dude? You lack, like, you have no self-awareness? Dude, if you told me, look, dude, you're a fucking asshole, I'd be like, dude, you're right. Immediately. Bam, just like that. Like, immediately. And if you called me a nice person, I'd be like, whoa, dude. Chill with that shit. Because I know me, dude. You don't know you. And I'm trying to help you from my vantage. You're a bigoted piece of shit. That's what you are. You're an ignorant, bigoted piece of shit.
You done, asshole?
No, I'm not near done, dude. Look at my fucking live stream, dude.
I'm not watching some fucking live stream, but
yeah, well, I mean,
thank
if you went there, you would see I ain't nowhere near fucking done, bro.
I know.
Yeah, you don't. By the way, you don't get to be offended that we didn't understand you because I offered.
No, the first response was Steelman. My position was
that is a
you want to
Steelman
get
in your
trans
position.
people killed.
Yeah,
no, that's
you
not.
do.
That wasn't it.
You do.
But you guys,
ignorance.
Like, you want to talk
ignorance
about
is an
emotional?
excuse, dude. Ignorant. Yeah, I'm emotionally unstable, bro. I'm retarded. What do you want me to do? Not be retarded? What kind of fucking sense does that make, dude?
Tyler, you were mad about not being Steelman. I offered and you didn't. You weren't interested.
Okay. Now I can respond. Okay, can we stop seriously, like with the mute button?
With
like,
the
this is
negative
so
character
fucking dumb.
assessment? No, I'm not going to stop doing
No,
that.
the
dude.
mute. The
Well,
mute. That's
you're getting
fucking
muted
weak.
because when the negative character assessment starts, you think you get to overtalk us. You don't.
it's just like, I'm gonna keep muting you if all you do is complain. I'm actually interested in meaningful responses to what we've said so far.
Yeah, in other words, look, we've identified your problem. How do we help you? What can we do to get you to stop hating transgender people?
And it's like, the important part is like, I'm not interested in a vague emotional reaction to an insult. I'm interested in a substantive reaction to the criticisms we're talking about with respect to the institutions we're discussing right now. And if that's not something you provide, I just mute you again.
Yeah, okay, so I'll restate my position because it's funny. Even the what was it, transsex something?
Yeah, we just want to help you, dude. We understand
Hey.
you're a bigot.
I muted you again. I'm going to give you another opportunity to get to the substance. I'm muting you right now.
How can we help you, Tyler?
I don't know. Can I get more than like 10 words out? Like seriously.
So where on the
Like
doll
I have no
did it
problem
touch you?
having a constraint.
Right. So that to me sounds like complaining. Less complaining, more words to the point. If I hear complaining, I mute you. If your words to the point, you get to keep talking and you get more than 10 words. That's how that works. Here, unmuting you now.
What was the substantive part you want to get to?
Well, I heard vague gestures to a demographic of people like soccer moms going through transition therapy and affecting their children as an example of the badness for this law you just described in BC. Was that along the right track of what you said?
I said that can be pervasive.
Right. Based on what?
That there has been an increase in that where devouring mothers have socially transitioned. And anti-nerd, you might want to look up.
So there's an increase in transitions, is what you're saying, based off an increase in gender transitions.
Yeah, through the
non-milquetoast lactation.
You're saying what is pervasive? The abuse of children?
That devouring mothers, and the chance of someone being trans is like 0.01% or some very low number.
Yeah, I expect that.
But
what does that have to do with
let
the
me finish
law
my
in
point. I'll
Vancouver,
finish.
BC?
So, what does that have to do with the law in BC?
Yeah, because nobody cares how rare it is.
Because you were using that in support of how bad the law was?
No, my actual initial position was that if we're going to be doing this to kids, we better be fucking very cautious with it.
Doing what?
Socially and medically transitioning children.
Okay, so you don't think professionals know what they're doing or something, Tyler? Tyler, let me ask you, does your car ever break down? Is your car ever, and you taking it to a mechanic? Were you up that mechanic's ass the whole fucking time making sure they were doing it right?
No, well,
no, you weren't.
Normally, I fix my own vehicles.
Hey, but that's a mechanic, though, right? That's a mechanic.
But I fix my own vehicles.
But though, that's a mechanic, though, right?
Yeah, that.
Right. We're talking about doctors. How long does it take to be a doctor? Is it longer to be a doctor or a mechanic? What takes longer? I would say
a master mechanic takes 8 years.
Yeah, I would say a doctor
up to 12 years.
Yeah, I would say a doctor in their art is much more skilled at their profession than any mechanic is in their profession on a scale, right? Doctors are hard to do. It's hard to doctor. Very difficult to doctor.
I'm not arguing that. I don't know why you're like arguing something in a position that I never argued.
No, we're not there. I'm not done. Right. So if you recognize the reliability of doctorhood and the certitudes and factualness of a doctorhood, right? If you could get that they're experts, and if you needed help and understanding a shit, that going to the experts is the people you'd want to go to, that's exactly what these fucking people are, dude. And you're like, well, we need those and shit. And it's like they're already there. And they're the ones reaching the conclusion that these people need fucking help. What more can they do to get you to go back to being a neckbeard? What can they do?
let's differentiate, because I said specifically I'm talking about children. We should be really careful.
Yes, children.
About,
I heard
doing
you.
Okay,
I heard
Do you
you.
know better than doctors? Wait,
that's
hold
the
on. Do you
end
know
of the
better than
that's the
doctors
end
when
of
it
the
comes to
fucking
children?
disagreement, dude.
Do you think the standards
it.
of do you think the standards of treating an adult or a child are higher?
Okay, ask that again.
Do you
the
think
standard
in medicine, do you think the standards doctors employ are higher for an adult or for a child?
I'd say it's probably the same.
Correct.
Wow.
Correct. It's the
That is correct.
fucking same. They do medical diagnoses. There's no age where it's like, yeah, just wing it. There's no age there. It's
Yeah, not what I said.
I'm not saying you're saying that. I speak metaphorically. There's no age where like the quality of doctors you get are just shitty. These are the shitty doctors at this age. They're just as good as any other fucking doctor in any other fucking field. They are experts and they had a boner for that field. You have to have a boner for that field. For whatever field a doctor is in, unless they're just shit doctors and they're about to fight malpractice and they're just going to like podiatry, something like that. If you're a doctor in that field, like you are an expert. You like that. You wanted to study that shit, right? That's the point. And you're like not comfortable that the experts, the best minds around to tackle this problem, that they're not good enough to do it for your standards and you don't even understand the issue. Look at it from my eyes as I just detailed it to you with my mouth. That's how I see you. That you think you're like way up here and you can look down on the doctors and the nurses and all the medical professionals and say, hey, you guys aren't being careful enough. You guys aren't being, are you being extra careful for the kid? It's like, yeah, asshole. They're the ones that are doing even like magnitudes, orders of magnitude, more careful shit than your knuckle dragging ass would have ever thought to come up with. So it's good. They don't need your help. It's not help, bro. You're making it worse. So just go away. Let the nerds do the nerding. Stand back. The nerds will do their thing. You observe. When you like what you see, steal the shit out of it and go live your life, bro. But you're freaking out over an issue that isn't real to begin with. You've been amped up on misdirection. You've been amped up on misdirection, a problem that's not happening. And you have an inflated ego where you think your input in the field of medicine is anything at all.
Degree to have an ethical view on something. I could find it unethical to force a woman to have an abortion just as much as I could find it morally or ethically a problem where someone forces a woman to have a birth till term.
Can I give you a scenario? Can I give you a scenario, Tyler, and you tell me if it's ethical or not?
This is like totally tangential to like even my original position.
Well, you brought it up. I want to test your mind here, your moral compass and shit. Dude, this is a softball. Okay, okay. Let's say I'm married, and my wife, she comes to me, and she sets the sandwich down, and the upper bread is 3 degrees off axis to the bottom bread.
Bitch.
And
slap the shit out of her,
bro. She knows how triggered that shit makes me. But anyway, she does it anyway. She don't give a fuck. She sets it down, and when she does, she sets it down too hard. It goes 4 degrees off axis. Now I say to myself, "There's no way this bitch just did this shit. She must be cheating on me. She must be cheating on me." The only thing that I can come up with in my brain, as a man, is that she cheated.
Is that logical?
We're not done. We're not done. We're nowhere near done.
Okay. So
we're nowhere near done.
P1.
Yeah, P1, all that shit. You do it on your side. Just listen. You can build all the P's over there. Okay. I don't need you. I don't need to hear you interrupt the flow, Tyler. So that's P1. P2 is I take her ass down to a facility. Okay. And I say to the professional there, hey, I'm pretty sure. And I tell him the 3 degrees to 4 degrees off axis story. That my wife is cheating on me. And I would like you to perform the surgery, okay? And the professional goes, okay. And you see him, he scrapes up some shit dirt from the floor. He takes you look at the floor, okay? You look at the floor, and it's like this wet, muddy substance with like animal and
Okay.
human feces and urine.
Anyways, we can
Okay.
get to the end of the syllogism and the hypothesis, or
Yeah, we'll
fucking-
get there faster if you don't interrupt, Tyler. So you see him go down and he scrapes up all this nasty shit from the floor, drops a little bit of frankincense in it, and then he makes your wife drink this potion. And what you see, no shit, dude. You're sitting back. You're just sitting back. You saw this happen last week. You're sitting back and you see her abdomen just go, like it just, bam, just like explodes, right? Fucking guts and viscera going everywhere. The baby just falls out. And then like her whole crotchular region just rots. Just like right there in front of you, it just starts getting necrotic, bro. The odors, bro. I can't even explain the odors, right? But that happens.
Anyways.
Right. Now, is that moral?
No.
No, I asked, is it moral?
No, it's not moral. It's immoral.
Now, are you sure about that?
Yeah.
We're locking that in, right?
Yep.
Okay.
The idea of you compelling another person through force to do something because your own delinquencies it should never predicate on someone else's liberties.
Okay.
But while I am, so if we want to pull this back into children, me as the sole or major or care provider for a child, I should have a say in the medical, especially the medical.
Yeah, but what
procedure,
about
something
teaching
that
it the
isn't
Bible?
compulsory.
Are you teaching it the Bible?
Do I teach my kids the Bible?
Yeah.
No, they've asked about it, and I've been honest with them with regards to it.
But you teach them about the Bible?
Yeah.
And do you
But,
believe it?
Hold on. No, I don't teach them. If they ask, I will answer.
Yeah. And yeah, if they ask, you will teach. Yeah, I get you. Do you believe that the Bible is moral, and that's why you would answer their questions biblically? Because you believe that it's moral?
No, I think the Bible is highly immoral.
So why do you believe in the Bible?
No.
Okay. Why are you
I'd
teaching
say-
your kids
so-
the Bible?
No, I didn't say I taught them. You're misattributing
You
what
said
I
when
said. I said
when
if
your
they
kids ask you about the Bible, you tell them about it.
I tell them, yeah, I tell them that this is what's in it.
Would you do that at like 5 years old? Would you show them what's in it at 5?
Yeah, probably not. No.
No. Why not?
No. Because I don't think they could really understand the ramifications of believing in things that don't exist.
The child sexual slavery. Yeah, you don't want.
Would
them
that
to see
be would that be unethical to tell them about it?
Would it be unethical? What to tell? Like if someone told their kid about the Bible?
Yeah, to drop the bomb about stuff like this.
I think it's kind of context dependent. So my kids are old enough that I could like tell them like, hey, this is what actually is like in Leviticus or Deuteronomy or the Mosaic laws. I can actually talk to them about that and say, hey, this is why we don't just believe dogma, believe something just because someone says a thing. We have to look into it.
In this case, we're talking about the disclosure of important information that is probably going to save lives. Right? We're talking about like we're taking a situation where someone is ignorant, right? And you have a position where you have knowledge that can improve that person's life substantially. And it feels like, based off of your consent thing, that if you don't have the parents' consent to improve their life substantially, the ethical thing to do is never intervene.
No, never said never.
All right.
I
So
think
when
a
is
lot
it
of
okay to intervene?
I think intervene how? Like when should a medical professional
With
step in?
the knowledge, with that knowledge bomb.
When should someone step in? If they have knowledge that could substantially change.
Yeah, when they
someone's
say
life?
when
And
they
know
report that
with
their shit's
100%
all fucked up,
certainty?
when do you help?
I don't work in absolutes.
They
I'm
know
not
with
fucking-
reasonable certainty, not 100%.
with reasonable
They're like,
certainty.
here is practice. It works more than it doesn't.
It'd be context dependent.
They want help.
When it is okay. So
There's the
give us the context. When is it okay?
Say if a kid, I don't know, say
a kid gets upset about something. Just gets
yeah,
upset.
I'm trying to think of like where's a moral gray area where there could be a bit of a line. I would say probably with like let's say like vaccines or something like that. Like I think at some point Like
So
if or
if the
some type
parent
of-
says no to vaccine, it's okay to force the kid to have vaccine?
if we knew that it was going to prevent problem, you'd have to already have that knowledge.
So
You'd have to know.
why is
that-
this different than mental care?
I don't think it. Okay,
Well, you know you have a problem. They've reported.
No, it's because it's conflating two different things.
What?
I'm actually a big proponent. I think
Well, you're
people should
saying
probably-
apple and oranges here, right? Between mental care and the vaccine?
Yeah.
All right. What's the difference?
So one is typically done by a repeated, constant
Wait,
updating and
where do you-
empirical data. One is
What
what
is psychology a subfield of medicine?
psychology is a soft science, not a hard science. We
Is
don't
it
have
a
empirical data.
subfield of medicine?
I mean, sure, it's a soft science.
I'm asking if it's a field in medicine.
Sure, it's a soft science. It's not a hard
but
science.
is it
I'm not
medical
asking.
treatment though?
Yeah, I'm not asking if it's a soft science.
Right. So
Is it medicine?
Is it medicine? I don't know if you would call
like,
it
are they
medicine
doctors? Have
necessarily.
you ever heard of a psychiatrist or a psychologist being doctors? People working in
yeah.
medical or mental health.
Yep, I'm aware that there's psychiatrists or doctors.
Okay, so do you think human psychology is part of the human condition and health?
Yep.
Do you think that transgender or things like gender dysphoria or gender dysmorphia, do you think these are psychological problems?
Yeah.
So when do you begin helping someone with a psychological problem of dysphoria or morphia?
I would say once they're an adult.
So when they come to you with gender dysmorphia or dysphoria, you don't help them until they're an adult? You just ignore them? A 12-year-old comes to you and he's like, I notice I'm getting all big and shit, but I like wearing dresses and playing with dolls. What do you do?
Wear a dress, play with dolls.
I have an issue
Wait, no.
with my parents.
Whoa.
Okay, go ahead.
Tyler, what do you do though?
Cool. Wear dresses, play with dolls.
So you tell them that?
Yeah.
So you give them psychological advice?
Why does it have to go into medical when you're
That
making
you
an
just gave
irreversible
them
decision?
psychological advice.
Yeah, as a parent, sure.
Yeah, you would be giving them psychological advice. That would be beginning therapy right there. The moment your kid walks up, says, "Dad, I'm butthurt," and you go, "For what?" That's therapy right there. It begins right there. That's therapy.
Sure, then I guess any interaction where someone says, "Hey, I got a problem," then I should keep my mouth shut because I'm not a licensed
Yeah,
medical
but
professional.
I'm asking, when do we begin helping them though?
When they're adults.
So
I'm talking medical intervention.
Bro,
I'm talking
I am
medical.
talking about medical intervention.
Yeah, when they're an adult.
psychological help is medical intervention.
Okay,
But not for
and so
not
is-
for vaccine. Not for vaccine.
You see
That's
what
why I
I'm
said
saying?
that's an
I'm
interesting
asking
moral
you.
gray area.
I'm asking you, what age do you begin to help someone with a problem? And you keep saying when they're 18.
I said medical intervention. I keep making that distinction very clear.
Psychology, right? A psychiatrist is a medical interventionist. They are a doctor of medical science, bro.
Can medical care be a matter between life and death?
Potentially.
Right. So then is it medicine?
What was that? Sorry.
Then is it medicine?
I mean, anything could be labeled that.
Yeah, it's therapeutic medicine.
No, the discipline for saving someone's life, for treating
Wait, hold
someone
on, I have a question.
for their health. It seems to fall under that category.
Then that's such a broad category that it's almost an irrelevant definition.
Tyler, that's why I'm asking you with specific emphasis, at what age do you begin helping someone with problems? It's a ridiculous question, isn't it? Any age. Any fucking age.
And I'm talking medical intervention. That's why
Me
Tyler,
too. Me too. Telling a kid, fine, go wear your dress. You could tell them at any age. Correct. That's a medical intervention.
So Tyler, you
would
said there are
disagree, but
apples
sure.
and there's an apples and oranges problem here, but there's no distinction, ethically speaking.
Dude, do you think a nurse is working under the field of medicine?
Yeah.
Do you think when a nurse is engaged in guided imagery with you, that they're performing a medical procedure, a nursing procedure, specifically a nursing, therapeutic nursing action called guided image. You know what guided imagery is? It's the secular version of meditation.
Okay.
And so when you're butthurt and you're whining your mouth off and the nurse comes in and they sit down with you and they said, all right, I want you to think of your happy place. And you're like, you think of big boobies or whatever. They're teaching you to meditate and to chill the fuck out because there's people out there with bigger problems. They're teaching you how to therapy. That's therapy, right? So they're an interventionist, right? They're tasked with making sure you're chill while the doctor is figuring out what's wrong with you, right? And so they come in and they help you. And that's a medical intervention. It's a nursing intervention specifically, but it's a medical intervention. So telling your kid when he comes at you at 2, I want to wear a dress, that's a medical intervention, technically, on the scale. If you're at a hospital talking to a professional and they tell you the advice, they answer your question from their medical position, that is considered an intervention. Me telling you how to wiggle your toe after the surgery is part of the medical intervention. That is a nursing
I don't disagree with that.
care plan, right?
Okay.
So I'm understanding
So
it from
what
a
does this
nurse's
have to do with?
because that's what the psychiatrists are doing. The psychologists are doing. One is trying to figure out the problem itself, and one is ground zero helping the people who are fucked in the head. There are people who get fucked in the head, and they need help, and they go to a professional, and the professional begins helping them. If they
So
get
do we
all fucked up,
affirm someone with
if they get all fucked up at 6 years old, then they get help at 6 years old. You intervene, and Tyler, all of these interventions are found in the DSM, right? They're not just winging it.
So
they have a medical license, and they can get that medical. Tyler, you got to listen, man. Quit chomping at my fucking ankles. And
I'm
listen.
here. I'm trying. I'm
You're
trying
not.
to ask
You're
you a fucking
chomping at
question.
my fucking ankles. You could do it in a minute. So, dude, you're so fucking toxic, dude. These fucking doctors are working their fucking ass off to help these people at any age at all. They don't need you worrying about what age they're providing their medical interventions. You just don't understand the scope of what a medical intervention is. And you're just freaking out that they do it to children, right? Oh my God, they perform medical procedures in hospitals on children, our little infants, no less. It's like, what's the point in talking to you? You're just permanently triggered. You're not trying to get out of your fucking loop, dude. You're just trying to justify why you're a bigot.
Like you're focused on how well you think this specific treatment will work because you don't think it works. You don't believe in it, right?
Is that what I said?
I'm asking you.
That's not what I said.
I'm asking you.
So, well,
so you don't agree. You don't agree? So you
Yeah,
think
it
gender
can-
affirming care is good, generally speaking?
Yeah, sure. For an adult, I have a big problem when you start doing that. To
Wait, hold
people.
on. I have a
Wow,
question.
wow,
Wait,
dude! Like
wait, wait,
you like draw back on fucking amnesia, bro. Like you're like the most amnesia having motherfucker in this goddamn chat room.
Wait, I have a question. Wait, let's say you're a child, like 14, 15, like they start having problems and like they start like cutting themselves or like self-harm, depression. Do you just tell them, oh, you're gonna wait until you're 18? Is that what you're gonna tell them?
No, so in my personal situation, with my kid, he lacked self-confidence. He actually had really, really low self-confidence. So he sought outside validation consistently, and it led him down a pretty bad path. Fortunately, now he's more on a level position. And the doctors said, well, you know what, he needs to go to this place and he needs to be affirmed in his gender, whatever. And this is from when he was.
Are you talking about bitch tits?
Single digits? No, it wasn't that. He always lacked self-confidence.
Well, how do you feel about bitch tits surgery on dudes with gynecomastia? Do you just not help them until they're 18? You let them go all the way through puberty in high school with bitch tits? Is that what you do?
I mean,
what if your
like,
kid started developing bitch tits? Would you deny gender affirming care?
I
Bob
had
had
bitch tits, so.
Would you deny gender affirming? If you notice one day your child, and your hypothetical kids, we'll go with your hypothetical kid named John. If you noticed he started getting bitch tits and he started crying about it, he was like, Dad, flipping his bitch tits at you and shit, and they started lactating, would you allow him to get gender affirming care because his friends are making fun of him?
No, he has to wait until he's 18.
Am I muted again?
No, you're not.
No.
We're all waiting for you to just say the obvious thing that you'll let your kid get fucking gender affirming care. Say it. Say it. Say it.
No, it's not necessary.
You're fucking.
It's a
you're
cause.
crazy. Crazy.
Oh,
You're
And
crazy.
Let your child get bullied, may potentially get like killed.
Yeah, man. I think that is kind of an obvious.
That's horrible, dude.
That's an obvious lie. Like if you had the means, and it was really problematic for your kid, for your son.
Exactly.
You would absolutely make that happen.
No.
That's the key point that
Wait,
Piddle was
hold on.
making. Piddle was making the key
Wait,
point
hold
there
on.
that if your kid had a problem with it, if your kid didn't have a problem with having man boobs, whatever, maybe he makes the best out of it. He gets on TikTok and he makes a shitload of money, right? That's his choice. But if he feels that his life is fucking over and ruined, he's about to kill himself, what about then?
Yeah,
Tyler?
I felt like that too, and I almost committed suicide. So...
Yeah. So would you offer him help, knowing it's available, that he could just get a quick bitch tit surgery and be like a real man?
No, it was, hey, be comfortable with who you are. Be comfortable.
Well,
with
you're
it.
playing with fire there, dude. That's
You're
absolutely
like-
asinine. If all of the above was correct, if you had the means and he was honestly having a problem, and it was nothing more than a cosmetic surgery that would give him confidence, and he was seriously having a psychological issue to the point of self-harm, you would sit back and bank on, hey, son, be comfortable. You wouldn't roll that dice. There's no fucking way you would roll that dice and risk going to sleep every night knowing that he's having such an issue.
Piddle, don't say it, man. Look, there is someone in my life. Her parents were really religious. She was gay. She was gay all of her life. She joined the military, became more gay, got out of the military. Well, sort of. She was on leave. She went home, and they still rejected her. And so she blew her fucking brains out on the couch. And that's what happened. So, yeah, you get people killed with this shit. Now, I don't need no fucking bullshit. I'm over it. I'm not saying it for anything. I'm saying it for one fucking point. This shit gets people fucking killed. These assholes are willing to take that fucking risk, and it fucking happens, Tyler. It fucking happens. People blow their goddamn brains out. You open the fucking front door, and there it fucking is on your couch and on the fucking wall. You want to take that fucking gamble, Tyler, with your own goddamn child? Go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
That's
Play with
insane.
I mean, it's insane, bro.
if you have a bad relationship with your children and you don't cultivate that.
Yeah, and there was a bad relationship, and she wore it on her fucking sleeve, bro. She was lesbian. She fucking told him, and they rejected her. She tried to join the fucking military to be like them, and it wasn't good enough. She was never good enough, and so she blew her fucking brains out.
So what was this about, like attributing one thing and then like putting it to like an
Well,
entire
Tyler,
class?
I suspect you lied to me earlier with respect to how you view gender affirming care. Because clearly you put up these situations for the vaccine, right? Where you're okay with medical institution intervening behind a parent for improving people's lives. And you just happen to be personally offended in this situation where they've decided to make the same decision. And you're offended because you don't see why that is. Right?
This prophet says that Jesus Christ himself came back, developed it.
Dude, your
Am I
mic is
on
so
the
bad.
wrong track, Tyler?
No, that wasn't me.
I know, we know.
Am I on the wrong track, Tyler?
Well, yeah. Well, no. Well, hold on. Let me see.
Wow.
Okay, so with regards to vaccines, like we have a proven track record of them working, and in fact, my contention with vaccines is it's the people that are harmed by them. So
Right.
we
and
should
so
be
Tyler,
really
I gave
stringent on
so
people that are harmed.
you're personally offended that someone went behind your back. Right? But the law there, as described, is for people who get rejected and can't get their foot in the door to get treatment, right? It's not there for you. It's for those people who can't get the care they need to get the care they need.
Sure, and I would say that it's kind of interesting that we've seen a massive social push on this, and then there's a massive explosion with it, with
Right,
regards
because
to
you didn't
the
you
continued
because you
issue
don't
with it.
understand why this works. You're personally offended and you think it's bad.
No, no.
Well,
I think
yes.
when there's a
You don't
38%.
understand. You don't understand gender affirming care. That's why you reject it.
Okay, so when we see a 38% suicide rate pre-post op, yeah, I think we should be really fucking careful about pushing people down there.
Do you know
Sorry,
why
what
that
were
is?
what were the suicide rates before gender affirming care, though?
I
for
said
the broader demographic.
pre or post. It's 38%.
But no,
Okay, where's the data?
you're abusing statistics right now. You just took a portion of the portion.
Yeah, I just think we should be really careful.
Hey, no.
Far.
Tyler, you just misrepresented me. You just straw manned. So
No, that would be my contention.
No, we're talking about here's a portion of people. Here's a portion of people going through gender dysphoria, diagnosed or undiagnosed. Here's the collection. And you're talking about out of the people diagnosed, a small proportion, and then out of those people who get to surgery, we're now comparing the diagnosed pre and post surgery, right? That's what you're saying?
Yeah, pre or post, 38%.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the suicide rate for the full portion of people, diagnosed and undiagnosed. We're comparing that versus going through the treatment.
Well, you wouldn't know undiagnosed. That would just
we
be
would
part
know
of the
for
general
people. We would know
population.
for people who were transgender and didn't get to treatment.
And you can extrapolate.
Also, there's very low regret rates when it comes to transitioning.
So, Tyler, firstly, have you looked at those numbers?
Which numbers?
For the full proportion of people of transgender people,
like of all people,
and
that
the
transition?
efficacy of the treatment with respect to suicide rates. Should we look at them together?
Go for it.
All right.
So are you talking like people that like said they're trans and then detransition and then so leave those people out, but the people that say yes, looking at those ones?
A study here looking at the mental health outcomes of transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. And the conclusion relevant says that this study found that the
What's it in?
what?
What's it in?
PubMed.
Risk of suicide and self-harm following gender-affirming care?
Mental health outcomes in transgender and non-binary youth receiving gender-affirming care. 2022.
Mental health?
Literally what we're describing earlier. So, this study found that the gender-affirming medical interventions were associated with lower odds of depression and suicidality over 12 months. This data add to existing evidence suggesting that gender-affirming care may be associated with improved well-being among TNB youth over a short period, which is important given mental health disparities experienced by this population, particularly the high levels of self-harm and suicide.
Okay.
Looking at the figures, we're seeing... Here, I'm going to paste this chart in the side chat. I need to deconstruct this legend real quick.
Okay, so what's the general population? What's the control for it? What's the control that shows suicidality in general population?
So this is talking about the disposition before treatment and after.
Okay.
So
yeah, among I'm just looking at the results.
So in this case, how would you control?
Well, the control would have to be against the general population. Is it improving or has it gone
gender
up?
dysphoria people? Of people who are gender dysphoric?
People without. That would have to be your control, like for mental health outcomes. Because you have to have a control. You can't have two, like not even double blinds.
For efficacy of treatment?
I don't know. Is it showing that? I'm not seeing that.
I mean, I don't think that applies in this situation.
Right. So what I'm looking at is this actually having a positive outcome? And I'm not saying that people don't have positive outcomes. Like, I don't know. I don't even know why I'm like having to defend this position, because like it wasn't even like a major position that I even held. It was just, hey,
Well,
we
you're
should,
saying
I
you're
put
saying
be a
don't do it for
universal,
kids.
like,
You're saying kids shouldn't go through this.
yeah, when we're seeing,
And we're
this
seeing
is-
a positive outcome in kids going through this.
yeah, large-scale administrative data such as a Danish nationalist study found that transgender individuals had 7.7 times the rate of suicide attempts and 3.5 times the rate of death by suicide compared to the general population. I think that's a big fucking problem. I think that's a big
and
problem.
that has to do with people like you shooting them down and not acknowledging that they
Is
have
that
a
what
problem.
is that what I said? Again, you're
Well,
talking about a position that I never
you
even
were
held.
complaining about a law in BC talking about the youth being able to grant consent for getting medical treatment.
No, I didn't say in BC. I said there was a story that a mother forced it when the child said, "I didn't want this," and the
There's
father
a
was actually
story I
put on
heard about a
publication.
girl that drowned her own fucking babies because she thought they'd get Christian demons.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
All right, so so this wasn't a law, this was just a case study?
It was a court case that came out, and I'm saying that you wanted an
Yeah,
example
mine's
of
real
someone
too. Mine is
forcing-
real. Mine is real. A woman
Yeah.
drowned 3 of her own children because she thought they would get possessed by demons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so what do we do with that information? Ban Christianity practices so that you can't make Christians? Because it's bad for kids. We're
mean-
trying to protect the children?
Is that what you're offering?
No, that's
I-
what you're offering. When you talk about this transgender issues, you sound just like that shit. You're talking about some fucking extreme, drawing some link to a psycho bitch who wanted to chop her children's genitals off. That's like saying that like women are all like Lorena Bobbitt, dude. They're not like that. Women don't go around chopping fucking dicks off. It's rare.
Yeah, Swedish long-term study followed patients for up to 30 years post-surgery, reported that
Hey,
sex.
could you send me the court case?
Yeah, I'll see.
Like, why do you think what some woman did is the same as what doctors do in hospitals?
That's not what I said. You
I'm
asked for
hearing-
an example. You
I'm
asked for
hearing
an
the
example.
You're not
literal
hearing what I...
opposite.
Hold on. You didn't hear what I said, Tyler. Why are you saying something a woman did is comparable to what doctors do in hospitals?
That wasn't your question,
When
though.
we're referring to gender-affirming care, we're always referring to what doctors do in hospitals.
That's not what your
Tyler
question
not
was.
done. Tyler not done. We're always referring to doctors in hospitals. We're never referring to what wild, crazy psychopaths are doing. We're not doing that. You're doing that. We're talking to you about gender-affirming care. Quit talking to us about psychopaths who try to kill their children.
You asked for an example of a
No,
woman
I didn't.
forcing a child.
No, I
Yes,
didn't.
you did.
No, I didn't. I never
Jamie,
asked you.
play back
listen,
the tapes.
Shut up. I would never ask you for an example of a random
Literally
jackass.
what you asked. That's literally what.
I'm trying not to fucking scream, dude. I am never going to ask you what some random piece of shit is doing when we're having a conversation about gender-affirming care. Gender-affirming care is only in the contexts of hospitals, clinics, and other situations as such, and therefore like as and QED. Do you not get this, Tyler? You keep talking about what random psychopaths are doing. We're talking about doctors and shit.
It's like literally the only thing that I can find online is the exact opposite of what you mentioned, which is a woman denying a minor getting gender affirming care.
No, and anti-nerd, that was your question. That's why I
Right,
brought
Tyler,
that
then
example.
I'm gonna call
Shit.
bullshit on your example, Tyler.
I asked you that question only to see if there was a random example, but at the end of the
Okay, then
day,
if it was you, my apologies to anti-nerd then.
random example doesn't mean that it's a consistent thing
wasn't
going
the
on across the
position.
population.
That wasn't the position you asked for. So if it was you that asked for an
Right,
example, I'm
Tyler,
giving you
then-
an example.
I wanted to see if you had an example. You provided an example, but even still, it was a folly on my part asking for an example because regardless of whether you provided one or not, you're basing your entire ideology in this concerning this around one random example that you were able to pull out of your ass.
Yeah, your example's fake news, dude.
It's fake news.
Even
Show me
if
the money.
it's not fake news, bro, I'll grant like 90 of them happened 16 times each. 47 babies, bro, all died. I'll grant it to you. Still not changing that I am talking about medical practice. Gender affirming care is medical practice, not what like savages do out in the fucking wild, bro.
Okay.
Every
so-
law and example you've cited to me so far has been not the case.
Because like I said, I could say
laws.
Christians rape children. You could be like bullshit, and I could give you example after example after example after fucking example after fucking example, dude. I could do it. Like, I'm just not a moron. So that you got me at a disadvantage. That because I'm not a dishonest person, I don't do that. But I could, Tyler. I could be just as disingenuous as it is you. I could.
No, the line would be that, hey,
Tyler.
We should be really careful
They
when
are.
we're seeing
They
a
are, you dead
pattern.
sack of shit. They are. They are. They're doctors. What part of they are doctors and it is medical care? It's in the DSM. It is in the fucking statistical manual. It is in the doctor's bylaws. It is in the hospital bylaws. It is in the ethical bylaws. It is in all levels of ethical bylaws. Like, do you not understand they are fucking careful, you jackass? They are being careful. They are being hyper careful.
You keep like
They've described every way they're being careful.
They review decisions.
Are you saying they're not being
Exactly.
careful?
No, he keeps equivocating when I'm talking.
Then Tyler,
about,
shut
hey,
up.
Here's an
Yeah.
example here.
Yeah, then
and then
shut
it's
up. If you can't tell us where they're not being careful, then quit saying they need to be careful. Stop. They
why
got
do
it.
you-
They don't need you to say that.
Tyler, if you're not going to actually respond to the substance, I'm going to continue muting you, right? When you say, hey, here's the thing I was actually talking about, when it wasn't the thing we're actually disputing, this shows dishonesty in the conversation. What I'm interested in, okay, firstly, let's just make sure you weren't gaslighting me. Were you not telling me earlier that there was a law in Vancouver where if a kid says, hey, I have gender dysphoria, they can't turn them away? Is that not what you told me earlier?
No.
All right, then go away, man. You're gaslighting. You're literally part of your soapbox. That and the woman case, and I don't see no evidence, so go away. You're just you're trying to tell me what is that? Revisionist history.
I'm telling you, it's what Earl told him over the campfire with a pile of Pabst.
I will unmute you when you post a citation. Show me some evidence.
Well, what he's saying, Tyler, is you're not getting unmuted. Because he just gave you what you know to be as an impossible ultimatum. There's like literally no way you're going to be able to do this because there's no hospital in the United States that would ever do any of the dumb shit you're talking about. And if they did, I would agree with you. That shit's malpractice. And that person deserves all kinds of fucking compensation for that. Because if they chop off a penis they shouldn't have chopped off, bro, you've ruined their entire fucking life. It's a child. They don't have the semen in the bank, right? If they didn't, right? Maybe they do. I don't think so. So they probably don't. You have wrecked this person's ability to ever make children, right? That's fucked up.
I had a friend tell me Sunday about some friends of theirs that are going through a divorce, and they're fighting over who gets custody of an in vitro fertilization baby if they ever use the fertilized eggs. Fucking wild. And I'm over here like, why don't you just get rid of the eggs? It's like, adopt a baby or something. Instead of wasting they're literally like $150,000 into like fighting in a court of law over who gets the custody of the baby that if they use the eggs that are frozen. It's so stupid. Wait, is this guy just sitting in here deafened, or did you deafen him?
I don't know. He might be reading or something.
No.
I think they don't want to be lectured no more.
Yeah, but he paid his chat dues.
Fair enough.
I mean, don't let that. Don't look. That's just what's going on in my brain. Okay.
I mean, something was put down. I won't deny that. I would very much like some pudding, though, since that's where the proof is. Like, I'm excited to. I want to be wrong. I want to see that case where the mom is forcing the kid through gender affirming care, even though they said they don't want to.
Well, I would be more interested in where the doctor said, "Okay, dope, let's chop it off."
And then I want to see that. I guess we're talking about the. I want to dispel whether it's a vague vibe notion about like these soccer moms doing stuff, rather than this one case example that's a delusion.
Oh shit, he did it. He provided a link, dude.
Let's
Holy
take
shit.
a look.
Oh shit, dude, my sky just exploded.
Where does it say that the kid didn't want it? It just says, here's a dad who's salty and did some things to the point where they needed to be arrested.
He posted it and left.
I have no idea. You guys having like
Next.
phone issues or some shit, dude.
Learning a lot about psychology today. All sorts.
I mean, I guarantee they don't say whatever the fuck he's saying. This guy's such a clown. He thinks like doctors just do shit.
Yeah, this is, and then this first link of the NPR one has nothing to do with what we discussed.
Dude, especially surgeons. Like, I wasn't bullshitting earlier when I was like, dude, if the surgery says you gotta like do a 3-degree arc after doing a loop twirly and then diving 3 inch, if you don't do that, dude, that's malpractice. Like some amount about that, right? It's why there's like, I forget what it's called, but it's like reverse bodyism. You got your shit on backwards, like your head's on the other side and shit. Fucking liver being on the other side of your body. Dude, holy shit. Thor is angry right now, guys.
Is that your dog?
No, the fucking sky. It's some kind of crazy ass thunderstorm.
Oh yeah, it's raining up here too. Weird shit right now. This morning it was thundering quite a bit.
All right, Jobson, you're up. Let's go. Prove it. Yeah, that's what I thought. Nerd, get wrecked. Oh, it's finally cooling down. It's 101 degrees.
Good temp.
What's that?
Good temperature.
Yeah, but it's raining. Hear that?
That's way worse. Oh crap. That's your precipitation for the year?
Yeah, I guess we're technically in our monsoon season, so yeah, we're getting a lot of rain, but for us, it's not that much.
Like, I would expect maybe 3 days a year.
Yeah, last year seemed like that. This year, it feels like there's a lot more rain this year.
That day I visited and it started snowing was so weird, dude.
Oh yeah, we get some snow. I haven't personally seen snow in several years, but when I first moved here, we used to get it like every year.
Yeah, I was at the very large array freezing my ass off with a t-shirt with all this snow everywhere.
Yeah, I bet it looked cool out there, huh? It's pretty out here, especially in the snow. Kiddo, you gonna try out 42? Yeah, Mogi, that is that dude Tyler's great contribution to medicine is, I think we should be more careful about kids.
And then the moment we like said, hey, how stupid is that? It's like, no, I'm not saying we're not careful.
Yeah.
Sounds like that's what you're fucking, that's, you giving pushback is exactly what this problem is.
Yeah, I mean, there ain't nothing wrong with like caution. You know, you get on the airplane, you know, saying, you know, be safe, man, or whatever. Like maybe you're nervous. But to think that they're not being careful.
That's just spitting in the face of the discipline. Like, I don't know of a single doctor that doesn't take the Hippocratic Oath like as seriously as one could take it. Not a single one. So like,
Discipline can stick.
it's on a pride basis, it's insulting. Just for the hard work that they did to just kind of, yeah, spit in their face. But that's not the argument I'm making. But it doesn't hurt any less.
Dude, I shit on foot doctors, but I shouldn't. Like, my anatomy and physiology 2 teacher was a podiatrist, and he taught that whole fucking class with his eyes closed. No bullshit. He was weird. He like sat at the front of the class and he just had his eyes squinted the whole time, like pinched shut, like 90% of the time. It was just one of those, like, the dude was like a wizard or something, and like he could like mentally see shit. Dude, it was weird. Super smart though. Hyper religious. He even put out, at the end of his class, he put a little flyer out on each person's desk just asking you like what your religious background is, and it was to remain anonymous. You know, he didn't want names and shit.
I remember teacher in like 8th grade. I went to like a new school for my last year of like middle school. And the math teacher there was like firstly they tried to put me in this stupid class. They showed me the textbook and I'm like, I can show you where the typos are, the misprints. And so they put me in this new class and the teacher was like a philosophy major. So the moment you asked an open-ended question, he would turn the lights off and sit down and like tell a story like some sort of native shaman telling the story of his people. And that was geometry, the class.
Dude, one of my bio teachers, I had him for just bio and ecology. And the intro to his class, the first thing he said, he was up there in the front, like writing on shit. And the first thing he said is, I'm not here to debate deities with you. Evolution is a fact. If you can't handle it, get over it. And he just started the class, dude. And I was like, wow. Okay. All right. I'm locked in.
Fuck yeah.
I don't think I ever had that moment. It's more, I think we just got into the nit and gritty. I don't think there was ever that controversial moment.
Yeah,
But I took biology, I took honors biology, so it was like twice the work, none of the college credit in high school.
Yeah.
I don't think I ever took a collegiate course. That's probably, it totally makes more sense in a collegiate setting to just, if you're bringing this, we don't have time for it.
Yeah,
We've
that's
got
how he
material
wrote.
to cover.
Because like he's saying that for a reason. He's had that issue in the past, I guarantee it. Fucking people getting all triggered and shit, being called a monkey.
I love how it's only for professional brevity, not for any other reason.
I got suspended for that, for calling someone a monkey unironically.
Oh,
For
no,
some
that
science
sucks.
thing. Yeah.
Yeah, it sucks that it could be taken as racist. But
I mean, they weren't even, it was just the name.
yeah. A lot of people still get triggered about that shit.
Yeah.
I get it though. I don't try to push it with, people to get triggered about it. I ain't gonna be all fucking racist on shit.
To be fair, it could just be your state, Mango.
Oh, yeah, Florida. Yeah, I understand. It was elementary, so I understand that too.
I don't think the age range matters.
Dude, I read a study that says that 8 may not be okay. So we believe that modern ape came more from like the Kenya area, Ethiopia, Kenya region, East Africa. But a new study shows that ape could have evolved up by like Egypt, in the Egypt region. What was it? It was Masri Pithecus. Masri Pithecus. I said that name like 80 fucking times in my brain. Was it Masri Pithecus Mog? I remember that part. Mog something. Mogarensis or something.
Did Erica have anything to say on the Kenya thing? Kenya, Egypt?
Did
It's a
Eric?
Gibbon. Erica.
Oh, I don't know. I didn't hear from them. I just heard it from Google News. I was just perusing Google News.
Well, if it just came out, then I think Erica will probably spend 6 weeks doing
You should link her, like if you know her like that, drop her a DM on that shit.
Where's the
link?
Actually,
Fuck. Hold on. I got you. Like
you send me the link and I'll try to find her Discord.
Damn it! I just put in Mazra and it already popped up. Yeah, here you go. Science Daily. Oh, this is the article right here. All right, it's inside chat.
No, she doesn't have a Discord.
Dude, wouldn't that be wild if like so we push ape more north out of Kenya, more into North Africa. What they're saying in this article, that we used to think that what we think is modern ape came from more southern Africa, but Middle East and whatever. But this study's saying, okay, maybe they came from the north, but here's the thing. Maybe the out of Africa was where these motherfuckers right here, the Mazrapithecus, they spread down south into Kenya and all that, but then they went back up north and, took over there. like kind of like we would have had two like Neanderthal events. You know what I mean? I wonder if there's like any evidence in the like already current data for anything like that, because they weren't even like looking in this region for that, because we know that, you know, we came from Kenya. We know that. Like that region, all modern humans came from that region, but the idea is that these motherfuckers came before them and they were more north. And then if that's the case, that modern ape evolved more north, it sort of makes sense, because there's a lot of like monkeys, like full-blown monkeys, that come out of what is now like Germany and shit. That's where what's his name? Artie? Is it Ardipithecus ramidus? I don't think it's Ardipithecus ramidus. It's hold on. I can't remember. Oh, maybe it is. It is this. Okay. Fuck, dude. All I had to do was look at the picture. All right. It's Darwinius. That's the name of the critter. Little monkey. 47 million years. Yeah, but anyway, they found this little nerd, this little monkey fossil. I'm pretty sure they found it in Germany. Yeah. 47 million years. So it makes sense that monkey kind of was taken over in that Germany area, because we find all the monkeys back then. And we start seeing them like migrating south. Kind of turning into primates along the way. Apes. I mean, this nerd was a primate. Or, I mean, yeah, he was a primate. But he was like, well, yeah, it was, I guess you could call him a primate. He was like the first of the primates, really. I don't know if you could call him a full-blown. Yeah, I mean, I would. I'd call him a primate. He can get in.
All right, I sent her a post on Blue Sky. Because that's the only place I could really see her active. I don't think she has a Discord or anything.
She might, but it might be a private, you know.
I mean, she goes on and talks to the creationists all the time. She doesn't have like a server where she manages anything. She's just busy doing her grad stuff. But she's on Blue Sky. She's probably already looking at this up, down, left, and right, to be honest.
Yeah, she probably knows like 10 times more than we do already.
But hey, just to be on the safe side, why not? FYI.
Yup.
Let her get started sooner than later. I haven't thrown any bucks at her. I should do that. She's already given me quality content for hours.
Yeah, but that dude from 47 million years ago, I think is called IDA. IDA. It's Darwinius. Yeah. There you go.
She's like an up, down, left, right. Like every Miocene ape there is. Is it before Miocene, I guess?
I think Eocene, Miocene is the order.
I can only guess right now. Forget.
Wait, you're asking where is Masri from? Masripithecus?
No, I think I got all my epochs fucked up.
Oh yeah, I can't ever remember. I used to know it. What was it? Some about some. I got a pen in my pants pocket. What was it? I can't remember the memetic that my paleontologist teacher draws. He had this real cool one. It was about having a pen in his pants pocket.
Mega anims measured in millions of years. And did they just divide this by strata?
Yeah, the early Miocene epoch, the robot nerd says.
Okay, so an eon is like an entire collection of strata, the biggest chunk. Then an era, I guess they're just unit divisions, or they look pretty arbitrary, and I guess that makes sense. There's like these rocks, those rocks. It's eon, era, period, epoch, age, and chron.
Yeah. The coolest one is the Archeon. Everything else can go fuck itself. All the hard work happened in Archeon.
Dude, why have I still not seen Deep Sea 3D? What is that? I'm irresponsible. I should solve this right now.
Dude, even like you're staring at like graphs of like how old shit is, it's like, it's just a picture. It don't mean shit. I don't know. Maybe it's just my brain.
Should I wait until IMAX?
Wait for what?
Deep Sea 3D?
Oh shit, I don't know. I've never seen it.
That's the 3D IMAX footage of the bottom of the Mariana Trench?
Yeah, never seen it.
I mean, there's all, yeah, I mean, I read about all the drama with the submarine that, what is it, James Cameron was secretly building in Australia to do this. But I never watched it. It's only 41 minutes long. 6 out of 10 stars. Rip.
Damn. I'm looking at this graph and I'm kind of real like all the mass extinctions we know of happened within the Phanerozoic, which is like the last eon, like this eon. Everything else is just basically deleted.
It's just wild. It's just wild how many cold-blooded creatures were just everywhere. It's nuts.
Yeah, it's wild when you like. Here's this chart. It's a pretty cool way to visualize it. If you go to the wiki one.
Yeah, that's what I was looking at.
The wiki one might be better because it's bigger. Whatever.
Narrated by Johnny Depp and Kate Winslet. What?
You see, like everything on this about life is like smushed up in the last fucking eon.
Wait, directed by Howard Hall? Am I watching the wrong movie?
It's wild, and then like earliest photosynthesis is marked on this graph. And if you look where it's at, it's like basically right after Earth chilled out with heat. There was already photosynthesizers. And not very long after that, Earth had an atmosphere, an oxygen-rich atmosphere. So there's already rich chemistry of bacteria going on all that fucking time. Like basically 3/4 of Earth's entire history. Life sucked ass and wasn't cool as shit like we are.
All right, Jobson, you ready this time?
Yo, what's up?
Yeah. Do you believe that God exists in our reality?
What does that mean? Are you inferring that he exists in other realities?
I'm asking, like, do you believe a God? You know, does a God ain't real, put around room?
Well, the way you structured your sentence indicates that he may
Yeah,
exist in other
because some
realities.
people believe that God exists outside of reality. Yeah, people believe that. So we're asking about ones that are inside reality.
Yeah,
as
that would
the-
still indicate an existence of a god if he exists outside reality or
That's
inside.
what we're
it, so
asking
I'm
you.
asking-
What do you believe, Job?
Is the question, do you believe that God exists? I
Job,
think
we'll
that would be
ask one more
precise.
time. If you don't give us an answer, we're just going to move on from you, buddy.
I would presume atheists actually are accurately grammatically intricated, you know what I mean?
So what is your position? State it.
I think you're all gay retard faggots.
Wow.
Representing theism.
Yeah, I mean, that's theism right there. That's what it does. That's what they do.
This is the people who think they're better than everyone else. That they have the high ground.
Yeah, we need their books to be moral.
All right. It was called Deep Sea Challenge 3D. My mistake.
Oh, that one? Yeah, I know everything about that one.
Oh shit, I gotta wear the glasses for this one? No way.
I can't do that. I've never been able to do those. It sucks, dude. I've never seen 3D like that.
I did one, I did that once where it's like the movie had a 3D thing. I think it was for like a Pixar, I think it was for Up. And I accidentally, like, I went in with the glasses and I was just like sitting there for a good 15 minutes. I'm like, where are my buddies? And I look to the left and nobody's wearing glasses. I'm the only dork sitting there with shades on. I'm like, I'm in the wrong theater. And I go to the right one and they got all the depth perception stuff going on. And I'm like, I kind of like the previous one more. I'm going to go back.
I didn't know I was retarded until I went to Disney World or Land, whichever one's all about themes and shit, that one. And we went, I forget what the show was, but it was supposed to be a bird. Like some kind of bird flying around. It was 3D and shit. And we all got the glasses and went in there and I put them on and everybody's like, whoa, ah. I'm like, what the fuck are you guys doing? Looking at the screen, I couldn't see it because the glasses don't work on me. So I didn't see the 3D, but everybody's all like looking at shit. I'm like, what are you guys fucking doing?
Oh, dang. For me, it's like motion. I get that motion sickness thing triggered.
Yeah, I just can't see it. I can't see magic eyes either.
Like when I'm in a moving vehicle and I read. Oh no, that's telling me there's a neurotoxin in my stomach and I gotta upcheck it.
Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I don't really get like that kind of level of vertigo. I could get vertigo, but I don't get all fucked up from it. It just It's like uncomfortable.
I'll just say that it's a genetic advantage for me in eating poisons in the wild. I'll know what's wrong before you do.
Well, I'm gonna use my big ass monkey brain and like rub it in my skin first.
Los juegos were no bueno. Yeah, I did look, and I looked at the stats for like languages spoken. I didn't realize how insanely more Spanish people speak than English. It's like double. Is that right?
You ever seen that Tree of Life, but for languages?
No. Sorry, it's not double. 372 English million, and then 487 Spanish million. And then Mandarin Chinese 988.
Here you go, check this out. It's pretty cool.
I always have to take those charts with this grain of salt. Like half the time they're just wrong.
This is a pretty old one. I've seen this a while now. I know it's on Reddit, but this is a pretty familiar chart. Let me see if I could guarantee I can find it.
One of my folks is super into linguistics, so they talk to me a lot about, especially this Indo-European, European kind of split.
Holy shit!
He always emphasized so hard on that.
What is this fucking bullshit? Oh, that's the actual Tree of Life. Okay.
Yeah, look how early Celtic split off. I'm honestly thinking that I would totally move to Ireland if the opportunity arose. I feel like I mesh well with those bros.
Would you like to do lab work there?
My profession's IT more. Like, I wouldn't mind working for a medical company, assisting with lab work, but it's not my purview per se. Not that I've always enjoyed field work though. Field work and lab work.
Well, the nerd says, unlike the biological Tree of Life, there is no single root for all human languages. Instead, the global linguistic landscape is a forest consisting of roughly 142 distinct language families that cannot be proven to share a single common ancestor. That's pretty cool.
Well, I think it's just more of a practical matter, practical limitation.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, we're talking about proto-language to languages. Like, so, like, writing would have come way after that. So.
Precisely, and that's what we have to work with predominantly. But yeah, for me, like Irish and Celtic culture, I vibe with a lot for some reason.
Dude, I hate that you have to stare at a picture for like 30 minutes and ask yourself, is this a real one?
I feel like I should be saving all these filibuster rallying cries.
What do you mean?
Well, because the story's going to change in a term or two.
I mean,
I'll be like,
play
we
it
like
back,
the
they're not gonna
filibuster.
care. Look what Mitch himself did. Mitch is such a hypocrite. They don't care.
Especially with the nominees, presidential nominees. Mitch is such a flip-flopper.
Yep. Yeah, he did that shit.
Did I show you that Mount Rushmore freaking fantasy porn he's doing?
Are you talking about where the communists want to take down Mount Rushmore?
I don't know about communists here. Check this picture out. Posted.
Yeah, because the communists are trying to attack Mount Rushmore.
Dude, I remember playing some Duke Nukem thing to save the president. That was so long ago. Did you ever play Duty Calls?
No.
Oh, it was like it's like a gag marketing thing for some what is it? Run and gun shooter called like Bloodsport or something like that. But they did a satire for Call of Duty that was freaking fantastic. And it was like a fully playable thing. Yeah, here it is.
Nuh-uh.
I forgot how on point this was. Dude, we still have functional Oscar Mayer wieners? Fuck, I can't even tell if they're pushing the engine on that thing. These things are so fucking slow.